Chapter 8, Part 2 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 8, Part 2. The Diversity in Unity of Body and Mind. The first of these facts is that which psychologists term repression. There are certain instinctive tendencies to actions which we habitually repress, and this repression is specific and constitutes nature. It is automatic and unconscious. For example, the whole mental and moral development of human nature, that is to say, the particular and definite form it has assumed in civilization, is dependent on the control of the reproductive instinct. This is a psychical, not physical control, for it is the expression of the instinct, not the instinct itself, which is repressed. Repression is affected by the holding back and suppressing of the wish, or imaginative form, in which conation asserts itself, so that it is kept from emergence into consciousness. There is a repression exercised by consciousness itself. This is very common experience and of everyday occurrence. But there is a repression of which we are altogether unconscious, and this is proved by abnormal psychology and also confirmed by many delicate experiments on normal subjects. The second fact, which seems to be established, is that there are planes of unconsciousness. If we take as the plane of consciousness not merely what at any moment is within the central zone of attention, but what is within call of the mind in memory, then there is below this a whole range of definite psychical content which cannot of itself reach consciousness, and which is only revealed under special circumstances, normal or abnormal. We may, for example, under hypnotic conditions, bring back memories or relive conations which in ordinary conditions are unrecoverable. There is evidence of deeper and deeper planes. According to the well-known theory of dream interpretation of Sigmund Freud, it is from deep and ordinarily inaccessible regions of our mind that the substantial material of the dream life comes. However that may be, we may regard it, I think, as established that whole regions of psychical matter lie beneath the manifest mental activity of attentive consciousness. The third fact is that this unconscious mind is not inert, but active, not dead, but living. Its constituents, like the cells of the living body, have their own individual life. In normal, healthy life, the deeper strata are inhibited and controlled. The inhibiting and controlling power is exercised by the mind, and the character and variety of the inhibition constitute the individuality and personality of the mind. Personality may, however, become disordered, deranged, or, to borrow the analogous term in the pathology of the organism, diseased. Then the repressed and inhibited constituents break away from the control and run riot, and give rise to the familiar symptoms of hysteria, or, it may be, to the more serious symptoms of dissociation, or to final and irreparable ruin in dementia. We are entitled to say of these facts, apart from anything in regard to them which is hypothetical or mere theory, that they point to the existence of mental structure. Memory, imagination, desire, conation, tendency, wish are psychical matter, and they are organized to form an acting unity, and this unity is the personal mind. The constituents of it are of a different order of reality to that of the protoplastic movements, cell physiology, metabolism, muscular contractibility, glandular secretion, nervous coordination, and the like, which constitute the living body. Is it not possible, however, it may yet be urged, that the mind is identical with and a development of the principle of life? Whatever be the origin of life, and whatever the nature of the principle which has determined the direction of the energy of the changes of carbon compounds and evolved specialized vegetable and animal forms, is there not, it may be asked, an uninterrupted progress in this direction until we reach the rational soul? The reply I offer to this, so far as my present purpose is concerned, is that whether or not the problem of life be ultimately one and identical with the problem of mind, the actual fact before us is the problem of two distinct orders, an order of living body and an order of thinking mind. The interaction of mind and body is not the problem what life itself is, but in what way a mind, being an organization of spiritual experience, can act in and through a living body constituted of material elements and mechanical movements. Every man whose mind is normal recognizes, as soon as he understands the proposition, that two straight lines cannot enclose a space, and every man whose body is normal maintains from birth to death a blood temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. The two facts belong to different orders, and it is inconceivable that the two facts can interact in such a way that one might be the cause or the effect of the other. Yet the two orders do, in some way, enter into one system, for both are essential to one personality. Let us now consider the nature of the body. The body is what the mind is not, a sensible object. It is one among the objects or things which constitute the sensible world. It is presented by means of sensations, and is in spatial and temporal relations with the other objects of the sensible world. The term sensible implies a relation to mind, for object sensed implies subject sensing. There is no escape from this relation. On the other hand, there would be no advantage in escape, were escape possible, for the whole problem of knowledge and existence is the problem of presenting reality to the mind in a form which is self-consistent. The relation of object to subject, expressed in the words sensible object, the relation of object to subject in knowing of every kind and order, is not, however, the relation between the body and the mind which I am now seeking to make explicit, because in this meaning, the mind as well as the body is an object to a subject. The body is a sensible object to a sensing subject. The mind is an intelligible object to a thinking, that is, an imagining and reflecting subject. The body, like other objects in the sensible world, is spatial. It excludes other objects. It is juxtaposed with them. It is changeable, for it occupies different positions at different moments. It is changing, for it alters internally continuously, and according to a principle or law. It is temporal, for its state at any moment is determined by its state at the previous moment. As an object, it can be classified according to any order or arrangement to which physical objects conform. To each individual, however, his body is a privileged object. It is the constant center of all objects, and the changes in all other objects are primarily for him changes in the relation of other objects to the body. But it is also privileged in a still more special sense. It is the means, and the only means, by which all objects, itself included, are known, and the only means by which desires and wishes are expressed. It is also a privileged object in the sense that it alone among all objects is known not only by sensations, but also by affections or feelings. We know our body, not only in the way we know all sensible objects by the sensations we have of it, but also in the feelings by which the sensations of itself and of other objects are accompanied. So it is that some knowledge of our own body appears to be a necessary accompaniment of any knowledge of any sensible object. For example, when by touch I am made aware of an external object, I am also at the same time aware of my own body as the surface touched, and this, even if the object touching, is also part of my own body. Nevertheless, although the body as an object has these privileges over other objects, we find no difficulty in abstracting from them and considering the body purely as belonging to the general class of external material objects. Indeed, it is only by doing so that we have come to know anything of importance about the body. Its special privileges give us no insight into its nature and function. We know absolutely nothing of the internal structure and of the physiological processes of the body by reason of the fact that the mind dwells within it and is dependent upon it for all it knows and does. In fact, our individual mind, notwithstanding its specially privileged position in regard to one object, is not thereby endowed with special knowledge of the nature of that object, nor equipped with special means of becoming acquainted with its living processes. Knowledge of the physiological process cannot be gained by introspection, but only by external observation. It is gained by means of sensations, perceptions, and judgments, not by feelings. The living body is a cycle of physiological processes, performed by means of mutually adapted structures, automatically coordinated and controlled. The great majority of these processes are involuntary and unconscious in the absolute degree, and in those processes are parts of processes in which there is consciousness and volition of the consciousness, and volition seem independent of the efficacy of the actual process. If the consciousness take the form of sentience, pain, or pleasure, it appears merely as an accompaniment of the process, not as an essential constituent of it. If it take the form of reflective consciousness or awareness, it then appears, though accompanying the process, to be altogether detached from it. We can, and we do conceive the living body as complete in itself without the accompaniment of consciousness, either in the form of simple sentience or in the form of apperception. And yet, this accompaniment of consciousness, whether it be simple sentience or cognition, always seems to fulfill some manifest biological purpose. Also, unconsciousness, in those neural processes from which consciousness is absent, is not merely negative. Its absence fulfills a biological purpose. Unconsciousness may be simply an absence, or it may be positively acquired. The automatism of habitual action, in either case we may find its ground in a biological utility. Yet although the physiological processes of the living body seem independent of the particular form of consciousness or unconsciousness which may accompany them, this conscious accompaniment is conditioned by special structures and special processes in the living body. part of our organization has for sole function sentience and responsive volitional action. Such structures are the sense organs, which consist of specialized nerve endings disposed in varying groups over the periphery, enabling a minute discrimination of external physical stimuli to be experienced. The special nerve endings beneath the skin, or in its deeper layers, which give rise, when stimulated, to pain sensations. Special nerve endings sensitive to muscular, glandular, or vascular fatigue, which give rise to vague feelings of general comfort or discomfort. The richly innervated organs of the special senses, the retina, the organ of Corti, the semicircular canals, the organs of taste and smell, which enable us to discriminate definite ranges or distinct classes of physical stimuli. Then there is the great central organ itself, the brain and spinal cord, to which every single sentient end organ communicates directly its particular fiber, and whence special fibers descend with the volitional impulses to every muscle under volitional control. There is an important character of the structure and function of the neurons, which recent researches have disclosed. This is the individuality, or rather the specificity, of each constituent cell with its fibers. The older theory of specific nervous energy merely affirmed the general specificity of groups of sensory and motor neurons, particularly those associated with the special senses. It now seems probable that this specificity belongs to every constituent unit of a group, and not merely to the group as distinguished from other groups. All action mediated by neurons takes place on the all-or-nothing principle, and the function of one neuron cannot be performed by any other. At least it seems to me that all the direct experiments, such particularly as the well-known experience of Dr. Head on the innervation of his own forearm, tend to confirm this generalization. The living principle, whatever it is, and however we name it, entelechy, élan vital, life force, manifests itself in the coordination of multifarious specific processes of constituent cells. This function of coordination is not exercised by any specific structure. At any rate, no such structure is known, and there is no reason to suppose it exists undiscovered. The function is exercised indifferently, whether the constituent elements may be many or few, and the number of cell constituents varies enormously between individuals of different species of the same generic type. The mechanism by which coordination is effected can be located in the cerebral cortex, the function of which may be likened to that of a switchboard in a telephonic exchange. The ultimate nature of the living body seems, therefore, to be the coordination on an enduring principle of an immense numerical aggregate of independent specific units. Let us now consider the heterogeneity of these two natures. When I speak of the heterogeneity of mind and body, and point to the absolute disparity between mental and physical, including physiological, process, I do not mean that we can form class concepts of minds and of bodies as unrelated realities. It is easy to see in the case of the mind that the possibility of presenting it as an image or as a concept depends on its relation to the body. We can only define what anything is by what it does. What does nothing is nothing. And whatever the mind does, it does by means of the body. We may abstract the mind from its relation to any particular body, but we cannot give expression to the thought of a mind without imagining for it some embodiment. This has been the favorite criticism of animistic theories, ancient and modern. It is impossible, even in thought, to present the idea of pure, unembodied spirit. The converse is also true, insofar as the concept of one's own living body is concerned, but it is not so immediately obvious, and would at least require the support of argument to bring conviction. It is really impossible for me to think that my body, without my mind, is still my body. I may place myself in thought as a spectator at my own cremation, but only by the artifice of an imagined embodiment, which enables me to present my body to my mind as no longer my body. Or again, consider a case like the pathetic nature which Nietzsche's sister has given of the last years of her brother, truly a picture of living death. There is the living body, surviving the dead mind. In presenting that living body to our mind as still Nietzsche's body, we are in fact employing the artifice of a new impersonation. We must place Nietzsche's mind within his body in imagination in order to conceive its absence in fact. The problem of heterogeneity is not the problem whether a dissociation of mind and body is or is not conceivable. If, then, mind and body are heterogeneous, and yet neither existentially nor conceptually separate, does the heterogeneity consist in the double aspect which psychophysical action assumes? Is mind the aspect of that action when regarded as purpose, body its aspect when regarded as mechanism? The specific character of mental process is the representation in idea of the end to be attained. The specific character of physical process is the determination of counteracting forces in a resultant. every action or process, whether we class it as material or vital, as conscious or unconscious, presents to the observer this double aspect. The resultant can be viewed either as determined by final cause or by an efficient cause. The resultant is one and the same, however viewed. A process of crystallization or a process of organic metabolism can be read purposively or mechanically, but it is the same set of facts, whichever way they are viewed, and whatever kind of interpretation the external observer seeks. There is, however, in a system or body in which mind is immanent, the emergence of a phenomenon which is not found in any merely mechanical system of interacting forces. This is conscious or purposive adaptation. It manifests itself as a direction of physical forces, already existing, toward the attainment of an ideal which it presents as an end. In this we have the distinguishing characteristic of mind, that which raises it, so to speak, to a higher plane than that of mere natural fact. Yet this is not the characteristic which seems to me to constitute the fact of heterogeneity. Rather, I should say, it is the heterogeneity of mind and body which is the ground or condition of this characteristic. This heterogeneity is based on a certain fact which we directly experience and also may indirectly observe. It is that every new experience, from the instant of its historical apparition, enters into, submits to, is incorporated within two disparate systems. Each system has its own kind of order, its own specific nature, and its own peculiar function. The union between the two systems consists in a relation of mutual interdependence. But it is the systems which are interdependent. It is not a point-to-point union, nor a point-to-point correspondence of the constituent parts of one system with those of the other. Thought and action, though mutually dependent, form each a system. The one is the psychical organization we term the mind, the other the coordination of mechanical contrivances we term the body. We cannot call into activity a part of the mind without calling into activity the whole mind. We cannot exercise a particular mechanism of the body without affecting the whole disposition of the body. When I feel, perceive, think, and will, what is it in me that performs these acts of feeling, perceiving, thinking, and willing? Why do I attribute these acts to my mind and not to my body? Why do I divide myself into these two parts, or attribute to myself this dual nature? What is the difficulty in assigning all my psychical acts to the brain, and in supposing that my brain thinks? Many contemporary philosophers are inclined to consider this a possible hypothesis, and the new theory of behaviorism seems an attempt to give it philosophical expression. I find no inherent difficulty in the notion. It does not seem to me absurd, nor antecedently impossible, nor even antecedently improbable. The theory that the brain thinks, or that the mind is the brain, is not the same as the theory that the brain secretes mind as the liver secretes gall. Such a concept rests on a false analogy. As the ovary secretes the ovum would have been a truer analogy, but then, as the ovum becomes the embryo, the absurdity would have been manifest. I see no incongruity in attributing to the brain, because it is ultimately resolvable into a constellation of physical atoms, a psychical function. My reason for rejecting the simple statement that the brain thinks is that it seems to me untrue in fact. I can imagine that the brain might think and feel and will, but what I cannot imagine is that thoughts and feelings and volitions, if they were acts of the brain, could form the mind. They could in a certain way hang together, no doubt, and they could have the unity which comes from being owned. But could they of themselves form an organic individual system such as the mind is? I find it, then, impossible to believe that, as a fact, the brain thinks, because I find that, as a fact, the brain is not the mind. If there be two things, the mind and the body, and the brain is part of the body, then it seems to me it must be the mind and not the brain which thinks. But what is the proof of it? It seems to me clear that, were it the brain which directly exercises the psychical function, then acts of feeling, thinking, and so forth would be disconnected, detached, and detachable, or combined, if they were combined, on an altogether different principle from that which I find. As a fact, I can never detach one psychical fact from other acts, or attach a psychical act purely and simply to a physiological process. It is always one and indivisible with the whole psychical organization I call mind. It belongs to the system of my psychical experience, and to present it as belonging to the system of mechanical contrivances which I call my body, and to the particular coordinating connections of these, which are the part of my body I call my brain, is to me a pure incongruity. Even the simplest, most elementary psychical act is the act of a mind. Its character, its tone, its subordination to purpose emanate directly from the organization of an individual whole of psychical acts. Thoughts, ideas, meanings, desires, wishes, imaginations, feelings, sensations are not a chaos, a disconnected manifold. They do not float loosely, and they are not indifferent to the principle of their combination. They are owned, not by the brain, but by the personality which they themselves constitute, the mind. Test it in the simplest case of mere sentience. Suppose the stimulation of a pain nerve ending. The pain which follows may seem instantaneous, and may be followed by an automatic muscular response, but it is not a pure reflex, for it is only if I experience pain that it is pain, which means that to be pain, it must be a state of my mind. It must modify my whole personality. If my mind exclude it, it is absolutely ineffectual, practically and actually non-existent, even though the stimulation remain in the form of physical injury, and the neural course be unimpeded. There is no way of detaching the pain as a psychical element from the mind, and attaching it and confining it to a particular neural process. And it is the whole mind, not a detached psychical factor of it, which intervenes to bring about the new bodily disposition. We find another and yet more striking instance of the heterogeneity of mind and body in the general phenomenon of the animal mind. The mental equipment of different animal species seems always proportioned to the conditions of the animal's life, and never and in no respect proportionate to neural matter, or to the complexity and quantity of specific contrivances. There are large mammals which possess at least 15,000 times as many neurons as the smallest mammals. Does anyone, therefore, credit them with 15,000 times the sentient or intellectual capacity? But if the brain thinks, why not? Leaving aside the problem of magnitude, when we compare one animal with another, we are struck with the remarkable difference between one species and another in the extent to which mind serves it in its activity. A rat, for example, shows more cunning than a rabbit, or a sheep, or a horse, yet it is not better equipped neurologically for its special activities than they are for theirs. It is clearly a case in which intelligence has been developed because it serves the species in the particular routine of life to which it is adapted. A striking illustration was afforded a few years ago at the Zoological Gardens in the case of a polar bear, a creature which, judging by its structure and position in the animal scale, might be expected to exhibit a high degree of common intelligence. When placed in new quarters on the Mappen terraces, it fell over the parapet into the surrounding fosse. Obvious and perfectly simple means of return were offered it, but instead of availing itself of them, it displayed for several days an amazing amount of what appeared as sheer stupidity. The explanation zoologists offered was that its mental equipment was adequate to the conditions of its life, the routine of which in its native seas, where no natural enemies are laying snares for it, seldom presents a complex situation or one that calls for the exercise of cunning. The acquirement of skill affords another illustration of what I mean by the heterogeneity of mind and body. The skill of the musician, the mechanic, the professional scientific practitioner, is acquired by an activity orientated in the inverse direction to that which we associate with the growing, widening, and developing mind. It even depends for success on a certain inhibition of pure mentality. Skill may almost be defined as the power of performing complicated actions without thinking. Reflective or discursive thought, which is the essence of mind, interrupts the work of skill, yet the acquirement of skill is not independent of, nor indifferent to, the brain. Not only does it involve a development of neural process, but almost certainly a development of the higher cerebral centers, those which we imagine to be most immediately concerned with rational processes. Skill supposes an enormous work of coordination, and the cerebral hemispheres are the seat of this coordination. Here, therefore, we have a case in which brain development is quite disparate from mind development. On the other hand, the cases are almost proverbial of the want of skill in the ordinary affairs of life, displayed by men of vast intellectual attainments. Mental giants sometimes act as children in matters of daily life. It may be, of course, that the intellectual development is due to other and different nervous coordinations, or to other kinds of nervous contrivance. But whether this be so or not, it is clear that in the case of skill, the brain hypothesis is largely explanatory. In the other case, it is not. The reason is important. Muscles are involved in the case of skill, and muscles are wholly controlled by nerves. In the case of mind, thoughts, ideas, and meanings are concerned, and their direct relation to nerve is purely hypothetical. Nerves are the channels or pathway between the mind and the world, external to the body. But that they cause or control or originate the mind, there is no evidence. At this point, it may seem that the animistic hypothesis offers the easiest solution of our problem. It is the most ancient and the most venerable, and this of itself may incline one to suspect that it may be true after all. May we not schematize the relation of mind and body on the analogy of the charioteer, who with the reins in his hands guides and controls the living horses, making them subserve and fulfill his purposes? may not the relation of the soul to the living body, though infinitely more complex, be yet ultimately as simple as this? Should we adopt this view, we might then suppose that each sensation was a demand on the attention of the soul, a call to it to take account of the situation and direct the response. And this the soul might do, either by leaving the response to the automatic reactions, or by coordinating new ones. In any case, we should represent the soul as distinct in its nature and function from the living body, able, perhaps, like the charioteer, to step down from the chariot and at need to mount another. The analogy is tempting, and up to a point it agrees with the facts. It is therefore very important to indicate clearly the exact point at which it fails, and also the completeness of the failure. It fails to explain the fact that the mind is psychical experience, and not something which has psychical experience. The problem of mind and body arises in the fact that psychical experience organizes itself into mind, and then stands as an organic or systematic whole over against the bodily system. It seems to me certain that the forces, whatever they are, which are molding the body and adapting it to the specific activity of the living creature, are the identical forces which are forming the mind and organizing it into the personal unity. I say it seems to me certain, not because I think the contrary inconceivable, but because all the facts, when considered without prejudice, support this view, and because I can think of no reason why I should suppose there are unknown facts which would invalidate such a conclusion. Moreover, there is one fact which seems positively to clinch it. Every individual has an ancestry, and proximately arises from two parents. In the fertilized germ, potential mind and potential body are indistinguishable. Together they part from the parental stock and enter on individual existence. I find it impossible to believe that the mind is generated by some separate process or arises independently of the force which generates the body. I will now state my own theory, and I will do so by, first of all, presenting its metaphysical basis in abstract terms, afterwards trying to show how it is exemplified in the common and acknowledged facts of experience. The ultimate reality I can best indicate by the term life. Life is a very general term, and more often used as an adjective than as a substantive. I mean by life existence as I immediately experience it in living. I mean, therefore, what some philosophers term conscious experience, or simply experience. It seems to me to be what Descartes meant by his "I think, therefore I am." Thinking is the ultimate fact behind which even thought cannot get. This immediate knowing of life in living is pure intuition, that is, a form of knowing which is non-intellectual. When we reflect on this life and form a notion of it, when we ask what it is, we find that there are involved in the notion two concepts which are essential to it, the concept of activity and the concept of duration. It may be said that these are but expressions of a more general notion which underlies them, the notion of movement or change. I prefer to identify change with the general notion of life, but I am now considering life as each individual conceives it in reflecting on his experience. To the individual, life is centralized and determined. It is the activity which is confined to a definite present moment, and also it is the duration of progressing action. There is, therefore, a dichotomy in the very notion of life. It splits into two antithetical notions, and these stand over against one another and are mutually exclusive. The notion of activity seems to concentrate or focus all reality in one intense but isolable instant and to exclude from the present moment what has been or will be, while the notion of duration brings into the present moment both past and future. It appears to me that we have in this dichotomy of thought the essential principle which underlies the duality of mind and body. The body is the concrete realization of the activity of life, the mind the concrete realization of its duration. Some of the most obstinate problems of philosophy are due to a natural disposition of our intellect, which inclines us to dissociate thought and action, thinking and doing. We regard deeds as alone real in the full sense of actuality. Thoughts possess a shadowy kind of reality, which they derive from deeds. Consequently, the living body, which at each present moment is actually doing the action essential to life, seems not only the center of activity, but the whole activity and the source from which the mind derives its reality. But the living body is necessary for the performance of action. The enduring mind is equally necessary for the unity and continuity of the action. When we try to form the distinct concept of the living body apart from the concept of the informing mind, it is at once evident that our notion is of an unenduring thing, that is, a perishing and a not perishing thing. We conceive, it is true, a continuity of purely bodily existence. We picture the continuity of the body of an individual from birth to death. The same body seems to us to go through the most complete changes both of matter and form, in infancy, maturity, and decay. At any present moment, the body is an aggregation of material constituents with a certain arrangement of juxtaposition in space and an order of succession in time. Ordered succession is implied in physiological process. The state at every present moment is determined by the state at the preceding moment. But this is not the concept of duration. On the contrary, it is the concept of the succession of momentary existences lapsing into a non-existence which is absolute. The living body concentrates its whole activity in one present existent moment, and it perishes with that moment. Its continuity is a continuity of perishing. It does not share its existence between two moments in such a way that part of it exists at one moment, part at another. Its existence at one moment means that it has ceased to exist at every other. We cannot form the concept of mind on that model. Duration is as essential to our concept of mind as non-duration is essential to our concept of body. Duration means the continued existence of the past and its comprehension within the present. Non-duration means the continual going out of existence and new creation of the present. Living action, therefore, involves for its actualization two systems, antithetical in their nature and divergent in their direction. Each of these systems organizes itself continuously round one and the same individual center of activity, and its organization is the necessary condition of realization in action. One secures to living action its duration and gives it its free, self-determining character. The other secures its efficiency and gives it mechanical necessity, inserting it into the universal system of interacting forces. Such is the nature of the antithetical systems, which it seems to me are necessarily formed round every center of life, realizing the twofold character of action, duration and efficiency. Can we present the scheme of the genesis of these two systems? And will this throw light on the problem of the nature of their interaction? Living process, as I conceive it, is a progressive dichotomy. Throughout the realm of individual experience, the fundamental principle of development is a dichotomy of thinking and acting. By the term dichotomy, I wish to emphasize that the process of experience is single, not twofold in its origin. Living experience is the continual differentiation of what is at first undifferentiated. The differentiating is not a mechanical division into parts, it is the imposition on the same material of two orders of arrangement, each following a different principle, but each order the necessary complement of the other. I will try to illustrate what I mean by taking first a simple case, the simplest case I can imagine, then a more complex case. I will suppose that a single pain terminal in my body is excited by an adequate stimulus. The result is a psychophysical event, as simple and unique as an event can be. It is physical and it is psychical. The pain is psychical and the stimulus is physical. A later reflection may separate them, but existentially they are inseparable. They are not experienced as two events in a causal relation. Yet this one single experience, in its very nature, affects two wholly distinct systems, the mind and the body. In the mind, it is undifferentiated pain, vaguely localized and referred to something hurting. In the body, it is the specific functioning of a specific minute structure responding to a specific stimulus. This structure is not interchangeable with any other, so far as its function is concerned, yet it is in coordination with the whole body as a physiological system. And now let us consider a more complex and complicated case. I will suppose I am watching a violinist performing. I have before me quite clearly mental process and bodily action. Were there only bodily action, I might hear sound or noise, but not music. Yet for me there is only one fact. And it seems to me also that for the violinist there is only one fact, his living action. But this one fact necessarily enters his mental order and his bodily order, and each is changing at every point of the progressing action. Each order, the mental and bodily, is changing, however, on a totally different principle, so that there is not and cannot be a correlation between a constituent part of the one order and a constituent part of the other. His living action is not uniting two diverse facts, nor holding in a fixed correlation two series of facts. It is creating two different orders. My theory is, then, that living action is not the unifying of an original diversity, but the dichotomizing of an original unity. If this be true, it seems to me that the whole problem of interaction, as hitherto understood, is transformed. Mind and body arise in the very process of living action, and arise not at some moment which we can fix or imagine as the absolute beginning of living action, but arise continuously from moment to moment of the progressing development. Every modification of ever-changing experience is a modification of mind and body, each in its individual integrity. The antithesis of the two constitutes the essential nature of living action. The principle of living action is an organization of ends, an organization of means, and a continuous adaptation of ends to means and means to ends. The organizations realize antithetical principles. The one achieves freedom, the other necessity. The notion of means involves rigid determinism. A means which is not the necessary means is not a means. The notion of end involves freedom. A necessary end is not an end. The dichotomy itself is grounded in necessity. It is because the principles are antithetical that each must organize itself independently of the other. There is no common quality of mind and body, and no common measure between them, which would render it conceivable that mental things and bodily things should enter indifferently into either a mental or a bodily process. Equally inconceivable is a mind without embodiment and a body without mind to give purposiveness to its coordinated processes. It is only as whole and individual, and not composed of classes of discrete entities, that mind and body are in perfect union in a relation of absolute mutual interdependence. The term which seems to me best adapted to express the interaction of the mind and the body is solidarity. The old legal meaning of this word exactly fits the notion. It was originally a term of Roman and civil law to express the character in a contract which, in a single matter, involved individual obligations on the part of the contractors severally, and corresponding rights to the holders. The term solidarity means, therefore, that diverse, even divergent activities together bring to pass a single common result to which all the activities contribute without sacrificing their individual integrity. The term causality, on the other hand, as used in physical science, apart from any question as to the legitimacy of its employment therein, means that in some way something which is distinguished as cause disappears, and its exact equivalent reappears in something which is distinguished as effect. The interaction of mind and body is not of a causal, but of a solidary nature. I can now, I think, make clear my scheme of this interaction. Let us call living action A. Then we may say that every A is B, C, these standing respectively for what pertains to the mind system and to the body system. B and C are not in direct relation, but only in indirect relation. AB is different from AC, and the relation between B and C is that both are implied in A. Thus there is interaction between B and C without causal relation. For let us suppose that the initiation of a change is in B. The change is a change of A, but A is also C, and therefore there is a change in C consequent on the change in B. It is the nature of the consequence which is all important in my theory. A is always changing, change being of the essence of activity, and the change of A is a change in system B, and a change in system C. The relation of B and C to one another is mutual adaptation. A profound change in B may necessitate very slight adaptation in C, may conceivably necessitate no adaptation at all, and then the changes in B and C are quite disproportionate. It is this that differentiates my view from parallelism. The change in the mind is never commensurate with the change in the body, and there is no one-to-one correspondence which would make it possible for even an infinite intelligence to read the one in the other. Let me try and apply the formula. Life, I have said, is enduring and efficient, and I have shown that these characters are antithetical. I suppose, then, life to exist in an undifferentiated unity. If I am challenged to justify this supposal by any actual experience, I have, of course, to acknowledge that there is no such experience. I am presenting a scheme of the genesis of experience, not a temporal history of it. There is no experience of life save as already differentiated into body and mind. This is not a difficulty peculiar to philosophy. It is an inherent difficulty of all scientific explanation. How, for example, can I schematize what light is without the notion of latent energy? Yet, so far as experience is concerned, latent energy is non-existent energy. I conceive life, then, as first an undifferentiated unity which to realize itself, to become actual, to be living action, must differentiate itself. This differentiation is a dichotomy, a separation into two individual systems, the order of which is governed by principles which are opposite and contradictory, but at the same time the systems are complementary. One principle realized in the mind, the other in the body. One forms an enduring agent preserving past and projecting future action, and the other an efficient instrument inserted into the whole system of interacting forces within which it is operative. Freedom is essential to the agent, mechanical necessity to the instrument. Here we must be on our guard lest our metaphors defeat us. Agent and instrument are metaphors, which almost directly suggest the distinction between a machine and its function, and we cannot apply this distinction to the relation of mind and body. Between life and function there exists no distinction. The body is not like a motor car, which a man leaves in his garage until he has need of it. Living action progresses with the continuous modification of mind and body. The action is neither physical nor psychical, nor partly physical, partly psychical. It is psychophysical. No physical influence affects the mind save through the body, and no psychical influences passes from the mind save through the body. All and every experience modifies both mind and body, but the modification is not a mechanical addition to something which, but for the addition, remains identical with what it was before. However subtle and imperceptible the change may be which new experience effects on the mind, it is the whole mind which is changed, and however slight the demand on the body a new experience makes, even though the action called for may appear a mere repetition of countless previous similar actions, a change is effected in the whole disposition of the coordinated mechanisms which comprise the body. We know that the organs of the body and constituent elements of the organs atrophy with disuse and grow with use. A continuity of change in mind and body is a condition of life. Here I may offer a remark on the bearing of this theory on the question of survival. It is not strictly relevant, yet to many the predominant interest of the whole problem of the interaction of mind and body is the light it throws on it. I see nothing irrational in the notion of a survival of personal experience after death. The credibility of it, as a matter of fact, must depend on ordinary scientific evidence, and with this my theory has nothing to do. The only question it is concerned with is how far the system I call mind is conceivable when the system I call body is practically destroyed. There are two types of religious dogma. One is the natural immortality of the soul, the other is the resurrection of the body. I do not propose to discuss or compare them in regard to their conceivability, for with the first my present argument is not concerned. I will only point out, therefore, that so far as the view of the relation of mind and body which I have tried to set forth is concerned, some embodiment is essential to every presentation of mind as image of a concrete person, or as general idea or concept of an actual individual. If, then, we believe that the departed soul can or does return now and here, or that it may or will return hereafter, or that it moves to a new sphere and lives in other conditions, the pertinent questions in regard to any such belief are those which St. Paul set himself to answer. Quote, "How are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come?" End quote. A soul without a body would be a non-receptive, non-active mind, and that is only not a contradiction in terms, because there are no terms to contradict. Mind and body are then, in my view, two disparate, but not separate nor separable systems or orders. They are the necessary condition of the realization of life in action. They arise and undergo modification continuously in the process of living action. They interact continuously by mutual adaptation. They are never in direct causal relation, in the sense in which that relation holds in an energetical system, but they have a common source and cooperate in a common end. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anautumnous. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity, by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 9. The Mechanism of Psychophysical Activity. Une sensation va faire telle ou telle idée. Donc nous avons cette idée aussitôt que nous avons cette sensation. Voilà une conclusion que le nouveau métaphysicien ne manque jamais de trier. Condillac, Trait de Sensation. Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 8. When Hume described the constituent elements of experience as impressions and ideas, and when Kant described the fundamental matter distinct from the form of experience as the manifold of sense, they referred not to what we call perceptions, but to something simpler and more elementary, to what we call sensations. The pure empiricist, that is, one who acknowledges experience as the only criterion of reality, seems to find in sensations not only something indisputable, simple, and elementary, but also something which in a singularly precise way corresponds to the function of the constituent elements of the neural structures of the body. In fact, when we begin our study of the mind by making an inventory and descriptive classification of the sensations, we seem to be following a natural course, directly suggested and borne out by the science of the structure and function of the nervous system. Up to a certain point, everything has seemed to confirm this view. It has always been recognized, and the recognition is the starting point of a science of psychology, that sensation is sui generis. It is impossible to identify it with physical structure, with vibration, material or ethereal, or with any kind of mechanical action. Yet there has seemed to be, in fact, a relation between the two not only in their simple origin, but at every stage of their growing complexity. This parallelism of psychical and physical has frequently been taken as primary fact and as affording evidence of an undiscovered, if not an undiscoverable, identity. The parallelism takes the form of the simple affirmation that as invariable fact, whenever there is a psychical event, let us say a sensation, there is always concomitant with it a physical event, the stimulation of a neural structure. The relation between the two events is not causal in the meaning of physical science, for there is no common measure. Parallelism as a theory led directly to the concept of the epiphenomenon. This concept was formed in order to give expression to the fact that the parallelism is one-sided, heavily weighted, as it were, on the side of the physical, for the psychical is not concomitant with the whole of the neurological, much less with the whole of the physical. Sensation came to be regarded, therefore, as an epiphenomenon, a concomitant of certain special neural conditions on which conditions, however, it did not react. Sensation in this view is conditioned by neural structure, and it is always the conditionate, never vice versa. This long accepted and comparatively simple idea of the relation of sensation to nerve structure has been completely upset by the recent great expansion of the science of neurology. Recent research, so far as it throws light on the fact of sensation, proves that sensation is not simple and ultimate, or, in any definitely technical meaning, specific, that it rarely, if ever, enters into conscious experience as a specific response to a definite stimulus, that its simple character does not depend on the elements we are able to dissociate, and that the quality of sensation taken as a response to a definite stimulus is neither in intensity nor in extensity graduated by the stimulus. Let us first, however, examine a little more closely the old concept of the simplicity and elementary character of sensation in order to see why it has needed reform. Psychical life is a duration, but it seems constituted of a succession of sense impressions. These are not easy to isolate, but the difficulty is not that of distinguishing them, it is rather the practical difficulty of experiencing them separately. In the first place, they are so rapid in their succession as to appear continuous. And in the second place, the sensations of the different senses are simultaneous, so that any moment of experience a vast number of interconnected sensations of different quality are mingled together. Each sensation seems, however, to have its occasion in a sense impression, and each sense impression its occasion in the physical stimulus of a sense organ. And although the mechanism enabling these impressions to be associated together and to give rise to the perceptions or conceptions which constitute knowledge is extremely complex, the inference seems plain that, reduced to its utmost simplicity, the fundamental scheme of knowledge is that physical activities stimulate sensitive surfaces and are translated into psychical qualities out of which our perception of external reality is constructed. This external reality may be a fiction or construction of the mind. It may be no more than a sensation plus a possibility of sensations, but it is always conceived as more than the actual sensation. The idea of the possibility of a passage from sensation to knowledge depends on the implication that there is a constant relation between stimulus and sensation. It is not necessarily causal, but the psychical quality must be thought of as in some correlation with the physical reality. All the older psychology was built on this presupposition, and one of the most important movements in the history of philosophy is the attempt to show that knowledge of every kind is an association of simple sensations. Idealists and realists alike have been in agreement in accepting as a fundamental fact that sensation, taken in its simplicity and apart from any causal inference, is ultimate. Their controversy arose over the causal inference, the realists insisting that the actual physical objects were revealed by sensations, these being the psychical equivalent of sensible qualities in the objects. The idealists, who followed Berkeley declaring the sensations themselves the objects of perception, denying any ground of inference to an independent reality, and accounting for objectivity by a theory of ideal substance. The skeptics, following Hume, denied the possibility of validifying any inference whatever, substantial or causal. Throughout the whole of this controversy, the unassailability of the sensation as the ultimate constituent of experience was accepted almost as an axiom. It not only was never called in question, but it appeared unquestionable, and the whole controversy was as to the sufficiency or insufficiency of sensations of themselves to constitute experience. The main difficulty was to account for the idea of necessary connection, which seemed as fundamental in experience as the constituents themselves, for even the skeptic must produce a theory of the appearance of necessity in justification of his denial of the fact. 19th century idealism was not based on denial of the fundamental reality of sensation, but on the affirmation that the relations or connections of sensations are of equal objectivity, and as constitutive of experience as the sensations themselves. This principle first found full expression in the concept of the a priori synthesis. The later controversy has been between those who have held that relations are as foundational and as constitutive of experience as the matter of sense, and those who have held that relations, however necessary to and presupposed in experience, are purely external and do not affect the independent existence of the sensible matter. The most definite recognition of the objectivity of sensations of the full scientific meaning is the well-known sensations theory of the physicist Ernest Mach, 1834 to 1916. Sensations, being the ultimate constituents of experience, are in his view the basis on which physical science itself must rest. Everything physical, insofar as it is knowable, is translatable into terms of sensation. Inasmuch, however, as sensations are purely psychical, and inasmuch as the psychical does not enter into the system of direct causal action and compensated reaction of physics, he was obliged to adopt the theory of parallelism. By adopting the hypothesis of parallelism, sensations became amenable to scientific treatment, for although they cannot themselves be directly measured, they are now correlated with a physical series which can be. Sensations can indeed be classified and their laws determined. Also, they are representable in idea and the subject matter of intercourse between mind and mind. Yet they are a peculiar class of phenomena inasmuch as they are themselves immediate experience and also the type or form to which all knowledge is reducible. They cannot be brought within the physical system because their relation to physical reality is not causal or consequential in the scientific meaning of an equivalence of action and reaction. They are, in fact, a parallel series. They are not an aspect of the physical nor in any way identical with the physical, but ideal existences. They constitute the mind as an ability to know and are the form to which all knowledge is reduced. As a matter of fact, however, there are three series, viz. 1. The physical actions and reactions, 2. The physiological responses, and 3. The psychical responses or sensations. The first and second belong to the physical system, the third does not. The science of sensations in this view is therefore not psychology in the ordinary acceptance of the term. That is to say, it is neither introspective nor subjective. It treats sensations as equally objective with the facts of physical science, and its main interest is to determine the laws by which they have come to reveal to the mind the physical universe. An interesting illustration of Mach's problem and method is given in the careful drawing he made, reproduced in the Sensationstheorie, of the actual visual imagery accompanying his conscious perception when lying in bed. He drew accurately the perspective of the objects and the actual proportion of everything which came within his field of vision. The extraordinary disproportion between the actual sense impressions on the retina and his perceptions, also the distortion in perspective, which to all appearance must be automatically corrected, is strikingly demonstrated. The whole scheme of a science of sensations is based on the assumption that the conditions of a sensation are invariable. The quality of the sensation is not deducible from its conditions, but the existence of the sensation is invariably accompanied by a physical change in material structures. For example, let the sensation be a vivid patch of red. I may attribute it to a direct image of a visible object, or to an after image when my eyes are closed and there is therefore no object. But in each case, the sensation is concomitant with a specific change in certain nerve structures. The sensation and the change in nerve tissue are the two parallel existences, and each seems reducible to an original elementary simplicity, and each concomitantly develops an ever-growing complexity. Simple strains in a structureless ether develop the complexity of mind. Such, in brief, is Mach's theory. The scheme is scientific both in its conception and in its method, and the criticism of philosophy upon it is that, however useful it may prove in practice, it can never give what it is intended to give and what it professes to give: a theory of knowledge and existence, a scientific philosophy. It cannot do so because the simplicity which is its goal is only reached by abstraction, and that is by subtracting more and ever more from the richness and diversity of experience. The fascination of the idea that the simple elements we obtain by elaborate and arbitrary methods of abstraction are more real, more abiding, and more original than the living whole from which we have abstracted them is irresistible, however irrational. It seems, for example, almost absurd to question the fact that the earliest forms of life on our planet were of extreme simplicity, and that the more complex forms have evolved from them. Yet the evidence for it, so far as actual fact is concerned, is purely negative, the absence of fossil remains, and the theoretical problem is more and not less complicated by the hypothesis. Yet the opposite assumption even shocks us by its unscientific character. It is not evidence, therefore, in the empirical meaning, but a reasoning which seems inherent in our nature that is at the root of our conviction. We have but to recollect the astonishment caused in our own generation by the discovery of the evidence of a prehistoric, yet essentially modern, civilization in Crete, and, even more amazing, the increasing evidence that Neolithic man possessed the arts of agriculture and engaged in oversea trade. It is precisely the same inherent reasoning which makes us think that the infant mind must consist of extremely simple associations, and that the adult mind is gradually built up out of infantile trials and errors. In the case of the simplicity of sensations and their parallelism with a corresponding simplicity of physiological reaction, however, it is not by general philosophical criticism of general scientific method that it stands condemned. The theory fails to accord with fact in the ordinary sense in which appeal to fact is made. The description which the theory of parallelism presupposes proves false. It is proved false by the discovery of the function of the cerebral cortex in sensation. Let us first, however, examine more closely the theory of parallelism itself. The sensation and the physiological condition concomitant with it are conceived by the theory of parallelism as each in itself ultimately of extreme simplicity. Each is the constituent element of a series of events. The two series are unalterable in their special nature and therefore not interchangeable, but each series within its own procession is able to give rise to endless variety, diversity, and complexity by addition, coalescence, commingling, and such like mechanical relations. An analysis of experience is supposed to end in a quality which has to be accepted as simple existence, the sensation. It is accompanied by definite quantitative change and a special physiological structure. The original idea of a parallelism was metaphysical. It was first definitely formulated by Leibniz as a hypothesis to explain the relation of the mind to the body. He suggested that the mind and body might be related to one another as two entirely independent but perfectly regulated clocks, the workmanship of a divine artificer. Each would depend on its own principle and be independent of the other, but each at every moment would exactly accord with the other. Modern psychologists, faced with the difficulty of bringing the science of mind with the energetical system of physical science, availed themselves of this idea. It seemed at least to be innocent and non-committal. Its acceptance might be half-hearted and unsatisfactory, but as a provisional hypothesis, it at least appeared to offer a principle by which the new science of mind could get to work. For anything to be scientifically treated, the first condition is that it be measurable, and the hypothesis seemed to offer a very effective substitute for direct measurement. It appeared, moreover, to be justified by the pragmatic test of success in working, and psychological research generally tended more and more to confirm it. A great advance was made when Johannes Müller, 1801 to 1858, formulated the theory of specific energy of the nerves, and when later Weber, 1795 to 1878, and following him Fechner, 1801 to 1887, announced the discovery of a definite psychophysical law, it seemed that the foundation of a descriptive science of mind on the basis of complete parallelism was assured. Even when the promise of progress along the line was disappointed, the basis of parallelism seemed to be continually confirmed by new discovery. Following the formulation of specific energy came the analysis of skin sensations to the four completely distinct classes of heat, cold, touch, and pain, each class served by a specific nerves and distinguishable by the sensitive spots. It was found possible by careful survey to map out the exact distribution of these spots on the whole surface of the body, and it seemed to indicate that we had found the ultimate elements of neurological discrimination on the one hand and qualitative psychical response on the other. Side by side with this advance in the discrimination of nerve endings has gone an increasing discovery of the localization of function in the central nerve masses of the brain and spinal cord. First, the parts of the cortex which are concerned with the sensations of the special senses, vision, hearing, taste, and smell, were localized. Then it was found possible to map out a motor area and detect the exact spots at which the control of the voluntary muscles which move the limbs and those which bring about the complicated movements of articulate speech are situated. Everything seemed to tend to the conclusion that on each side, the physiological and the psychological, there is ultimate elementary simplicity, and that the complexity of the concrete mind-body is purely mechanical. The fact that the two orders, psychical and physical, could not be reduced to one seemed to be adequately met, or at least its disconcerting obstinacy to be overcome, by the hypothesis of parallelism. It was indeed surprisingly simple. An organ like the great brain or cerebral cortex, containing thousands of millions of individual cells, each with a specific function, could not be easy to lay bare in its working, or to follow in the intricacy of its paths, but at least it seemed clear that its work could be no other than that of associating the sensations, and so providing the condition of judgment and general mental process. Recent discoveries have completely disappointed this promise and altered the whole aspect of the problem. They begin with the discovery by Dr. Head, in a famous experiment already referred to, that there are two systems of sensitivity, completely distinguishable from one another, named by him the epicritic and the protopathic. The discovery, interesting enough in itself, might yet have remained a mere detail of physiological and psychological analysis, had not its discoverer at once grasped its significance and followed it as a clue to guide him in his further researches, more especially with regard to the function of the cerebral cortex. Let me first, however, try to indicate without entering into an anatomical and physiological details the significance of the discovery for theory of knowledge. I will take an illustration. The fingertips are extremely sensitive and highly discriminative. The slightest contact with an object is enough to obtain a psychical response conveying the most delicate distinctions in the physical stimuli of temperature, surface quality, pressure, weight, etc., and also a high degree of sensitiveness to pain. When I shake hands with a friend, my fingers not only discriminate temperature, surface, pressure, etc. of the physical object, but enable me to respond in thought and feeling to all the modifications introduced by my friend into his handshake. In fact, my handshake may become a language. In all this, I have an experience which, however hopelessly complicated the task may appear, offers no theoretical difficulty to an ultimate resolution on analysis into simple elementary sensations responding to simple elementary stimuli. But now suppose the hand I touch is that of the lady with whom I am in love. Will any analysis into epicritical sensations of pain, touch, heat, and cold describe, much less exhaust, the response? I am not thinking of any emotions which may have other occasions, but purely and simply of the response to the hand touch. There is a difference of kind and not of degree in the sensation itself. The lady's hand is not softer or warmer or more delicate to my touch, judged by any physical criterion, nor need I suppose any intention to impart language on her part, nor yet is the quality of the sensation due to judgment being warped by imagination or emotion. It is a protopathic response. The significant thing, however, and that to which I now wish to direct special attention, is that this difference cannot be accounted for by saying that in one case the sensation evokes emotions, in the other not. It may be true as a first description. It is useless as an explanation, for it explains nothing. No analysis of pure sensations as simple accompaniment of physiological reactions to physical stimuli will discover the difference which makes some evoke specific emotions, some not. The emotions, in fact, are not conditioned by the senses. They are indifferent to them. They are conditioned by aesthetic imagery. Clearly something must intervene between pure sensation and emotion, and it must be psychical. It intervenes not only between sensation and emotion, but also between sensation and responsive muscular action. An image is created. This essential, pivotal fact in the working of the psychophysical mechanism is purely mental, however it purport to represent nature and matter. It is the aesthetic activity, and if we must assign an instrument in the organism, we must locate it in the cerebral cortex, for when that is injured, the functioning of the image-producing activity is impaired, but it cannot be identical with the pure receptivity of the mind in regard to sensations. It is necessary to suppose this function, and when we consider what it implies, we see that it must be wholly distinct from the sensory function itself. It cannot, that is to say, be only integration, to however high a degree of perfection such integration be carried, by means of simple association or any other mechanical mental process. It cannot be so, because knowledge is not an association of sensations, but an interpretation of them. Were we able to study exhaustively the sensitive spots and to manipulate them in endless varieties of combination, playing on them as we strike chords on the keyboard of a pianoforte, we could not thereby constitute knowledge. Not because there is no common factor between psychical quality and physical quantity, but because knowledge is interpretation. It supposes a factor which fits the sensation into an imaginative system. If the cerebral cortex be, as there is every reason to believe it is, the organ of intellect in its highest specialization and the means by which logical processes of thought are carried out, this is the function par excellence we must assign to its response to sensation. Aesthetic activity conditions logical activity. Concepts depend on images. Anatomical and physiological research has come to confirm this view. If the cerebral cortex generated the mind by exercising the passive, mechanical, responsive, associative, and integrative functions which used to be assigned to it, we should expect that lesions of the cortex would be accompanied by definite quantitative effects on the sensitive spots. We should expect that according to the extent and affected area of the injury or destruction of tissue of the cortex, there would be interruption in the functioning of such of the sensitive spots as were in direct communication with it. For every sensitive spot is in communication with the cortex, and on that communication we suppose its particular psychical effect in consciousness to depend as well as its association and integration. It would be natural to suppose, therefore, that a definite diminution of sensation would follow injury or destruction of the cortex, corresponding to the extent of the injury, and due to throwing out of action a definite number or particular class, or a special area of sensitive spots. Nothing remotely approaching such a condition is found to take place. When the injury is confined to the cerebral cortex and other part of the nervous system are unimpaired, what we have is not loss of sensation, but disturbance of the normal interpretation. First of all, the power of accurate localization is lost, then the power to judge intervals of time, and then the power to estimate comparative weights and identify similar stimuli. But what is more curious and instructive still is that older, it may be pre-human, instinctive reactions and reflexes come into play. This cannot but suggest that the means by which these older systems have been superseded is a power which has been able to hold them repressed or inhibited without being destroyed, for they begin to function again when the control is weakened or the inhibition removed. See Henry Head, Sensation and the Cerebral Cortex, Brain, Volume 49, Part 2, 1918. The physiological and biological problem is to determine the function of the cerebral cortex. The psychological problem is to discover the psychical import of that function and its place in the mental life. It is on the relatedness of these problems I desire to concentrate attention. The physiologists have demonstrated that the sensitiveness of the organism, in whole or in part, is unaffected by injuries to the cerebral cortex, and further that the specific psychical apport of the separate sensitive spots is unaffected by the activity which the cerebral cortex exercises in response to it. It seems to me that this is precisely what a study of the mental life itself should lead us to expect. The basis of knowledge, its primary and essential condition, that on which all intellectual process depends, is imagery. Images are not sensations nor composed of sensations, though sensations are the occasion of their production. We have only to consider the two activities, perception and memory, to see how wholly dependent our mental life is on imagery. The mental life consists in perception and memory, and these active processes are concerned only with images. Thus, the pinprick gives me a sensation of pain which I feel. What I perceive is not the pain I feel, but the pinprick, and that is the sense image. What I remember is the pinprick, and that is the memory image. If I seem to remember the pain, it is not really the pain I felt which is reproduced, but an image, otherwise the memory would itself be sensation. Sensations are not images, nor are they in any intelligible meaning constituents or elements or components of images. Even if we adopt the standpoint of the associationist and resolve the image, in this case the pinprick, to an association of sensations, visual, tactile, and painful, even then over and above the sensations, simultaneous or successive, and their association, we have to postulate an activity which selects them and which, when it has selected them, fashions them into a permanent shape which makes it possible to present them, then and thenceforward, as one and identical. It is impossible to reject the fact that in some form image creation is the basis of intellectual life. The image, not the sensation, is the pivotal fact on which the whole structure of intellectual knowledge rests. In this highly significant fact, we may find the clue to the unraveling of some of the most perplexing riddles of our emotional and intellectual nature. Every human being is, I suppose to some degree, doubtless there is difference in the degree, at times the unwilling prey of sensuous imagery, and it gives rise to mental conflict. It seems to us at such times that we are slaves to ruthless impulsive emotions which compel the indulgence of imagery, even though at the same time we are fully conscious of the loathing with which it fills us. Literature teems with examples of what it is difficult to express adequately in technical scientific terms. Often enough, it is the tragedy of saintly lives. One of the finest artistic expressions of it is Robert Louis Stevenson's strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It is the burden of a great part of the writings of St. Paul, and it looms largely in the graphic description of the spiritual conflict which issues in that heart cry, "O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death?" The psychical fact which appears to me to lie at the basis of this mental conflict is the dependence of our emotions on imagery for their expression. It is true of all of our emotions, fear, anger, and the rest, and not only of the sexual emotions, although it is in sexual emotion that this dependence is most pronounced. Why should this give rise to conflict? Imagery is purely intellectual, by which I mean that the creating of images is a distinct mode of intellectual activity. The image is a product of intellectual activity. But the intellect is also on the motor side directly in control of the voluntary muscular system. It stands, therefore, eminently for what we call the will, meaning thereby not blind impulse, but the power to direct and control. Our emotions, on the other hand, belong to the affective side of our nature and control the glandular system. They bring about glandular activity and find their satisfaction in glandular discharge, but for the power to exercise this activity, they are absolutely dependent on imagery. Here, then, are the controlling forces, emotions compelling the intellect to find for them expression in imagery, the intellect unable to resist the compelling force of the emotion, yielding easily to the demand of the emotion for expression, but resisting the capture of the voluntary muscular system over which the emotion has no direct control. Let us look at it a little more closely and try to illustrate it from the facts of common experience. The point for which I am contending is the recognition of the image as distinct from the sensation. The image is the product of an aesthetic activity and not of a passive sensibility. In the first place, it is entirely in accord with the well-known theory of dream interpretation associated with the researches of Freud and Jung and their followers. According to this theory, the dream is caused by active wishes, or impulses or cravings repressed in the unconscious mind, which avail themselves of the relaxation of censorship during sleep to emerge into consciousness. They can only express themselves by clothing themselves in imagery, and for this purpose they avail themselves of the images which have formed some recent experience and are therefore ready to hand. Hence the phantasmagory, distortion and contraction of the dream consciousness. What is significant to me in this theory is the recognition that the only outlet of an impulse to expression is sensuous imagery. The dream is a striking instance of it, but it is just as true of waking experience. If there are no images, there is no perceptual world, for images are not conglomerated sensations, but sui generis products of an aesthetic activity. Especially instructive are dreams, which are primarily caused by physical discomfort, and which end in glandular or valvular discharge, cases in which the impulse is not a repressed wish, but an ordinarily controlled natural function. Here, if anywhere, we should expect that an impulse, active during the unconsciousness of sleep, would of itself bring about the required relieving action, yet it seems unable to do this until it can draw the aesthetic faculty of the mind into activity. Consider now an ordinary emotion, fear, for example. In its terrifying form, it is a rare and occasional experience, but in the milder form of anxiety, it enters into the daily ordinary life of everyone, differing greatly indeed according to temperament. In its way, it illustrates admirably the conflict, though on a lower and unimportant plane. Anxiety has only one way of expressing itself, and that is compelling the image-forming activity. We resist, but we are helpless. A child has not returned home at its wonted hour, or a friend lies ill. We may know perfectly well, and may be able to think of, numberless reasons which would account for the one or the other, and we know that, as a probability, disaster as the cause of the child's absence, or death as the end of the friend's illness, is negligible. Yet if anxiety overcomes us, we picture street accidents, portray vividly all kinds of dangers, or we think of death and follow the imagery to the funeral scenes and mourning. We may be all the time conscious that our fears are idle and our forebodings foolish. We may be vexed with ourselves and try to disperse the images. It is useless. We are helpless. But no sooner is the anxiety relieved than all this imagery disappears into oblivion. So complete is the oblivion that when, as we must in the ordinary nature of chances, happen to someone sometimes, a real disaster is simultaneous with an anxiety, and the image in which it had found expression, it seems supernatural and an instance of occult, or at least abnormal, mind activity. These facts, when we give full attention to them, seem to make it clear, not only that there is in us as part of our human nature a distinct aesthetic or image-forming activity, but that it is the fundamental activity, the basis of perception and the condition of action. This is not the ordinary view. Imagination or fancy is a mental power universally recognized, but also universally rejected as having no claim to be constitutive of the real world of practical life. It stands as the very name for unreality. It seems to us to weave airy forms which dissolve and vanish at the touch of real life. We know that the objects we perceive as well as the objects we imagine are images. We can give no other meaning to our words. The glorious crimson clouds in a sunset sky could not be presented to the mind as identical with the tiny globules of water which surround us as a gloomy, chilly fog when we are within them, had the mind no power to form images. It is images we perceive, interpret them how we will. Yet despite this fact, we are firmly convinced that a sharp and absolute difference in kind separates into two classes the images we perceive and the images we fancy. Separates, therefore, the activity of perceiving from the activity of imagining. It seems the height of paradox to declare that the things we perceive and the things we fancy alike receive their form and substance from one another, from one and the same creative activity of the mind. I want to show that when we start with the concept of reality as life and consciousness, and not as something or other on which these somehow depend, when we make the task of philosophy to follow the life of the mind in its development or unfolding and thus present it as history, then it is no longer a paradox, and the appearance of paradox is itself explained as an end at which the life activity has aimed and which it has achieved. There is, however, one condition to which any sound metaphysics must submit, failing which it can never bring conviction to the human mind. It must respect the concept of the objectivity of the real. That is to say, philosophy begins by showing that the ordinary notion of what constitutes the objectivity of nature is irrational. It must replace the notion with one that is rational. We cannot reject the ordinary notion and propose to do without the absolute objectivity at all. Continually throughout the history of human thought, notions which have seemed fundamental, rooted in the nature of things, have been undermined and replaced with other notions, but they have always been replaced. The concept of physical reality has undergone continual change, but throughout all the revolutions in our ideas, objectivity in the absolute sense has not been in question. It is not by dialectical arguments like those of Zeno and Heraclitus that men have become convinced that the earth is not at rest, that the atmosphere has weight, that a mass is a function of velocity, that particles are charges of electricity. At every stage of the evolution of ideas, to be effective, a new view has had to replace the old, and the new view has had to be more satisfactory in its objective aspect. Precisely the same is true with regard to the concept of perceptual reality. The belief of mankind that perceptual images are objectively real and fanciful images are subjectively real, that the one are caused by physical objects and the other by a riot of the faculty we call imagination, seems grounded in the nature of things and unquestionable. No dialectical exposition of the baselessness or even absurdity of this interpretation of experience will bring conviction, which simply denies the objective distinction of the perceptual image, or which places it objectively on the same plane as the fanciful image. Philosophy is in the first place the aesthetical problem. In what does the reality of the perceptual image, the unreality of the fanciful image, consist? And in the second place, the logical problem. In what does the objectivity of knowledge and truth, the subjectivity of opinion and error, consist? The second of these problems has been recognized as the peculiar province of philosophy from earliest times. The first has been much later in gaining recognition and is even yet hardly acknowledged. Yet the moment our reflection is directed on this aesthetic problem, it becomes clear that the failure of science to find any ground in experience for the fundamental distinction on which it rests, the aesthetic distinction of perceptual and fanciful images, is absolute. Consider the ultra-scientific theory of sensations to which I have referred. Let us challenge it, not generally, but on a particular point most favorable to it. There are 3 series of actual objective events: a series of physical events, a series of psychological events, and a series of psychical events. The theory is that the sensations or psychical series are invariably concomitant with it, the physiological series, but only when the physiological series is in direct and immediate relation to the physical series does the series of sensations become a series of perceptual images. How, then, are we able to explain the phenomenon of the after-image? I am lying in bed, and my eyes are directed to the pendant electric lamp. I switched off the light, and the room is completely dark. In a few moments, I have the vivid sensation of an intensely brilliant green glow passing, on its sharply defined outline, into orange-red, projected where I imagine wall or ceiling to be. After a few seconds it passes, at first slowly, then with an increased acceleration, to the right. Why do I say that the image of the electric lamp before I switch the light off is resolvable into 3 concomitant series, and the after-image into only 2? By assuming the physical series in the one case and the absence in the other, I can offer myself some more or less plausible hypothesis, no doubt, but confining myself to the acknowledged data of the theory of sensations, I have and can have no possible explanation. At any rate, if there be one, it is yet to be produced. It seems to me, then, that sensations, however fundamental, essential, and important, play a comparatively subordinate role in the mental life. No construction of them or development of them can constitute the concrete reality of life. The first expression of complete mind is the image, not the sensation, and the first self-sufficing form of activity is the imagination. When as yet there is no image, there is nothing. Abstract sensations cannot be welded together to form an image. Let me then outline the way in which the life of the mind appears to me to shape itself and to accord with the organization of the body for action. When we try to present the life of the mind in its full reality to the mind itself, we are met with a difficulty which is familiar enough in physical science, and which science has had to find the means of surmounting. This difficulty is that only a fragment of our full life comes to expression in consciousness, and that knowledge in its positive meaning is confined to that fragment. If then we would have a complete knowledge of mind, we must transcend consciousness to the extent of forming a conception of unconscious mental existence. In physical science we have had the same difficulty. It appears not self-explanatory, and we have therefore to introduce the concept of energy, an energy latent when it is not kinetic. In precisely the same way, we must introduce the concept of energy if we would comprehend the full life of mind. Here, however, there is an important, it seems to me all-important, difference. We are not without knowledge of mind energy. It is only the form of the knowledge which offers a difficulty. In regard to a psychical reality as compared with a physical reality, we are in a privileged position. We know our life in living it. We experience the inward force and push as well as the outward expression. In fact, had we not this intuition of mind energy, it is difficult to imagine we could ever have formed the concept of physical energy. Our difficulty in this case of mind is to find a concept which will express the existence of our activity before it finds expression. Mind is pure activity, and activity is only known in its expression. An activity is what it does, and what it does expresses what it is. We experience this activity in two forms, first as emotion, second as action. Both forms seek expression, depend in fact on expression, and find expression in the image. Until there is imagery, there is no mental expression of any kind. But while one form is definitely shaping itself in action, the other form is indirectly concerned with action. Herein, it seems to me, consists the difference between the perceptual and the fanciful image. While the one is only indirectly and remotely connected with action, the other is intimately concerned in, and called forth by, the forming action. And here physiology and biology come to our aid. Physiology shows that the cerebral cortex is mainly concerned in the shaping, controlling, and directing our voluntary actions, and to this purpose integrating a glandular system stimulated by a protopathic sensibility and a muscular system stimulated by an epicratic sensibility. Biology shows the antiquity of the protopathic system with its psychical accompaniment of emotion and instinctive action, and the evolution of the epicritical system in the rise and development of the new brain with its psychical accompaniment of voluntary self-conscious action, culminating in the intellectual activity in man. However this may be, my main contention is that the nature of the activity which finds expression in emotion on the one hand, and in purposive action on the other, we have the true distinction between the fanciful and the perceptual image. To sum up, then, the theory of sensation supposes that the mind consists of ultimate simple qualities forming a series of successive and simultaneous psychical existents. That this series is concomitant with a series of physiological changes in specific nerve structures. That these physiological changes are primarily induced by the stimulus of movements, material or ethereal, in the physical universe. The sensations are held to be states of mind which are related together by laws of association analogous to the attractions and repulsions of physics. Criticism of this theory reveals its utter inadequacy to account for the primary fact of mental life, the image. Perception and memory, the distinctive activities of the mind, depend on imagery. There are two kinds of images: perceptual images which represent the objective reality of the world, and fanciful images which represent the ideal independence of the mind of that objective reality. The difference between perceptual and fanciful images, according to the theory of sensations, is that the physiological series of neural changes which accompanies the sensations composing the images in one case is, in the other is not, concomitant with a series of external physical stimuli. The criticism of this theory shows that there is nothing in the sensation which reveals whether it is or is not concomitant with anything else. When we reject the view that mind is conditioned by an independent reality on which it depends, and conceive mind as itself the reality of an activity of which all existence is a mode, the concept of activity itself involves a twofold mode of existence, one latent and one potential, the other actual and expressed. Mind is an inward push expressing itself in outward action. The latent activity of the mind is called into expression by the sensitivity of the body. Bodily activity is glandular and muscular. Mental activity is either emotional and sensory or voluntary and motor. Both forms are dependent on imagery for expression. The images are distinguished by their function. Emotion is connected with a system of deep protopathic sensitivity and only indirectly concerned with action. Will is intellectual and directly concerned with action. Will is connected with a superficial, sharply differentiated epicritical sensitivity. Its expression is called forth by the continually present need of shaping the progressing action, and this gives its objective character to the perceptual image. The role of sensation is to form a kind of sentry outpost system to the mind. Sensations have no apport. They evoke images, but the images are not the sensations plus associated reminiscences of sensations. An image is the work of the mind sui generis. This essential characteristic, manifestation of mind, is the aesthetic activity. The mind expresses its inner impulses and latent force by creating images. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Anautumnous.
Chapter 10 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 10. Monadic Intercourse. Quote, Don Quixote affirmed the 2 flocks of sheep were armies with such assurance that Sancho actually believed it, and said to his master, And pray now, good your worship, what must we do? What, answered Don Quixote, but assist and support that side which is weak and discomforted. Thou must know, Sancho, that yonder host that fronts us is led and commanded by the mighty emperor Alifanfaron, sovereign of the great island of Trapoban, and that the other belongs to his mortal enemy, the king of the Garamantians, known by the name of Pentapolin with the naked arm, because he always goes into battle with the sleeve of his right arm tucked up. End quote. From Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes. If we accept the view of monadic activity, which sees in the image, and not in the sensation, the essential expression of mind, the problem of the intercourse of monads is completely transformed. The psychological inquiry has brought us back to the metaphysical problem already indicated in the discussion of the windowlessness of the monad, the problem whether in conceiving the knowledge of the monad to be solipsistic, we are not thereby rendering an intercourse between monads inconceivable. When we come to see, however, that intercourse depends not on the power of one monad to impart something of its substance to another, but on its power to evoke aesthetic activity in another, the problem is raised to a new and higher plane. It's generally admitted that at some stage of its activity the mind forms images. It is almost universally thought that this cannot be either the primitive or the essential function of the mind. Images seem in their very nature to be subjective and personal and supererogatory, their value being proportional to their verisimilitude to some objective reality to which the mind is passive and on which the image is molded. Ordinarily, this something objective is assumed to be the external world which makes impressions on the mind. But for the analytic psychologist, it is perception, and perception has generally been taken to be an association of definite and distinct and specific sensations. On any sensation theory, the problem of intercourse is insoluble, because there is no way of association by which passively received sensations can become language, and without language, in the wide meaning and not in the narrow meaning which restricts it to spoken or written words, there is no means of intercourse. On the other hand, when we conceive the mind in the first moment of its expression as an aesthetic activity, that is, as an activity which expresses its intuition in imagery as the necessary preliminary of translating living force into outward action, then we see that the image is already language, and the problem of intercourse disappears. Human beings possess in speech most highly developed and mobile language. Speech is indeed the distinctive feature of human nature, and has, probably more than any other endowment, secured to man his present predominant position over other living forms. It is dependent, as we know, on a special development of the cerebral cortex. contrived to give the human will control over a varied and immense range of delicately coordinated movements of the muscles of mouth, tongue, larynx, etc. Regarding the problem from the purely psychical side, it appears to us that, by whatever chance or concomitance of chances it originated, language essentially depends on a logical, that is, a reasoning process, and that it has developed pari passu with the development of our logical power. Nothing else seems necessary, so far as mental conditions are concerned, because man had this reasoning power, no doubt at first feeble, tentative, and imperfect. He had, we usually suppose, all the conditions necessary for discovering that there were other minds with whom, by agreement as to external signs, he could establish communication. The reason why animals do not speak is popularly held to be because they are more foolish than we are. That is, more deficient as compared with us in the power of logical reasoning. We pity them on this account and think of them as our poor dumb friends. Well, undoubtedly, spoken and written language is a refinement, dependent on the intellect, a special mode of mental activity, and conditioned by a special neural formation in the Rolanic area of the cerebral cortex. Language in its wide meaning, as the communication by outward expression of internal intuition, is not distinctively human and is not dependent on any reasoning process. It is dependent on mental activity, but on an aesthetic, not on a logical activity. It depends on images. Language means not that the sensitivity of one creature is communicated to another, and certainly not that the thought or idea of one person is of itself conveyed to another person, but that the image evoked by one mind can be made to evoke a corresponding image in another mind. The problem of intercourse, therefore, is clearly connected with the production of an image. What is the nature of this activity? An image is not something which is a common object to two minds. It is wholly private and personal to the mind which creates it. Intercourse, therefore, must mean that one mind can call forth the activity of another, and the power to do so is intimately connected with the activity which creates the image originally. This interconnection of the activity of two minds would be impossible were the image only a mosaic formed by the external association within the mind of its passive experience, its data of sense. Intercourse is impossible and unmeaning if the interrelatedness it implies is conceived on the analogy of the ordinary action and reaction of things in the physical world. Such interaction is not and could not, by any kind of transformation, become intercourse. If we want an analogy of the intercourse of mind with mind in the physical world, we must seek it not in the kind of communication we discover in colliding billiard balls, but in a phenomenon like that of wireless telegraphy. In wireless telegraphy, two instruments, when tuned to the right pitch, will respond to one another by reciprocal adaptation, the communication between them being established by the Hertzian waves. By the use of the discovery, intercourse is established between two operators. If we complete the scheme by including the minds of the two operators, we have an illustration of the relatedness of the monads in intercourse. There is no interaction in the scientific meaning. Expression in one mind evokes corresponding expression in the other, but that expression is not common to the two minds. It is not shared by them. It is not intercommunicated. Whatever form the expression takes in the individual minds, whether it be perceptual or conceptual, aesthetical or logical, it is incommunicable. Only when the two minds are attuned, like the instruments, is there intercourse, and the intercourse depends on the creation by each mind for itself of the appropriate imagery which expresses that accord. Let me illustrate what I mean by this psychical creation of imagery. Let us take a common instance of animal behavior below the human. For example, the behavior of the chicken newly hatched. Anyone may observe it. Very soon after its release from the egg, the chick is running about with its fellows, obeying the cluck of its foster mother, pecking at objects, swallowing some and rejecting others. It is indifferent to the presence of many living creatures in its environment, but immediately alarmed at the approach of others, running with the rest of its brood to the protection of the hens covering wings. The creature's behavior shows that it perceives and remembers. Let us assume that these faculties are part of its heritage. The important questions I wish to consider are the nature of the mentality, the mode of its working, and the product of the activity of the creature's mind insofar as it is revealed in its behavior. By a process of natural reasoning, we suppose that the order of the creature's experience must be, from without, inwards. Its mind seems to be dependent upon the data it receives, and as the creature appears to us to be richly endowed with organs of sense, we conclude that these have an informing function, and that the mind, with its activity of perceiving and remembering, shapes and forms this matter by a process which is ultimately reducible to association. If anyone will take the trouble to reflect on this notion, it will immediately appear that it is the notion of an impossible process. Assume whatever inherited powers of perception and memory you like, limit those powers to the direct and simple interpretation of sensations with their reflex or instinctive responsive actions, and see if you can, in any conceivable way, construct the experience. Think what the process of reasoning must be, which has to combine and integrate the multitudinous sensations, simultaneous and successive, visual, auditory, and tactile, pleasant and painful, graduated in intensity, extensity, and protensity, into that range of conscious experience which constitutes the first day in the life of a chicken. Do not make the mistake of thinking it is simply a time difficulty. Let one day be as 1,000 years to the chicken. It is impossible to conceive the means by which it could bring the manifold sense into the unity of its experience. But this difficulty is nothing to that of accounting for intercourse, even that limited intercourse which we denote by the term gregariousness. Call gregariousness an inherited instinct if you will, you must still form some concept of its mode of working. How, with a mind purely passive to the apport of sensation, and active only in association, can you account for the social actions of the creature? To call it an instinct, and leave its mode of working unexplained, and impossible to explain, is only to make more evident the bankruptcy of the notion that passivity to sensations and activity in logic exhaust the chicken's mind. Can we suppose the logical processes of perceiving and remembering associated sensations powerful enough of themselves to project sensations into the experience of another subject? The important thing is not the length of time nor the complexity of the process, but the utter impossibility of conceiving either its initiation or its success. It is evident, of course, under any hypothesis, that a newborn living creature such as a newly hatched chicken brings with it in its physiological organization a latent energy of past racial experience. But this does not remove the difficulty. It only throws it back. According to the sensation theory, however far back the organization of experience is projected, experience consists, and only can consist, of sensation and association, these being its ultimate and only factors. The vice of the whole theory lies in supposing that the mind is essentially a passive endowment, a faculty in a living creature of receiving a revelation of external reality and utilizing the revelation for the advantage of the living organism. I conceive the mode of mental activity entirely differently. To me, it is essentially the translation of internal energy into external expression. It works, therefore, from within outwards, not, as the other theory supposes, from without inwards. Sensations are psychical, but they are not states of mind, and mind does not consist of states. Sensations play a definite part in the life of the mind, but they are not little bricks out of which the mental life is constructed, the little threads by which the pattern is woven, or the formless stuff to which knowledge can ultimately be reduced. When a new individual living creature, such as a chicken, is born or hatched, its mind does not spring into existence when the active life begins. Its mind begins to find expression in living actions. The creation of a chicken's mind out of a chicken's living experience is inconceivable, for its mind is the whole of its past existing as latent energy, that is, as impulse and tendency. This mind seeks expression and is dependent on it for imagery. Sensation is the occasion which evokes the imagery, not the stuff of which the imagery consists. All this argument, when applied to the experience of a chicken, may sound anthropomorphic and absurd, but there is no need to suppose, and the reader is not asked to suppose, that the chicken's mind is finding expression in human imagery. Without being the chicken, it is impossible to experience chicken imagery, but we can know that imagery must be a condition of its mental life. And further, in taking an illustration from animal behavior, we can set aside as irrelevant all theories of the nature of instinctive action. Whether the behavior of the creature be instinctive or intelligent, it is inexplicable when we endeavor to translate it into, or state it in terms of, sensation theory, because sensations do not give us the essential factor in the behavior, namely, imagery. A sensation can be sensed, it cannot be perceived or imagined. Only an image can be perceived, memorized, anticipated. An image is a mental product sui generis. It does not exist in its own right, but in and for the mind which creates it. In creating the image, the mind gives expression to its intuition. But why will not the sensation, or at least a group of associated sensations, serve the purpose of the image? Simply because the sensation is, in its nature and origin, purely subjective and internal, and as such it must always remain. In order that there may be action, there must be objectivity. And until there is expression, there is no objectivity. The whole controversy concerning the nature of intercourse has been obscured by the tacit ignoring of imagery as a distinct stage in mental activity. Because it has seemed that the image can be no other than the sensations into which it appears to dissolve on analysis, it is assumed that it is no more, and that it is in no way different, and the problem has been to pass from subjective, passively experienced states of the soul to objects identical for all subjects of experience. The classical instance of this in the history of philosophy is the well-known attempt by Thomas Reid to meet the skeptical inquiry of Hume by an appeal to common sense. The appeal to common sense is based on the fact of human intercourse. The philosophical argument is that such intercourse is impossible unless there exists objects in common to the communicating minds. To be common to two minds, an object must, so it is argued, be independent of both. When 10 men look at the sun, there are not 10 objects, but one object, though there are 10 different perceptions of the object. The argument is neither logically sound nor metaphysically necessary, and it soon fell into disrepute. But it is important because it is being revived today in the theories of the new realism. As directed against the skepticism of Hume, the argument had a certain force, inasmuch as both sides ignored, and therefore denied, or rather denied because they failed to discover, any activity of the mind in knowledge. Activity, they held, was purely on the side of the object. To Hume, this object was not distinct from the mind, independent of it, and presented to it. For in his theory, there was no mind distinct from the object, nor object distinct from the mind. The objects of knowledge and the knowing mind simply were the impressions and ideas which constituted experience and gave form to it by association. It is exceedingly difficult to see how intercourse between minds on such a theory is possible, and it seems to follow that if, notwithstanding the logical difficulty, we accept intercourse as fact, we do thereby posit the community of a causal object. Why then did this dilemma of pure empiricism fail to manifest itself when the appeal was made to common sense? Simply because the same dilemma was inherent in the principle of common sense. It is quite clear that in either hypothesis, the hypothesis that there is, or there is not, a common object, the 10 men do not see the same sun, and merely to affirm that there is an independent sun, which no one of the 10 men can see, but which is the sole active cause of all the different perceptions of the 10 men, explains nothing at all. It merely affirms against empiricism the very belief which empiricism had challenged without offering any alternative explanatory principle. For empiricism and for common sense alike, mind is a tabula rasa, dependent for all it is on the impressions it passively receives, and therefore, for both alike, the problem is how impressions reveal objects. The real failure of empiricism is that it identifies sensations with perceptions, and consequently ignores completely the specific activity in imagination. Our perceptions are, for empiricism, complex or associated sensations, and sensations are for the mind the given, out of which experience is constituted. Contemporary empiricists and realists usually distinguish sensations and sense data, or as some philosophers prefer to call them, sensibilia. The difference is not existential, both belonging to experience. Sensations to the subjective order, sense data or sensibilia to the objective. But the mind does not perceive sensations, it perceives images, and images are not revealed or disclosed or discerned. They are wholly and completely a product of the mind's own active creation. The mind does not create in perceiving, but unless it had already created an image, it would have nothing to perceive. Imagination, in its pure and original meaning, is creative activity, and this creation is the essential nature of mind. When 10 men look at the sun, what each perceives is the image which his mind has created to give expression to its intuition. It is this image he thinks of as agreeing or not agreeing with the image in the mind of each of his fellows. It is imagination, in its distinct literal meaning, the power of creating forms, and not merely the power of reproducing or of more or less capriciously combining our actual or possible experience, which is the essential and fundamental spiritual activity. It makes intercourse possible because the mind, in finding expression in imagery, is creating for itself language. Sensation is private and incommunicable. Independent objects are, so far as knowledge is concerned, otios. The empiricists, who appealed to the one, and the philosophers of common sense, who appealed to the other, had no third alternative. Knowledge for them must either be the mind's awareness of its own sensations or the mind's passive response in contemplation to the action of independent objects, and both the alternatives are impossible. Neither party saw that the image which is the true object of perception is sui generis. Now it is quite clear that if there is intercourse between mind and mind, there is something communicable, and this something cannot be sensation, and it cannot be an object supposed to cause sensation, if the only possible knowledge of that object be the sense impressions it causes. Images are the language by which minds communicate. But here a difficulty will be raised. It will be said that if images are private and owned by the mind which produces them, then they are no more communicable than sensations. This would be so if intercourse implied a currency like the coinage passing from one mind's possession to another. Quite different, in my view, is the communication which language establishes between mind and mind. The first condition of intercourse is expression. A mind which, as yet, has not expressed its own intuitions, a mind which we can conceive, if we will, as reacting to external influences purely by internal sensations, clearly cannot communicate its experience to another, for it cannot express its experience to itself. Finding expression is self-realization. This is the first characteristic work of the mind. It is the image-forming activity, or the imagination. It gives form to experience. It is aesthetic, for it depends on sense and sensing, not on thought and relating, and it is artistic, for it is pictorial, producing particular images. It also clearly is the first condition of intelligently directed action. I tread on a sharp stone or thorn. The pain sensation at once produces a reflex muscular action, but the sensation is no part whatever of the image of stone or thorn which my mind forms. It is this image which I perceive and which enables me to direct my next movement. I have therefore in my mind images. They are formed by my mind, and they are as particular and personal as my sensations. Wherein, then, lies their advantage? And how do they enable me to have intercourse? They indicate that my mind has found expression. Their advantage is that they have given me language, and language enables me to have intercourse. My mind interprets signs. It experiences the sensations, but it actively forms the images, and it is the images, not the sensations or the sensibility, which give to the mind its universe, the range of its activity. But this of itself is not sufficient for intercourse. Images are expression, but they do not of themselves take us out of our world or inform us of other minds. The second condition of intercourse is action. It is because expression is continued into action that actions can suggest expression. Intercourse is not action provoking reaction, but expressive action evoking new expression. When the intuition in my mind is found expression in imagery, it leads to action. And the action, being expressive and not mechanical, itself evokes new expression and arouses the aesthetic activity in other minds. In the degree to which other minds approach our mind in its standpoint, will our expressive action excite the imagination, that is, the productive aesthetic activity, in other minds. And the more community of imagery there will be. It can never be identity, and there is absolutely no interaction between mind and mind in the meaning of concepts of conservation and compensation and causal continuity by means of which physics systematizes nature. The scheme of intercourse is A. The stimulus to a mind to exercise its own activity by finding expression for its intuitions. The stimulus may be sensational or emotional. B. The action in which the expression finds outward manifestation, voluntary and purposive. C. The activity which the action evokes in another mind, primarily by sensation or emotion. D. The responsive expression of the other mind. The psychophysiological counterpart, so far as it can be traced, seems to be A. Sensation, the psychical manifestation of the functioning of peripheral neural organs communicating with their main centers in the spinal cord under the control of an inhibitory function exercised by the cerebral cortex. B. Imagination, the formation of sensuous images, the function of the cerebral cortex. C. Expressive action, the coordinated and integrative exercise of the voluntary muscles to produce speech or other linguistic action, the function of the motor areas of the cortex. Let me now illustrate the theory by applying it to various particular familiar instances. I see from my window a flock of sparrows and finches feeding on the lawn of my garden. I open the door to walk out, and the moment I approach the lawn where the birds are feeding, they take wing. Such action is voluntary and purposive. It is not reflex. We need not ask whether it is instinctive or intelligent, as that has no relevance to the question we are considering. Is that action conceivable in the absence of an imaginative activity, that is, without the mental creation of images? Perhaps it will be said that visual sensation alone is in question here, and that visual sensation is already in its very nature imagery. Let that be granted. That is to say, let us admit that visual sensation cannot be disintegrated on the same scheme as that which we employ for the sensitive points of skin sensations. Yet visual sense data, or sensibilia, are conceived as discrete, as bringing nothing to consciousness but simple quality, as associated by pure external relations of similarity, contiguity, and causality. These will never give an image. Grant that the creatures have memory as well as sensitivity, that sense data are surely not conceived as retainable in memory. Memory reproduces images, not sensations. Where do the images come from? The action of the birds clearly implies that the sensing man coming hither, to put it, of course, anthropomorphically, we possess no means of transforming human imagery into bird imagery. In the very nature of the case, that must lie beyond us. Brings before the creatures' minds the image of a visual or possible situation by which their action they can forestall. That is to say, the action posits an activity which cannot be identical with sensation or with contemplation, with merely passive reception of sense data, or with the unreciprocated action of independent objects in the mind. If anyone thinks otherwise, I desire to know how, without allowing to these creatures an activity of imagination, he can account for this factor in their action. For now suppose that I am in the habit of producing crumbs from my pocket and scattering them on the lawn. The action of the birds will be quite different. They will flock to the lawn instead of taking flight. But what difference is there in the sense data? None whatever. The difference is wholly in the image the birds have created. Let us take another example of animal behavior, but one involving actual intercourse between minds. I am going out. I go to the hall and take my hat from the peg, my stick from the stand. My dog follows my movements with growing excitement, frisks and jumps impatiently around me. It happens, however, that I do not want my dog to accompany me. I order him back, a command he understands and obeys with evident disappointment. Can that behavior of the animal be explained by any other way than by supposing an active creative imagination in the mind of the dog? Of course, I repeat, I have no means of correlating my imagery with dog imagery, but can I conceive the action if I admit no other factors but sense data and relations of association? One thing surely is clear. There can be no communication between my mind and the dog's mind by means of our receptive faculties. There is not one single object in our perspectives of the universe which is identical to us both. There is no means of correlating our respective systems of reference, no way on which we can agree on language by signs which are only signs. We must posit activity in each mind, and the only activity which renders intercourse possible is imagination. The dog's instincts, the pack, the scent, the hunt, are not my instincts. The dog's imagery is not my imagery. Nothing passes from the dog's mind to my mind, or from my mind to the dog's, but each has the creative imagination, which enables it to respond to sensation by expressing its own intuitions. And this makes significant action possible, action which can arouse another mind to responsive expression. My last illustration is from fiction. Don Quixote with Sancho Panza is in quest of adventures. Both see approaching them two great clouds of dust. These are raised by two flocks of sheep, which some shepherds are driving across the plain. Don Quixote at once recognizes the two contending armies of the mighty emperor Alifanfaron and of the king Pentapolin. The supreme moment of his life has come. On his action depends the issue of the conflict. Sancho Panza recognizes nothing of all this. To him, there are only the ordinary incidents of country travel, shepherds and flocks of sheep. Now, wherein lies the difference between the two minds, and in what way are they brought into relation, and what is the basis of their intercourse? Clearly the difference is not in sense data, nor yet can it be in any supposed independent objects. Both minds have the same data. Insofar as physical reality is the causal source of their impressions, they each actually experience as sense impressions the clouds of white dust. To analyze no further, the sense impressions awaken in one mind the perception of armies, in the other the perception of flocks of sheep. The only immediately apprehended objects are the dust clouds gradually revealing their cause, whatever it may be. Now it will be at once objected that according to the very story itself, we are supposed to allow that Don Quixote's imagination is insane. Sancho Panza's, however simple, is sane. Let it be so. It does not in the slightest degree affect the question of intercourse, which I am citing it to illustrate. The artist has heightened the effect of his picture by exaggerating the contrast. Each mind creates imagery, and it is by the images, and not by sensations or sense data, that communication is possible. The humor of the story is that the vivid imagination of the knight can impose itself on the commonplace imagination of the squire. even to the extent that when the catastrophe has occurred and the hero is lying prostrate as a result of the hail of stones from the shepherds, Sancho can still accept the hypothesis of enchantment. Why, then, do we smile at Don Quixote for the unreality of his vision, and at Sancho Panza for the ease with which his simple-minded realism is disturbed? The answer, in my view, is that perception involves judgment, and so marks the advance to another grade in the mental activity. Reality and unreality concern action, as our story illustrates. Even Don Quixote, who cannot entertain the hypothesis of the non-objectivity of his images, must account for their failure to respond to the expectation on which his actions are based. He can only explain it by positing the malice of enchanters. Intercourse, then, depends upon and is conditioned by the creative imagination exercised individually by each communicating mind. There is a sentence of Hegel which reads, quote, "The natural man sees in the woman flesh of his flesh. The moral and spiritual man sees in the moral and spiritual being, and by its means spirit of his spirit." Close quote. We may adapt this to the whole problem of monadic intercourse. The plain man sees in nature an inert matter, spatially and temporally determined, out of which his mind and the minds of his fellow beings have been formed, and which presents itself to those minds as their common object. The philosopher recognizes in nature the expression of the organizing activity of his mind, and sees mind of his mind, spirit of his spirit, in the organizing activity of infinite individual minds, each, like his own, self-centered and self-enclosed, and each, like his own, seeking outward expression for its intuition and forming thereby its actions. They are the monads, the only reals, a pre-established harmony, but a harmony inherent in their existence and nature, not imposed upon them by the transcendent act of a creator. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Owlivia.
Chapter 11 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Eric Charles, Springfield, Virginia, charlespsychology.com. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 11. The A Priori Synthesis. In true philosophers, there is always something more than themselves beneath their teaching, something of which they are themselves unconscious. It is the germ of a new life. To repeat mechanically what philosophers have taught is to suffocate that germ, to prevent it developing and becoming a new and more perfect system. Gross. Modern philosophy has been determined in its form and matter, as well as in the subdivisions of its sciences, by the work of Kant. The reason of this becomes clear when we study modern philosophy historically and in its development. Two lines of speculation, opposite in their directing principle, even contradictory in the method followed, meet in Kant. Each is recognized as legitimate, their opposition is reconciled, and a new method emerges in which the old antitheses are synthesized and the modern problem of philosophy becomes concrete. Kant named this critical method. It rests on a philosophical discovery, the a priori synthesis. In Kant, philosophy becomes preeminently theory of knowledge. It is theory of knowledge which divides the speculative from the practical reason, and which leads within the speculative realm to the distinction of aesthetic and logic, and within the practical realm to that of metaphysics and ethics. The aesthetical, the logical, the metaphysical, and the ethical problems, as they exist in philosophy today, owe their definite shape and relative significance to the form in which the philosophical problem was presented by Kant. The two lines of philosophical development before Kant were, first, the philosophy of clear and distinct ideals, which begins with Descartes and attains its full expression in Leibniz. And second, the philosophy of sense experience, the theory of the origin of ideas and the laws of their association, which begins with Francis Bacon and later is systematized first by Hobbes, then by the English philosophers of the 18th century, attaining its full expression in the skeptical philosophy of Hume. In Kant, the two methods are distinguished as dogmatism and empiricism, and it is this contrast he has in mind when he tells us in the Prolegomena that the skepticism of Hume roused him from his dogmatic slumber. It is easy to see the origin of this divergent direction of philosophical development if we reflect on the nature of the problem which knowledge presents to us. When without any prepossession derived from philosophical theories, we attend to the experience we name cognition, we find that it is not immediate, simple, and self-explanatory. We cannot say that in having the experience of knowledge, we know what knowledge is, in the same way in which we can say that we know what pain, or heat, or cold is, when we experience the sensations. Knowing refers beyond itself, and also presents two aspects. There is an activity, knowing, and there is a passivity, something is known. This distinction, which is all that the experience itself yields, seems to imply something beyond itself as its condition. We reason, therefore, and infer from the activity that there exists an agent, and this we call the mind. We reason and infer from knowledge that there exists an object, and this existence we then represent as an independent condition of knowing, and not as itself conditioned by the knowing relation. By this natural reasoning, common sense reaches the notion of nature and mind as two independent existences, and by such reasoning it defends the notion when it is challenged. In philosophy, we name this theory the naive realism of common sense. According to it, there are objects independent of knowing, subjects, and subjects, minds or selves, independent of objects, and knowledge is a relation between them which does not affect or qualify the existence of either. Knowledge means, in fact, that there exists in mind a faculty or power of discerning the existence and discovering the nature of an external world. There are two things, a mind and a world, and an external relation between them. The dualism of mind and world, which common sense thus accepts uncritically as the necessary ground of living action, is the problem of philosophy. If the analysis of experience yields immediately the theoretical ground of our practical belief, there would be no philosophical problem of knowledge and no need for a theory of knowledge. It would be enough to have the experience of cognition in order to know its meaning and nature. It is not so. In order to discover the meaning of cognition, we must reflect upon experience and bring it before the mind as an object for analysis. The moment we do so, we become aware of a logical discrepancy between the object of knowledge as real and the knowledge of the object as ideal. And these discrepancies is the first form in which knowledge becomes a problem of philosophy. Two difficulties confront the philosopher from whatever standpoint he approaches the problem. They concern the two substantive terms which cognition seems to imply, mind and thing. The first is a difficulty which underlies all the groups of problems known as problems of the self. It is in the nature of a paradox. The substantive term of the knowing relation on its own subjective side, the self or ego, is not, and qua knowing cannot be, object of knowledge, and therefore the knowing self is itself unknown. The second difficulty concerns the subjective term on the objective side. The independent object or thing is not the known object. The object known gives us ground for the presumption that the object exists independently, but knowledge gives us known object, not its independent existence. Strictly speaking, therefore, although knowledge is a relation between subject and object, yet subject and object are themselves unknown. These difficulties may be presented in another way. That which in experience we know most immediately, we can never know objectively, and that which we know objectively is never existentially independent and therefore free from subjectivity. What we are ever striving after and can never attain is to know the mind without objectivity and the thing without subjectivity. If we maintain that such knowledge is impossible, the retort is that if there be no knowledge of a real world, in its independence of knowing mind, physical science is impossible. If to avoid this, we hold that knowledge is an external relation between independent existences, then the retort is that truth is a miracle, or at least an unfathomable mystery, and philosophy is impossible. But may it not be that the common sense belief that objects known and subjects knowing exist in reality as they exist in idea is true? Is it not possible that in the ideal order of knowledge, we have the exact counterpart of the real order of nature, and that this nature is indifferent to whether it is known or not? The answer depends on what is meant. There is a series in which we may say of anything of which we are necessarily ignorant that it may be true, and in saying so, we do more than express our ignorance. If, however, we mean by truth positive knowledge, which we will stand the logical test of consistency, then we must answer that the common sense belief is not true and cannot conceivably be proven true. It is in the very discovery that common sense is logically inconsistent that philosophy takes its start. Still, we may ask, is it not possible that the result of the philosophical quest for a theory will be the conclusion that the common sense belief is true? Again, we must answer that this is impossible. Philosophy may, and indeed must, as part of its task, show the common ground of the common sense belief, but to adopt it as a philosophical conclusion would simply condemn philosophy. It would mean that the quest for a theory of knowledge, so far from arising in a need of intellectual satisfaction, is a false step which the wise man will avoid taking. To return to the uncritical starting point as the reasoned conclusion would only prove that philosophy has made false route. Now, to many philosophers, it seems that in pursuing theory of knowledge, philosophy is making false route. Theory of knowledge seems to them a hindrance, a stumbling block and rock of offense in the path of philosophical advance. Their first care is to clear it out of the way. It seems easy to do and justified by results. Philosophy is much more than theory of knowledge, but allow it to be blocked by this theory at the outset, and we are condemned, they say, to remain forever outside the promised land. We must recognize the problem, of course. Berkeley and Hume have made it impossible for anyone to ignore it, but we need not be turned aside by it. Let us make the hypothesis that the common sense belief is right, and see whether we shall not be justified by the result. The attractiveness of most of the modern realist theories of knowledge is not that they solve the problem, but that they seem in this way to successfully shelve it. There are many inducements to such a course. Not the least is the underlying bias in our nature, which manifests itself in the strong inclination to think that a particularly workable belief must be a theoretically true belief. Even in philosophy, we are swayed by the unconscious assumption that common sense is in the last resort the positive criterion of truth. We are even conscious of a strong tendency to discredit any theory, however consistent it be and rational in itself, if it conflict with common sense. And yet there is the history of thought to remind us that self-evident beliefs are continually being discredited. Common sense, indeed, not only sets our problem, but accompanies every effort to solve it, with a substantiated bias against its solution, which weakens intellectual effort and warps judgment. We can indeed enter on philosophy by making the hypothesis that the existence and nature of a world contemplated is immediately and absolutely disclosed to a mind contemplating. We can use the hypothesis as a bridge to pass discreetly from knowledge to reality, and thus avoid what some call the morass, others the impassable gulf, of theory of knowledge. But it is a hypothesis, and no description of it as naive realism can disguise its hypothetical nature. This is as much to say that we can choose to begin philosophy with a principle which is false to philosophy. Hypothesis as a starting point of philosophical theory is a false step we cannot retrieve. Hypothesis non fingo should stand as a warning post at the entrance to philosophy. Science makes hypotheses. They are indeed the very instrument of scientific advance. Science is utilitarian. and therefore hypothesis is for it a rational method. It meets the demand for the satisfaction of theoretical truth. Suppose we start with the assumption that our impressions and ideas, which we distinguish as ideal existences from things and relations, are simply the discovery or discernment of real existences. How can any subsequent reasoning make that assumption cease to be an assumption? The hypothesis, for such it is, which we pose at the beginning, is thenceforward an existential part of any logical conclusion at which we can possibly arrive. How can we bring the hypothesis to a test, such as is common enough in science, which will cause it to lose its character of hypothesis and become the theoretically consistent account of knowledge which our intellect demands for its intellectual satisfaction? The hypothesis which we thus introduce into philosophy is not needed in practical life, and in philosophy it is useless, for there is no method of philosophy by which a hypothesis can be submitted to a criterion. There is, however, in the actual experience of cognition, something which itself seems to impel us to pass directly from subjective thinking to an existent reality independent of thought. We are dissatisfied and feel as though we were thwarted or held up and suspended in air, so long as the passage of objective reality is in doubt. Yet the moment we reflect on our experience, we see that knowledge must, in the first instance, be a purely subjective state of the knower, notwithstanding that its whole meaning depends on its claim to be truth about existence. Hence our impatience to be transported to this existence, and to be able to feel that it is free from any taint of subjectivity. In the mathematical and physical sciences, we seem to have achieved this pure objectivity, and for philosophy to fall short appears as a handicap. But in truth, it is this apparent handicap which constitutes the strength of philosophy and raises it high above the special sciences in dignity. For philosophy is the science of science. All reality, subjective as well as objective, mind as well as nature, mind inclusive of nature, nature inclusive of mind, is the subject of philosophy. This is why assumptions and hypotheses are abhorrent to the philosopher. He has no criterion outside knowledge by which to test knowledge. How then does philosophy begin? Everyone will agree that it begins with the study of experience, that the study of experience is only possible if the mind has the power to reflect, that however direct the reflection on experience, knowledge of experience is, as compared with the experience reflected on, indirect, and yet the experience of reflecting on experience is one and continuous with the experience reflected on. This means that experience is one with consciousness, or, what is the same thing, that experience is self-conscious by right and in its own essential nature, that self-consciousness is not acquired. This, reduced to its simplest position, is the necessary standpoint of a philosophy which eschews hypothesis. We take experience as it is and analyze it in right of the self-consciousness it possesses. Now, when the experience of cognition is submitted to this analysis, it yields at once an important distinction, the distinction between act and object. The act is the knowing, the object is the known. The act is the apprehension of the object, whatever be the mode of acting or the character or nature of the object. Mode of acting and character of object known are, however, always correlate. If, for example, the act be sensing, the object is sensation. If it be perceiving, the object is percept. If thinking, thought, and so throughout. The object is always presented, passive, or given. The act is always directed in or towards it. It is on the interpretation of this twofold aspect of cognition, or of this dual nature, that the most fundamental divergence in metaphysical theory arises. According to some philosophers, it implies that mind and nature are dual existences, and that knowing is an external relation between them. To them, the common sense view that things are in their essence and independent existence, what we in the act of knowing discern them to be, is justified. On the other hand, to some philosophers it implies the direct contrary, for it proves that the whole world is only object in relation to subject, perception of a perceiver, and that its reality is therefore essentially ideality. Without trying at this point to decide between these divergent directions in metaphysical theory, we may at least point out that so far as the first interpretation finds a justification of common sense, it is justification not of common sense, but of the hypothesis which underlies the view of common sense. Philosophy makes no hypothesis, but validates the hypothesis of ordinary working life. The second interpretation, on the other hand, condemns the common sense hypothesis as illusion, and is in consequence committed to show how the illusion arises and what purpose it serves. Between knowledge and truth there exists no difference. Knowing and knowing truly are one and identical. Knowing falsely is not knowing. This means that truth is not the object of knowledge, but the validity of knowledge. It means also that the opposition of error to truth is not a distinction between knowing and not knowing, but an opposition within the one distinct concept of knowledge or truth. It is clear then that if the object of knowledge be something confronting the knowing mind, an outside, which in knowing is brought inside, the act of knowing must be essentially an act of faith, and its validity miraculous. It is this problem of validity that has seemed imperative to call for a hypothesis. If the act of knowing is an act of faith, who or what is to assure us of its validity? This is, then, a problem of knowledge which meets us at the very beginning of philosophy, and a peculiarly discouraging problem, because it seems to challenge the very possibility of philosophy. We want to study reality, and our only means is knowledge. Yet this very means seems itself to interpose an obstacle and to prevent our ever reaching the goal. Could we only, we think, place ourselves at the very beginning of life and watch the genesis of knowledge, surely then we should understand its nature. Many have tried to surmount the difficulty by some device, natural or artificial, which would place us, at least imaginatively, in the position of surveying knowledge from the independent standpoint of reality, but all such attempts only serve to conceal or disguise the real problem. The reality and inevitableness of the problem of knowledge will be manifest if we consider three definite and typical instances of the attempt to meet it in the history of philosophy. To Descartes, to Berkeley, and to Kant, knowledge presented itself as primarily a problem. It seemed to interpose a veil before the mind's view of reality, or even to bar altogether the pathway to reality. Descartes presented the problem of the validity of knowledge in the clearest and most striking form in which it has ever been stated. He propounded a principle of universal doubt, but so far from it leading him to absolute skepticism, it revealed the ground of certainty. Probably no philosopher has ever worked with surer confidence than Descartes in working out the principles of a philosophy of nature and producing the definite schema of a mechanical system of the universe. But a formidable obstacle confronted him at the outset. It was not exactly what we now call the problem of truth. It was not, that is to say, the question whether truth be correspondence or coherence, and what in either case is its criteria. It was more profound. It was, if I may state it in my own terms, how can we be sure that our experience, or any part of our experience, is knowledge of real existence? The experience of being at rest, of remaining fixed in one spot during a succession of events in time, is consistent with the real existence of translation. The senses are deceptive. This was the reason for the method. How and when is experience knowledge? Only by doubting everything that can possibly be doubted shall we arrive at certainty. Only if we can point to one absolute certainty shall we know what in experience characterizes knowledge. To say that we cannot know until we first of all know what knowing is sounds self-stultification, and is often so represented. But to refuse to recognize the difficulty is to leave the whole of philosophy on an unsound foundation. We cannot learn to swim without plunging into the water, but only the fool who courts disaster plunges into the water in order that he may learn to swim. Let us see, then, how this problem of knowledge resolved itself for Descartes. Here are the opening sentences of the Principles of Philosophy. We were children before we became men, and just as then, when we were without the full use of reason, our judgment concerning things presented to our senses were sometimes right and sometimes wrong, so now we find many premature judgments preventing us coming to the knowledge of truth, and even obstructing us. There seems one way to escape. It is that once, at least in our lives, we should undertake to doubt everything wherein we can discover the least suspicion of uncertainty. And here is the conclusion of the Principles, written when the whole mechanism of nature has been explored. I distinguish two kinds of certainty. The first is called moral. It suffices for the regulation of our conduct. The other kind is when we cannot think that the thing can be otherwise than we can judge it to be. This certainty is founded on a very sure metaphysical principle. It is that God, being sovereignly good and the source of all truth, for he is our creator, has bestowed upon us the power or faculty of distinguishing the true from the false, which cannot be deceptive when rightly used. It shows us evidently that a thing is true. This famous principle, that God in the case of evident ideas does not deceive, is in its very nature a hypothesis, and in accepting it we make our whole knowledge of external real existence depend on an assumption. But there is all the difference in the world between an assumption consciously adopted as a conclusion and an assumption unconsciously latent in an argument. The philosophical importance of this hypothesis in the conclusion is not whether it is probable or improbable, and in what degree, but that it stands for failure, not success. If ever there has been a pure inquirer, conscientious and anxious at all costs to attain the truth and know real existence, it is Descartes. He has no interest in doubt as doubt, no inducement to doubt for the sake of doubting. He doubts in order to know, as the medieval philosophers believed in order to understand. Doubt for Descartes is no idle speculation, it is the search for truth. The method led Descartes to the immediate discovery that there is one truth secure against possible disturbance by doubt, namely, the existence which is given in the act of thinking itself. I think, therefore I am, is a truth which doubting, for doubting is thinking, affirms. If, then, I consider this truth, I may find out what it is which characterizes knowledge, and I discover that it is clearness and distinctness which identify idea and existence. I have not discovered a truth, I have discovered what truth is, clearness and distinctiveness of the idea, which in this typical case is self-evidence. So then we possess at least one truth in which the passage from thought to existence is immediate. It is not the ontological argument, because it is not an argument, but it is that which is to give to the ontological argument a new meaning and a new force, for here in the very fact of thinking we have an idea which includes existence. In I think, therefore I am, we possess a truth which is absolute so far as the relation of thought to existence is concerned, but it is a truth which has a limit in extension. The existence which is affirmed is confined to the point instance affirmation. It loses its immediacy directly we try to extend it beyond the actual point which marks its present. It affirms what is, not what has been or will be. I may say, for example, I remember, therefore I am, if by remembering I mean my present thinking, but I cannot infer the existence of the object remembered from the fact of my present memory. How then am I to pass from the immediacy of idea and existence in the present moment to the identity of idea and existence at other moments and in other points? It is clear that if I am to pass immediately, that is, without inference, hypothesis, or assumption, any of which would introduce doubt, from the particular truth of my own existence to the truth of existence in general, it must be because I am able to find in the idea of this existence the existence itself. That is to say, the idea must contain existence in precisely the same meaning as that in which the I am of existence is contained in the I think. Descartes finds this in the idea of God, which contains the clear and distinct truth, God exists. This doctrine is very important and calls for careful scrutiny. It is the familiar ontological argument, and Descartes propounds it in the identical terms of the old theology, but in its new setting it has an entirely new significance. God exists is a truth which is self-evident and immediately certain in the clearness and distinctness of its idea. The God idea includes existence in precisely the same immediate sense in which the I think contains the I am. God is a necessary idea if existence be not momentary, for the I think therefore I am contains nothing in the idea which will continue or sustain existence from moment to moment. The necessary existence of God is not, therefore, a dogma which Descartes wants to affirm in the interest of religion or morality. It is a necessary stage of the search for truth. The idea of the self and of God are clear and distinct ideas whose truth is guaranteed in the fact that existence is not separate from them, but contained within the ideas. It is the exact opposite with my knowledge of nature. If I know material substance, then by the notion of it I know an existence which the idea does not contain. It is the very essence of matter, according to Descartes, that it confronts the idea, stands over against it by reason of an attitude extension, which the idea does not possess. What is truth when existence is separate from the idea? How can I know an existence which my ideas do not contain? In this case, doubt is not excluded. Not only so, but I am continually discovering that my ideas are false, and I'm constantly suspicious that they are inadequate, even if not false. Have I any criterion of truth? The method has shown me that the ideas which exclude doubt, the self and God, are clear and distinct. It is impossible to have them as ideas and to doubt their existence in fact. They are self-evident. My ideas concerning external existence, however, differ in the degree of their clearness and distinctness. Some, particularly those of sense, are obscure and confused. Some, particularly those of intellect, are clear and distinct. And with the degree of their clearness and distinctness goes the difficulty of doubting their reality. Hence we may conclude that clear and distinct ideas are true. But we have not excluded doubt. Is it possible to do so? Only by founding an argument on our idea of God. The idea of the most perfect being must include veracity. We cannot think that God deceives. But, we object, we are deceived, for are not the senses deceptive? The purpose of the sense is not, Descartes replies, to give us true ideas. It is to preserve our body from injury. But the purpose of our intellect is to give us truth. To suppose, then, that in the case of clear and distinct ideas, God our Creator is our deceiver, is to suppose God false to the very principles of clearness and distinctness which he has himself determined to be the criterion of truth. This is not Descartes' philosophy, but it is the problem of knowledge which lay in the path of his philosophy. Let us now consider the second instance we have chosen, Berkeley. One of the most interesting human documents which has been preserved to us is the Commonplace Book of Occasional Metaphysical Thoughts, which George Berkeley kept during his student years at Trinity College, Dublin. Before he was 20 years old, he had formed the design of a treatise, which was to be a complete system of philosophy. In the Commonplace Book, he jotted down, as they occurred to him and without form, the thoughts which were to be developed into the great work. The treatise was never written. The work, entitled A Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge, was probably in its original form intended as part of it, and was perhaps thrown into its present shape when the Essays Towards a New Theory of Vision had met with success. In the Commonplace book, he had various notes intended for the great design. Thus we read, Mem. To premise a definition of idea. Against this is placed a capital I, indicating that the memorandum is for his introduction. Then there follows this note. The two great principles of morality, the being of God and the freedom of man, these to be handled in the second book. The first and third books of the treaty are also alluded to. Why was this work not only never completed, but first laid aside and then abandoned? The important philosophical works which contain the theory we associate with Berkeley are short, unsystematic, and occasional, and all written at the beginning of his literary life. Why he turned aside from his purpose and then abandoned it, we do not know. Probably his life, with its widening practical and philanthropical schemes, is the sufficient answer. But the works he has left and the notes in his Commonplace book show us very plainly the direction of his thought. They enable us to see what books he was reading and the effect they had on him and the kind of problems that fascinated him. This Commonplace book begins about 1704, when Berkeley was in his 20th year. He is then a graduate, having matriculated when he was 15. The Essays Towards a New Theory of Vision was printed in 1709. It was followed by the Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge in 1710, and the Three Dialogues between Hylas and Philonous in 1713. We are able from the Commonplace book to see the contemporary philosophy which he studied and the order in which he read it. He read Newton and Locke and Malebranche in the order named. He had evidently no acquaintance with Descartes' Principia, and this seems strange, seeing how critical and hostile he is towards Newton. Newton begs his principles, I demonstrate mine. He read Descartes' Meditations and the observations on them, but probably not until after he had become acquainted with the Cartesian theory of Malebranche. His only reference to Hobbes is in connection with Descartes' Meditations, and Leibniz is only referred to in relation to Newton's theory of fluxions. Spinoza he mentions more than once, but evidently the common prejudice has prevented him from direct acquaintance with his work. Locke he is reading with diligent care and sustained admiration. In criticizing him, he describes himself as a pygmy in comparison with a giant. But the determining factor in the direction of his philosophical research is clearly Malebranche, that is, Cartesianism as expounded by Malebranche. The Recherche de la Vérité has a striking effect on him, drawing him off his original purpose. I am not referring to any resemblance, apparent or real, between Malebranche's theory of vision and God and Berkeley's theory that God sustains the world in perceiving it, nor am I suggesting that Berkeley's theory is derived from Malebranche and not original. The two theories are essentially different, and probably without any direct relation to one another. The influence I am speaking of as determining the direction of Berkeley's speculation is that of the Cartesian theory of the deceptiveness of the senses, brought out with striking force in Book 1 of the Recherche. It was a direct challenge to the principle which Berkeley had accepted from Locke, and led him to reaffirm Locke's principles against the Cartesians. At the same time, it called forth a criticism of Locke and a profounder study of the principle itself. The immediate effect was the Essay Towards a New Theory of Vision. This biographical note is particularly important just because Berkeley's original research in philosophy belongs, as we have seen, to his early years. His knowledge of contemporary philosophy must have been derived from his own reading in the leisure of his regular courses of classical and mathematical studies. His service to philosophy is not that he developed by critical study the work of his predecessor Locke, but that he took up the challenge presented by the Cartesian method of doubt. In fact, Berkeley, like Descartes, has the ideal of a philosophy wherein, as in the Promised Land, we may dwell surely in the sure possession of truth, and finds that there is a formidable obstacle at the outset, a doubt concerning knowledge itself, concerning its reality, concerning its validity. No advance is possible unless this obstacle is removed. The Cartesian principle, so far from overcoming it, has made it, if possible, more impassable than it was, for it separates existence from knowledge, and so makes it impossible to unite them. Here are some of the notes in the Commonplace book which disclose Berkeley's leading thought. Mem. Diligently to set forth how that many of the ancient philosophers run into so many great absurdities, as even to deny the existence of motion and those other things they perceived actually by their senses. This sprung from their not knowing what existence was, and wherein it consisted. This was the source of all their folly. 'Tis on the discovery of the nature and meaning and import of existence that I chiefly insist. This puts a wide difference betwixt the skeptics, etc., and me. This I think wholly new. I am sure this is new to me. I am the farthest from skepticism of any man. I know with an intuitive knowledge the existence of other things, as well as my own soul. This is what Locke, nor scarce any other thinking philosopher, will pretend to. The supposition that things are distinct from ideas takes away all real truth, and consequently brings in a universal skepticism, since all our knowledge and contemplation is confined barely to our own ideas. These notes enable us to see clearly what Berkeley's problem is. Skepticism in philosophy is unavoidable if knowledge of existence is unattainable. Knowledge of existence is unattainable if existence and idea are separate things. But in sense perception, there is no separation of idea and existence. The senses do not deceive us. They cannot deceive us, for the objects of knowledge in sense experience are perceptions, and not an existence separate from perception. The ordinary man may think that his perceptions exist when he is not perceiving, but only philosophers suppose that there is an existence of a sensible object independent of its perception. This is a pure invention of philosophers and an absurdity. Esse is percipi, is, therefore, the direct contradictory of the Cartesian theory that the senses are deceptive, that truth is adherent to ideas, that its criterion is subjective, and that knowledge depends on the truth of a hypothesis. Berkeley's doctrine that esse is percipi was indeed mainly used by him to give force to his criticism of Locke's idea of material substance, but primarily it was the challenge to the Cartesian principle and the affirmation of the antithetical principle. The curious thing, however, about Berkeley's theory of knowledge is that although it adopts as its principle the direct contradictory of the Cartesian principle, it leads to precisely the same dilemma. What is still more curious is that in attempting to meet this dilemma, it adopts what is practically the identical device. Berkeley fell back for his support of an existence which would give continuity to the intermittent and fragmentary perceptions of individuals on the idea of God as a continuous perceiver. We see, therefore, that both positions present a problem which cannot be solved without transcending the individual experience. If there be an existence independent of idea, then the problem is, how can idea, whatever its clearness and distinctness, impart knowledge of existence? If there be, on the other hand, no existence which is not also idea, then the problem is, what is it that exists in the intervals of individual perception? In each case, there is a problem of knowledge, which theory of knowledge cannot dispel, and in each case it effectively blocks the entrance to the promised land. Let us now consider Kant. His philosophy is theory of knowledge from beginning to end. His work is not an inspiration or youthful enthusiasm. It is the mature reflection of the professional philosopher. Kant was in his 58th year when he published the Critique of Pure Reason. His whole life up to that time had been engaged in teaching, and for the previous 11 years he had held the professorial chair of philosophy at Kronsberg. The two critiques which followed, the Critique of Pure Reason, are a development and integral part of the whole conception. To Kant, therefore, the theory of knowledge does not present itself as an obstacle in the path to systematic knowledge. It is not a bridge, constructed ad hoc, to enable the mind to cross the gulf which separates the idea from the existence. On the contrary, it is the whole special problem of philosophy. It is not even its first and main business. It is its whole business. Philosophy in Kant has ceased completely to be encyclopedic, as it was to Aristotle and later to Francis Bacon. It stands in necessary and peculiar relation to the mathematical and natural sciences, but it is distinguished from them by its special task and the method which the task imposes. Kant has revealed to us how this came about. In the Prolegomena, published 2 years after the Great Critique, and intended to elucidate it, he tells us that the skepticism of Hume first roused him from his dogmatic slumber. It forced upon him the question, is metaphysics possible? Is the knowledge of reality within our attainment? This could only be answered by investigating the conditions of the possibility of knowledge. This research became of necessity the whole philosophy of Kant. It is forced upon him because each of the opposite and mutually contradictory principles which philosophers have followed has failed. The alternative methods, the one he calls dogmatism, the other empiricism, are alike unworkable. One is a vicious circle from which there is no outlet, the other is a skepticism from which there is no advance. Yet neither can be dismissed. Each principle indicates something fundamental and indispensable in knowledge. Let us try and rethink the reflection which led Kant to his great philosophical discovery. First, then, those are right who hold that knowledge depends on clear and distinct ideas, and that truth is clearness and distinctness of ideas. It is undeniable that the belief which I accord, and cannot withhold from, the propositions of mathematics rest on self-evidence and on the immediate apprehension of the import of the ideas themselves. But then, on the other hand, knowledge depends on sense experience. The perceptions of sense are without and independent of me, in the meaning that they are not drawn out of my nature, and they are not at my command nor under my control. Their order and their import are independent of me. The senses often deceive me, but this only means, not that the sense experience is itself deceitful, but that the ideas which I bring to its interpretation are at fault. Clearly, then, knowledge requires and supposes both sense perception and thought, both percepts and ideas. The senses provide the matter, the ideas the form of knowledge. How do they come together, and on what principle are they combined? Sense experience is original. Does it carry with it the relations which make it knowledge of a world? Clearly not. Sense experience is in its very nature a manifold without connection, or any principle of unity in itself. It is impossible, by analyzing a pure datum of sense, to discover in it a necessary connection with another datum. But ideas are in their very nature relations. Whence are they derived? They are not derived from sense perceptions, for these do not contain them. They must belong to the constitution of the mind. They must come from within and not from without. And this also agrees with experience. But then, if my mind possesses ideas or rational forms, are not these sufficient? Will they not of themselves give me knowledge, restricted it may be, but yet absolute, knowledge which may grow as it advances? No, for there is a constituent of knowledge which ideas cannot give. Thinking will not produce sensation. Knowledge, then, is a synthesis. Its condition is that two separate, completely heterogeneous factors exist in unity. Neither of these factors can of itself bring about the synthesis. The synthesis is original and a priori. It is not brought about by experience, but is the condition of experience. This was Kant's great philosophical discovery. The a priori synthesis does not enable Kant to give a satisfactory answer to his question, is metaphysics possible? Instead of that, it leads him to present the problem of philosophy in a new way, but it is still a problem. The ideas are concepts, forms of sense intuition and categories of the understanding. All that the mind brings to constitute knowledge are empty and void in abstraction from sense intuition, and sense intuition is without connection, interpretation, meaning, or significance in its pure existence. Thoughts without content are void. Intuitions without concepts are blind. Notwithstanding his discovery that knowledge depends on a synthesis before experience, it yet seems to him that the factors of the synthesis point to independent realms of reality outside the relation. Knowledge is of phenomena, but the factors which constitute phenomena are noumena. Noumena are things in themselves, and of things in themselves we have no knowledge. So at the one end, behind the sense intuitions, there are real causes which lie beyond the reach of the mind, and at the other end, behind the activities which find expression in forms and categories, there are realities which we do not know as objects, but only as regulative ideas. Knowledge is valid. We are in possession of truth. But knowledge is limited. It is confined to phenomena, and phenomena do not exhaust reality. Noumena, by the very condition of knowledge, are unknowable. So, then, if metaphysics be the science of reality, metaphysics is impossible by reason of a natural disability. Kant's philosophy, then, presents the aspect of failure. Nevertheless, it registers a distinct and notable advance. The a priori synthesis is a new concept. I have tried to show its historical origin in the two antithetical principles which were adopted by rival methods and reconciled in the critical method. Let us now look at its philosophical origin. The concept of an a priori synthesis is in what is essential to it, the concept of the monad. I do not mean that it is the historical evolution of the monadic concept of substance. I mean that it affirms a theory of knowledge which derives its whole force and depends for the conviction it brings on that concept. A synthesis, experience of factors, which in experience are presented as opposite in their nature, is only a rational idea if it is intended to affirm an original unity of nature, that is, a unity pertaining to the reality of the factors related to the synthesis. Try to imagine the factors as originally diverse, real but empty forms, real but blind sense contact. And imagine that these are somehow advantageously associated as a condition of experience, and the whole concept becomes fantastic and incredible in the highest degree. The factors are not objects, but the objective factor is opposed to the subjective. Subject and object are synthesized in knowledge. It is this which destroys the value of any analogy we might be tempted to draw from nature, as, for example, chemical synthesis, where we bring together pre-existing substances with definite sense qualities and obtain a new substance with new and different sense qualities. And more than this, we see that it is just insofar as Kant's synthesis is at variance with the concept of the monad, that is, in the affirmation of a reality, the thing in itself, which falls outside the synthesis, that there is a failure. The monad has limitations, but its limitations are not external, they are intrinsic to it. The monad is a complete whole, no reality lies outside its perception. What distinguishes the monads is not their subjectivity. A subjective experience may present to itself a monad, as the object of its experience. But the reality of the monad so presented is not its objectivity to another subject, but its own essential subjectivity. There is no reality outside the monad. If the objects of knowledge, Kant argued, are things in themselves, and not merely phenomena, if the understanding is itself perceptive, not merely discursive and dependent on a sensuous content, supplied from without, then Leibniz is right. It is Kant's conception of the thing in itself, now presented as an unknown cause of sensuous affection, now as an unnavigated ocean bounding the island of experience, and yet again as the regulative idea which imparts unity to experience while standing outside it, that brings contradiction into the Kantian theory of knowledge. This contradiction once overcome, the a priori synthesis becomes the positive expression of the original fundamental activity of mind. Modern philosophy, we have seen, begins with the attempt to present a comprehensive view of reality, mind, and nature, systematic and coherent, based on a principle which assures its truth and excludes doubt. It means with an obstacle at the outset in the problem of knowledge itself. For knowledge seems to have two sources. One is sense awareness, the other is intellectual and non-sensuous. These two sources of knowledge give rise to the formulation of antithetical principles, distinguished later as dogmatism and empiricism. Each principle ends in a failure, for the difficulty in each case is to pass from thought to reality, or to find a criterion which will assure the validity of knowledge. The first principle rejects sense awareness. The senses are deceitful. Their purpose or end is utilitarian, not logical. They do not lead us to truth. Only ideas are true, and the degree of their clearness and distinctness is the degree in which doubt and uncertainty are excluded. The principle fails where it is most needed, namely in physical science. The second principle rejects the belief in an inferred real world as the cause of knowledge. It accepts sense perceptions as immediate reality. The objects of knowledge are perceptions, not the causes of perceptions. And this principle fails because self-awareness in its immediacy will not yield the ideas of necessary connection, continuity and permanence, which physical science requires. The two antithetical principles are then brought together in the principle of criticism. Both are recognized as equally necessary conditions in the possibility of experience. Their opposition is recognized in the concept of an a priori synthesis. The a priori synthesis means that knowledge is sense content subsumed under intellectual forms. The critical principle, in taking the two factors as diverse in origin and brought together in the synthesis, the one coming from without as sense content, the other coming from within the mind itself as form of unity, gave rise to the doctrine of the thing in itself, and so the principle failed before the problem of the distinction of phenomena and noumena. But this distinction is already overcome in the concept of the monad and its self-centered activity. The monad is thing in itself, and its activity is perception. No reality falls outside it. The factors, therefore, which form the synthesis in which knowledge consists, exists in their unity in the monad. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 12. The Concrete Universal. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. William Shakespeare. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. The Gospel of St. John. The concept of the a priori synthesis opened a new era in the historical evolution of philosophy. In proposing a new theory of knowledge, Kant was in effect propounding a new theory of relativity. The successors of Kant were not slow to realize that the new theory was much more than the Copernican revolution in philosophy, which Kant himself had suggested, much more, that is to say, than a mere change of standpoint which reconciled contradictory appearance and removed the obstacle to knowledge presented by the seemingly impossibility of knowledge. In the first place, it is clear that, if experience depend on the a priori synthesis as its condition, the essence of real existence is activity, for activity is implied in the idea of synthesis. In the second place, it is clear that if knowledge and reality be each the expression of that activity, they cannot be disparate. The notion of a material or stuff, essentially inert, independent of the passive subject of experience, to whom by reason of his mental or intellectual nature it is revealed by means of sense impressions, must give place to the notion of an original activity, the subjective and objective factors of which are internal, and therefore capable of being disclosed to reflective analysis. Philosophy, instead of exercising itself with the concepts of substance and cause, can now turn to the task of comprehending the nature and mode of activity. We need not try and follow the steps by which the new concept was reached. It was preeminently the work of Hegel. The new concept is the concrete universal. The new method which that concept called for and revealed is the dialectic. In other words, we are given a new concept of the object of metaphysics and of the process of logic, and this involves a new view of the nature of logic and of the subject matter of the science of logic. If Hegel had lived after, instead of before, the great scientific generalization of the 19th century, we should most certainly have attributed his philosophy to reflection on the discoveries of physical science. We are only beginning to see how completely harmonious the modern physical theories, attained by experimental method, are with the philosophical doctrines speculatively worked out long before experiments had been contrived or even thought of. It would be difficult to name a more perfect illustration of the concrete universal of Hegel than that offered to us in the modern electrical theory of matter. So striking is the analogy that, but for the fact of historical precedence, the logical doctrine of Hegel must have seemed to have been molded on the physical theory. And yet, strangely enough, throughout the great period of expansion of scientific discovery, Hegel's philosophy suffered from the reproach of being anti-scientific and obscurantist in its aim and method, and on that account fell into contempt. It will be both useful and instructive to institute a comparison. First, then, let us ask, what is a concept? It is a term which is not confined to philosophy. It has a definite meaning in common sense discourse and in physical science. Concepts are the clear and distinct ideas of the understanding which the Cartesians opposed to the obscure and confused ideas of immediate sense experience. Equally, concepts are the general ideas which the empiricists opposed to the percepts, percepts being particular and sensible. Ordinarily, we think of concepts not as opposed to percepts, but as having the function of supplying their place when the conditions of experience make perception impossible. In physical science, concept stands for the actual reality itself, as distinguished from the particular aspect of it at any moment or at any place. Percepts may be the appearance of reality. Concepts cannot be, for concepts do not appear. They always purport to be the exact mental equivalent of the reality which does appear. Take, for example, the concept of wireless telegraphy, and consider how in ordinary discourse the concept is indistinguishable from the existence. I cannot have the concept and at the same time think the reality different from the concept. Saying that I have the concept is the same as saying that I know the reality. I may, of course, have some fanciful image of the way in which telegraphic communication is effected, but this is not to have the concept of wireless telegraphy. When I was a child, I had the concept of God in heaven listening to the prayers addressed to him by me on earth. That concept was indissolubly bound up with reality. When the concept dissolved, the reality dissolved. A new concept brought with it a new reality. Concepts depend on sense imagery, but they are not the sense imagery in distinction from the reality. Rather, they are the reality in distinction from the sense imagery. Concepts, then, are, in one of the ordinary meanings of the term, the opposite of percepts. They are a kind of mental reconstruction of sense imagery, enabling the mind to complete what is incomplete in its immediate apprehension. A mind able to apprehend all reality in a single intuition would have no need of concepts. There's another ordinary and familiar meaning of concepts. Concepts are universals as distinct from particulars. Whatever is real seems to us in the first instance to be particular. Everything real is thought of as entering experience in its particularity. It is this or that. Yet the reality of any particular thing consists in its relations to other things, and apart from these relations there is no content of knowledge, and if there is no content, there is no knowledge. Without relations, particulars would be momentary experience. They would have thisness without whatness. The whatness or content of the things which we experience as particulars is their universality. Universals are concepts. It's easy to see, therefore, that every attempt of the mind to discover the reality implied in our experience supposes the use of concepts, and these concepts are not merely substitutes for percepts where perception is impossible. They are totally different in kind from percepts. It is one and the same reality that we know as particular and as universal, but particulars are not universals, nor are universals particulars. The men and women I know are particular men and women, but their reality as men and women is their human nature. Human nature, mankind, humanity, are universals, concepts. In our everyday experience, then, we distinguish two kinds of knowledge: the knowledge which comes from sense experience, and the knowledge which comes from thinking and understanding. The first kind seems wholly composed of percepts, and its objects are particular sensible things. The second kind is composed of concepts, and its objects are things in general, or universals. That is to say, not particular things themselves, but the nature of things. It is because we have in ordinary life this other form of knowledge, the concept, that our experience is not the patchwork of sensations, color blobs and splashes, noises, touches, warmth, colors, pains, into which experience seems on analysis to resolve itself. When we go behind the knowledge which serves us in our ordinary experience and consider the systematic knowledge which we distinguish as science, the contrast is even more striking. All the objects in science are concepts, and these concepts are not only directly related by us to our percepts, to the particular things which we actually experience, but also the mind gives these concepts a special perceptual form which is not actual, but imaginative. Thus the sun, which is an object of knowledge in the science of astronomy, is perceived as a disk in the sky, illuminating our world and warming our earth. Yet the sensations of light and heat are no part whatever of the scientific object as we conceive it, and, moreover, the concepts of light and heat as scientific reality have nothing in common with the sensations we feel. The kinetic theory of gas, which expresses in scientific concept the reality we sense as heat, is not made comprehensible by comparing, for example, our feelings of warmth in the sun and of coolness in the shade. And yet that kinetic theory itself requires perceptual form in order that it may be expressed at all. But it is a perceptual form which can only be imagined actual. It can never be actual. The fact that physical science depends on concepts was, as we saw in the last chapter, one of the guiding principles in the philosophy of Kant. One of the questions he set himself to answer was, how is physical science possible? Kant thought of concepts as being few in number, purely abstract, formal, not material, factors in the constitution of knowledge, their essential function being to unify experience. The concepts are the principles of unity, the laws of nature, and guided by the formal, or Aristotelian logic, we are able to deduce the complete list of them. This is the famous transcendental deduction of all the pure forms of experience or categories of the understanding. Kant represented these concepts as preformed receptacles which the mind itself brought to experience. The activity of the mind in experience consisted in imposing on the multitudinous impressions of sense pre-existing forms, and to be able to do this was the condition of knowledge. The mind has a formative power over a matter of which it is the passive recipient. The concept, therefore, as Kant presented it, is universal, not particular. It is a necessary constituent of experience and its condition, but it is abstract. It is pure form indifferent to content. The mind possesses it as the condition and as the form of its experience. But mind is thing in itself and therefore unknowable, and the content of experience, the sense manifold, also requires for its support the existence of things in themselves which are unknowable. The very conditions of experience make knowledge of reality unattainable. The dualism of form and matter give rise to the distinction between phenomena and noumena. Yet Kant's theory marks a great advance. In making the contradiction in the concept explicit, he pointed the direction in which the solution to the problem lay. The a priori synthesis implies an original activity in experience. Kant himself demonstrated this in the instance of the mathematical concepts. More than this, the priority of the synthesis implies that the duality of the concurrent terms has its origin in the act of knowing, and that the act of knowing is not the effect or issue or result of an original duality. It led to Hegel's great discovery. I will state this first of all as briefly and categorically as I can. In doing so, it will be easier if I separate the logical and the metaphysical theory, although they are intimately connected. The first is the dialectic. The second is the concrete universal. The metaphysical concept follows from the nature of logic. The object of thought is not presupposed in thinking. It is posited in and by the act of thinking. The concept is activity of thought. It is not abstract. It is not a mere form superimposed by a contemplative mind on an alien matter. It is the concrete, universal, necessary reality which thinking brings to existence. The logic is the thinking. The reality is the thought which thinking creates. Literally, therefore, and without any allegorical meaning, we may say that there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Logic now acquires new meaning. It is not a syllogistic process, but dialectic. It is not a set of rules for the formal test of correct reasoning. It is the science of the actual process of the mind in the development or unfolding of its active life. Once the concept of mind as essential activity is grasped, and nothing short of this is implied by the a priori synthesis, and the whole scope and meaning of philosophy is transformed. It was no arbitrary speculation, no superficial or fanciful conceit which produced the new logic of philosophy. It was profound insight into the nature of reality. A living activity is self-objectifying. The grades or stages of its evolution are the moments of its life. The moments of its life are not external divisions of an indifferent content. They are distinct attainments with the character they derive from the continuous process of the activity. The logic of philosophy is the science of self-objectifying mind. The dialectic is the scheme of this conscious activity as it reveals itself to philosophical analyses. Thinking is, in the first instance, affirmation. It predicates being. Every affirmation is at the same time negation. It predicates being by setting over against itself non-being. The affirmation can only gain content pari passu with its negation. Hence, the activity of thought is an opposition within thought, and a continual coming and going between what is affirmed and what is denied. Opposition is the very essence of activity. Instead of nullifying the activity, it is its spur and incentive. It is on the holding together of opposite factors, factors which in pure abstraction are identical and simply nullify each other, that the synthesis of reality depends. It consists in an equilibrium continually disturbed and automatically restored. In affirming, we also deny, but the negation which the affirmation posits does not remain simply nothing, purely abstract non-being. Its very positing endows it with content, and the negation becomes an opposite or contradictory reality which sets up an equal claim to content against the affirmation. I cannot affirm I am without in the very thought distinguishing a not me from the me, and this not me in the very affirmation of the me asserts itself as existing. The well-known illustration of this is Hegel's first category. It may be truly described as the introduction to metaphysical intuition. Take our existence, the existence we know in the experience without any mediated knowledge, and reflect on what it is. In its simplest expression, it is becoming. We never are. We are always becoming. Apart from the particular feeling, knowing, or desiring, which gives tone or content to our passing mood and forms our character, there is the continual flowing, the ceaseless change which makes each moment of experience not a repetition, but a new existence. Reflect then on this becoming. What is it? It is not a simple experience. On the contrary, it seems on analysis to dissolve only too easily into factors. It is a relation, but a relation of terms internal to it. It is a synthesis, but of what? Here is the amazing discovery. The factors of becoming are being and non-being, is and is not, existence and not. But do not these factors take us then beneath the synthesis? Do they not, in fact, give us a more fundamental reality than the becoming which we took to be the simplest expression of our existence? No, for when we abstract these factors from the relation of opposition in the synthesis, they are meaningless. What in itself is pure abstract being? It is nothing. Nothing which is identical with being and not merely a term for our ignorance. And what is non-being? It is not even negation until we provide it with the content which its opposition to being offers. Being and nothing are not, then, subsisting realities. They are factors in the only thing that is real, becoming. The simplest reality we can bring before our mind, then, is a synthesis. The reality of this synthesis does not lie in the content or substance of its terms, but in the activity, the actual passing to and fro from thesis to antithesis, from antithesis to thesis, holding the factors together and keeping them apart. The philosophical principle conforms exactly with the modern scientific concept of the basis of physical reality. The fundamental concept of science is the field of force. It is more fundamental than the concepts of matter and energy, for it is the condition of them. A field of force is essentially the concept of opposites kept apart and held together in stable equilibrium. Suppress the activity in this opposition, and the factors are not residual, they are nullified and disappear. In the older concept, matter was primarily adverse occupancy of space. This seemed to depend on two essential attributes, mass and impenetrability. Both have lost their absolute meaning in modern theory. Given a moving particle, however small, and a range of circumscribed movements, however large, and relatively to some possible system, there is mass and impenetrability. Have we not, in this, an ultimate factor which will provide us with a material basis of our universe? It is not so. In physical science, the particle is introduced ad hoc. It is clear that whatever holds true of the mass and impenetrability, which the particle by its motion generates, is equally true of the mass and impenetrability the particle itself possesses. So not the particle, but the electric charge is the unit of physical science. And what is the electric charge but a synthesis of opposites, a polarization of attractive and repellent forces? In physics, then, as in metaphysics, the ultimate concept of reality is activity. Suppress the activity, and there is no residuum. There is not. The concrete universal is the view of the nature of reality, or what is the same thing, the concept of the reality of nature, which follows from the discovery of the dialectic. That is to say, the dialectic reveals to us the constitution of the world by giving us the principle from which we are able to deduce the character of thinghood. The dialectic, the process or act of thinking, is itself dialectical, for thinking posits and does not presuppose thought. Thought is the negation of thinking. Thought is the fact opposed to thinking, which is act. Universality and concreteness are the characters which we attribute to reality, whatever be our theory of the nature of the material universe. The objects we recognize are universal objects. They exist for every intelligent observer. They are for each absolutely what they are for any one. Were they not, did we mean no more by the thing thought than the actual sense-awareness of the particular thinker, there would be no recognition of objects. Whether we hold a view of unsophisticated common sense, that the real world is unaffected in its existence by any activity we may put forth in knowing it, or whether we hold the view which in some form has been that of philosophers in all the ages, that unity of existence of knower and known is posited in the very affirmation of knowledge. In either case, the objects recognized in knowledge are universal objects, identical for all knowers. The objects we recognize are also concrete. They have a stubborn nature of their own, which asserts itself against us and refuses to yield to any creative or annihilative power our mind may claim to possess. Objects are not like the spirits which we call from the vastly deep and dismiss as soon as our business with them is over. The notion is still widely held, notwithstanding a century of commentators on Hegel, that the Hegelian philosophy means the affirmation of a power in thinking to produce the real, or at least that the reality of any object is simply a deduction from the thinking it. There is no more unpardonable misunderstanding than this absurdity. To some extent, Hegel is himself, no doubt, to blame for it, for he always treated the misunderstanding with a certain contempt and disdained explanation on the common sense level. He gave the impression of reveling in paradox. It is a clear necessity of conscious existence as we experience it, that in whatever way our world has been generated, and whatever be the nature of the opposition of world and mind, this opposition exists. Objects are alien, independent of and indifferent to the mind which knows them. This independence of the object is a problem of philosophy which is not solved either by assuming it in the manner of common sense or by denying it in the manner of Christian science. In the case of a vast number of the objects, their ultimate dependence on a spiritual principle is indisputable. There are objects, that is to say, recognized as possessing full objectivity, which in being known are posited as existing, and whose reality is identical with knowledge. Objects which concern social and political relations are of this kind. No one would deny, for example, objectivity in the full meaning of the word to such things as a lecture, a ball, a public meeting, a boat race, the derby, a cricket match. These denote each a class of objects, but each object of the class is particular and individual and independent of the knower. In regard to all such objects, we should, if challenged, admit that we suppose a material basis of their reality, however much we may neglect the materiality in discourse. But as objects, they owe nothing whatever of their real character, nothing of their essential objectivity, to this basis, and we should be hard put to it to define the relation of the material to the object. In a general way, indeed, we assume that were there no material substance, there would be no world. But in the case of these objects, it is clear that their substance is wholly mental. They could have no existence in a world without mind. Now, in regard to such objects, the Hegelian dialectic is easy to demonstrate, and Hegel's works are simply crammed with such demonstrations. Let us take a very obvious example, a game of golf or cricket, or a game of chess, or even a game of patience, is a reality as crisply objectified as any simple physiochemical object. What then is a game? In its primary intention, a game is a diversion, a relaxation, and a game is therefore, in the first instance, the purely negative need of relaxation in some sustained effort. But relaxation cannot be satisfied with pure idleness. Thought, therefore, gives shape and form to an opposite task. The essence of the opposition is the diversion from and relaxation of the tension of some serious business. But in the very passage into this negative position, we make a new affirmation, and we find in the very process itself a new positive task shaping itself and asserting itself as equally serious. As the process develops, the new task changes from diversion into serious business, till in the end, the game is no longer play and ceases to be diverting. We see this process on the large scale in the curious development of games in the public school and university curriculum, and in the perfect antithesis of the original intention in the rise of the professional player. The scheme of this objectification is manifest. It is only in its opposition to some serious intellectual task, and it is only so far as the seriousness to which it was opposed passes over into it and becomes identical with it, that it acquires the shape and form which objectivity demands, and finally it is only in so far as the opposition is maintained in constant equilibrium of attraction and repulsion that the essential concreteness of objectivity is secured. Here, however, we come to a crucial point. Let us suppose it admitted that thinking is objectified into thought by this dialectical process. Yet, it will be said, Thinking is throughout passive toward the material of the object and only active in shaping the material. Suppose our game to be golf. We may admit that there would be no golf were there no mind and no thinking. But equally, there could be no golf without balls, clubs, and a certain configuration of the golf ground. Given any kind of stuff, and the mind has the wherewithal upon which to set to work. But the one thing mind cannot do is produce, or deduce out of its own activity, the matter on which that activity is exercised. It is on this obvious fact that naturalism bases its argument, and it is this fact, rather than any argument, that commends naturalism to common sense and scientific understanding. The dialectic shows us that this antithesis between matter and form is unreal. In this was the great advance which Hegel made on the proposition of Kant, for it was the perception of the inseparability of form and matter which led to the rejection of formal logic and the discovery of real logic, the logic of philosophy. Let us return to the example of the game of golf. The matter of the game is given, the form is imposed, but the given matter is not formlessness. It is not matter in its own right, but only in virtue of the form already imposed on it. As material of the object, the game of golf, it is taken ad hoc, but even so its materiality is not absolute, pure, and in its own right. That this is so is evident when we start to analyze this matter. We can never succeed in divesting it of form so as to be left with pure stuff, formless and decomposable no further. To analyze it is simply to follow its history backwards or forwards. At every stage, what there is not something separable into matter and form, but always a distinction between what Spinoza, in one of his splendid intuitions, described as natura naturans and natura naturata. In considering the objectivity of nature, this is the clue which philosophy offers us. It may not be easy, in the case of any object whatever, at once to show convincingly the thesis and antithesis, and the dialectic movement and its reconciling synthesis in which the concreteness of the object lies, but at least the vulgar notion that this concreteness consists in a materiality which is self-subsistent and independent of form is exposed in all its absurdity. Let me now try by comparing the materialist and idealist concepts of the world to show the impelling force of the philosophical principle in its striving for intellectual satisfaction. When I set aside every emotional aspect of the problem, religious or mystical, and confine myself to the purely intellectual aspect, viewing nature as a scientific inquirer views it, the idealist principle seems to me to succeed where the materialist principle fails. The whole of human life, and the whole phenomenon of life out of which the human mode of existence is evolved, depends on conditions which we conceive as, in themselves, totally indifferent to the life which they condition. The immediate aspect of these conditions is that of states of masses of matter in motion, an aspect which on analysis tends to become the extensive occupation of a space or void by a discrete material undergoing mechanical change, consequent upon successive alterations of position in time. Let us raise no difficulties in regard to the concepts of space, time, matter, and movement, but accept them at least as descriptive of the reality which is not living, but the condition of their being life. Life is then an almost insignificant phenomenon. So disproportionate is it to the immensity and infinity of the non-living conditions of it. It is not attributable to chance, because chance has no place in scientific thought, but the necessity which underlies the emergence of life is purely mechanical. And though from the human standpoint life is the all-absorbing center of interest, everything seems to point to its almost negligible significance from the standpoint of the worldview. Life depends on the last resort on the instability of the compounds of a certain particular chemical element, carbon, and this activity is dependent on physical conditions which can only have arisen at what is particularly a momentary stage in the history of the evolution of a planet, an infinitesimal stage when considered in relation to the whole history of the planet. On this planet, life is possible only on one particular plane of its spherical mass, and the duration of the conditions which have determined this possibility, however age-long it appears to our human interest, is infinitesimal in relation to the vast duration which must have preceded and must succeed it. When we look beyond our earth and consider in the boundless universe the infinite possibilities of other spheres, then again what impresses us is the vast expanse and the myriad masses of matter within it, in none of which is it possible that anything at all resembling life as we experience it can exist. In our solar system, there are only 2 planets besides our own, which suggest to us the remote possibility that something in some way resembling the conditions of life may exist in them, or that the history of this planet may have analogies in the history of planets in other systems. Materialism recognizes, without attempting to conceal the problem of the nature of life and consciousness, and it does not minimize the difficulties of conceiving an origin of life from non-living matter. We have no experience of any chemical combinations out of which vital phenomena are induced or arise spontaneously. We are forced to the conclusion that, at least so far as any known form of living organism is concerned, life and consciousness has had a single origin at one definite historical period. There is, so to speak, blood relationship between every species or genus of living thing, animal, vegetable, microbial. There is absolute continuity of generation between every living individual and the primal individual form in which life appeared. This makes the problem of life a very difficult one in science. But allowing for this difficulty, the materialist view, resting on the fact that life and consciousness depend on non-vital physical conditions, and insisting on the prior independent existence of those conditions, is that life has arisen out of those conditions, though the mode and nature of its origin may be undiscoverable, and that the conditions are destined to continue their history, though life and consciousness cease to exist. Modern idealism is not an attempt to disparage the strength or cogency of the concept of nature as an independent and alien reality, for this aspect of nature is as essential to idealism as it is to materialism, though not uncritically accepted by it as fact. It is a popular and general misconception of idealism that it reduces nature to mind and deduces existence from thought. It is the persistent misconception of idealism which makes the difficulty of presenting it as a rational theory. I will try, therefore, not merely to state the doctrine, but to illustrate it with scientific examples. Science teaches us that our world is moving in relation to the heavenly bodies with a prodigious velocity when compared with any movements of translation which we can be conscious of in our experience. Science also teaches us that the elements which condition our existence, the air we breathe, the earth we walk upon, are exercising upon us a continual pressure or weight of which we are unconscious, but which is enormous as compared with the weights we measure in scales. Not only are we absolutely unconscious of this movement and weight, but it is part of our nature and a condition of our existence that we should be unable to be conscious of it. We have only to imagine an individual organized like ourselves, but consciously experiencing these movements and weights as actual sensations, to see that such a one would be totally unfitted even for a single instant to exert or maintain the human form of activity. It is clearly then an a priori condition of human life and consciousness that the individual should suppose the earth at rest, the ground beneath him firm, the sky above him open and free. In precisely the same way, idealism shows that it is an indispensable and absolute condition of living and conscious activity that things thought of should present themselves as independent of, prior in existence to, and alien in reality from, thinking. It is the condition of thinking that object thought should present itself and confront the mind as pre-existing cause, not merely that it should appear to the mind as such, that it should exist for the mind as such. This is the meaning of the dialectic, and to fail to see it is to miss the true discovery which it claims to have made. The ego, in affirming itself, posits the non-ego, not a sham or dummy appearance, not a shadow of itself. The non-ego is the negation of the ego, but there is no falsity in the negation. If there be no non-ego in its own right, then also there is no ego. In the logic of thought, the logic which shows us the real and not merely formal movement of thought, the moment of nature is when nature is affirmed with its own positive content. Suppose it is possible that nature could appear as immediately identical with the consciousness of it, or with thinking about it, in the manner which the solipsist argument declares to be reality, then so far from affording an illustration of the Hegelian dialectic, it would destroy it. There would be no dialectic, for it would be lost in a single self-identity. Nature is the immediate negation of the ego, and the ego cannot posit or affirm itself without in the same act positing and affirming the negation. The negation is not pure not, it is posited and therefore opposition. The movement of thought is the passing over into this opposition and the discovery that in this difference there is identity. The concrete reality of life and mind is then seen to consist not in the passing to and fro from affirmation to negation, from negation to affirmation, from thesis to antithesis, from antithesis to thesis, but in the synthesis of a pure act which holds together, at the same time that it holds apart, the distinct factors of reality. This, as I apprehend it and accept it, is the philosophical doctrine of the concrete universal. The theory of idealism is not, then, that a subject, supposed already existing, by thinking produces thought, as a spider spins a web out of its own tissues, and then proceeds to endow its thoughts with objective reality. The theory is that reality is activity, and that activity manifests itself in a primary and necessary antithesis. The antithesis, thinking thought, subject-object, act-deed. The conditions of our finite individuality and the nature of our activity require that our outlook on reality shall be in the moment when the antithesis is complete, when mind and activity are absolute in their opposition. The activity of thought, the necessity of a continual attention to life, the need to act unceasingly from moment to moment, binds the mind to the observation of nature, directs it outward, prevents it looking back or within on its own activity. Nature appears, therefore, as a hostile opposing force, confronting life and mind and indifferent to them. The philosophical theory of idealism is a discovery and a constructive theory based on discovery. The discovery is that in nature, mind finds itself. The constructive theory is that the original synthesis is mind in its undifferentiated unity as activity, and that the process of this activity opposes a new negation to every position it attains. The principle of idealism is, therefore, that the complete worldview never does and never can appear immediately and simply reveal its reality to the discerning mind of the finite individual, just because his finitude means that he is actively participating in the world process he seeks to understand. Idealism declares that it is possible to construct the worldview by attending to and interpreting the activity itself. To sum up, the concrete universal is the formulation in logical terms of the philosophical doctrine of the nature of the reality of the world. It describes the factors and their relation which constitute for knowing the objectivity of nature and for being the possibility of knowledge. It is not an arbitrary or ingenious hazarded hypothesis. It follows from the perception of the mode of the activity of mind. The mind, in the first moment of its conscious activity, finds an independent alien reality confronting it, a reality which it possesses the power of contemplating, and finally, of understanding. In knowing nature, mind finds itself, and the logical process is seen to be the discerning of identity in difference. This is held to imply an original synthesis, logically prior to experience, and the condition of its possibility. The concrete universal is the concept of the mode of working of that synthesis. Concreteness is the character of thinghood. The concrete universal means that reality, in the full meaning of the word, is of the nature of the concept. In the concept, opposite antithetical factors are held together in and by the continuous synthetic act of thought. The factors in themselves are purely abstract. Only their synthesis in the concept is concrete. Universality means that the whole is present in every part. The universality of a finite individual human being, for example, is not the number of his abstract external resemblances to other individuals, by means of which the group man is classified. It is the humanity or complete human nature which exists in every man. There is no core round which qualities cluster or to which properties are adherent. There are two alternatives to the theory of the concept as concrete universal. One is materialism, the affirmation of infinite and absolute space, time, and stuff as the primordial conditions of all diversity and variability, including mind. This primordial reality may be conceived as, in itself, inert, matter, or, as essentially active, energy or force. The other is solipsism, the denial to the individual mind of the possibility of transcending its own state of consciousness. Both are blind alleys. It is only in the concept of the monad that the concrete universal is both realized and individualized. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Owlivia. Chapter 13 of A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 13, Creative Evolution. Before the beginning of years, there came to the making of man time, with the gift of tears, grief with a glass that ran, pleasure with pain for leaven, summer with flowers that fell, remembrance fallen from heaven, and madness risen from hell, strength without hands to smite, love that endures for a breath, night the shadow of light, and life the shadow of death. The poet Swinburne. If we accept the principle of the Hegelian dialectic, then, apart altogether from any particular worldview or from any arbitrarily developed system, we are able to conceive, and to see why we are able to conceive, reality as activity. We see that matter is, in the first moment of its presentation to consciousness, whatever positive character it may afterwards acquire, essentially negative. We cannot set out from pure negation. Negation in itself affords no foothold, no starting ground from which any process, logical or illogical, can push off. We may indeed conceive the creation of the world from nothing, meaning by nothing non-pre-existing matter and form, if we posit a creator within whom the being and the non-being are synthesized. It is a simple impossibility of thought to conceive God as arising from nothing, or rather to conceive non-being as a distinct and unconditioned moment of God. This seems to me the great truth expressed in the ontological argument. We must start with affirmation, if advance through negation is to be possible. We cannot start from pure not. It is evident, however, that in this we are confronted with a profound problem. We cannot eliminate negation from thought at any moment of the process of thinking, and yet negation can be neither the starting point nor the resting place. Thus we have an antinomy in the very concept of ultimate reality. Reality affirms itself and cannot deny itself, yet also reality can only affirm itself insofar as it negates itself by affirming its opposite. Opposition is in the very nature of the concept, and thought cannot transcend the concept. There is no nothing, and creation is fact. Reality is not inert stuff, it is a becoming, the continuous upspringing of what is new, what is unforeseen and unforeseeable. This is a concept of life as creative evolution. Its formulation marks a new and great advance in philosophy. We owe it to our contemporary philosopher Bergson. It brings intelligible unity into the concept of God and the world. The biological problem, the nature and origin of life, is familiar to us in the progressive research of the last half-century. It presents the problem of philosophy in the most concrete form, and at the same time it puts us in possession of the key to its solution. Life, in its strictly biological meaning, is a twofold problem, a problem of nature and a problem of genesis. Every living creature has a material basis of its existence, and this material basis is a simple structural design, comparatively easy to comprehend, as compared with the extraordinary complexity of function which it develops. Any particular individual organism may be traced from its condition in which it appears almost structureless, apparently homogeneous, and exceedingly minute, a speck of stuff we name protoplasm. We can follow the stages of its growing complexity and mark what seem to be absolute moments in the emergence of its various functional activities. There seems a limit of absolute simplicity in its origin, an integration of infinitely complex and diversified functions in its maturity. And when its functions end in the state we call death, the structure disintegrates, but the stuff remains. When further we study the material basis itself, it seems wholly unaffected by the temporary function or functions which it has subserved. This is one aspect of the biological problem. There is another. Every living individual form is the product of an evolution which appears indifferent to the material basis of the organism, and only to affect its form and function. To this form and function we can assign no material origin. The evolution which has determined the mode of any individual activity is definite, continuous. The moments we may find it convenient to mark off in it as stages in its history are external and arbitrary. We can assign no moment as that of its birth or death, nor can we understand how it has arisen. We can neither induce the living out of the inert, nor conceive the conditions under which at any specified moment the evolution of life had an absolute beginning. We speak indeed of evolution as a great expansion of life, quantitative and qualitative, from simple beginnings. From the amoeba to man is our expression of this fact. But the slightest philosophical reflection convinces us that the concept of an amoeba with the potentiality of a man cannot be the concept of the amoeba as an infinitesimal speck of undifferentiated jelly endowed with active integrative form. Moreover, when we consider life in either of these aspects, in its individual form or in its evolution, our thinking requires the creation of special concepts for its comprehension, the concepts of physics and chemistry being completely irrelevant. The fact that they enter into living organisms does not affect in any way the atoms with their positive nuclei and planetary electrons, or even the molecules with their stable combinations. It is true indeed that the material basis of life seems to be conditioned by the instability of carbon compounds, but neither carbon nor any of its compounds is changed in its nature by life. It is only affected in its disposition. The attempt has indeed been made by those who are fascinated with the idea of mechanistic interpretation to dissect and separate out individual characters and transmitted tendencies, to trace their origin in the germ, and to assign to each a distinct and definite material possessor. The vital elements have been named ids, and it has been sought to appropriate each id to an individual material constituent of the germ. It was discovered, however, that even if it were sufficient to assign to each id only a single atom, there would not be enough atoms to go round. It is in quite another direction that the solution of the problem of life is to be sought. With regard to the mechanistic hypotheses of the continuity of inert and living matter, we may, so far as our present standpoint is concerned, content ourselves with the plain fact, which no one disputes, that the sciences of matter, physics and chemistry, of themselves offer no interpretation of life, and their problems are not in any aspect of them relevant to the problems of the sciences of biology and psychology. There is no direct passage from the mathematical and physical sciences to the biological. Life is a mode of behavior sui generis. A living thing behaves in a different mode, in every minutest particular, and on a different principle from any mechanical combination of elements brought together by external agency. There is not one single mode of living activity, there are many. But whatever classification we adopt, all are variations of a unique principle. This principle is best described by the term consciousness, though consciousness in any actual living form may rarely attain the special state of self-consciousness, which is the archetype. Life therefore presents a profound metaphysical problem, for consciousness is an immaterial force. Now we are unable, by our very mental constitution, to represent or imagine any activity without a material substratum. Activity conceived as in itself, as unsupported, in the air as it were, detached from anything palpable to sense or expressible in imagery, is a pure abstraction lacking the essential quality of reality. We speak indeed of spiritual forces, of the potency of ideas, but we always tacitly imply the material manifestations in which they find expression. Strength without hands to smite may pass as a beautiful poetical fancy. It may even serve an abstract logical analysis of ideas. But if we try to translate it into concrete experience, it lacks the embodiment which even pure imagination requires for its expression. And yet, this poetical image expresses literally the life force, or mind energy, which we know in daily experience and study in the biological and psychological sciences. It was the perception that the substance of the mind is not material like the substance of the body, which led Descartes to distinguish two substances, one whose essential attribute was thinking, another whose essential attribute was extension. A metaphysical problem is presented, then, in the very fact of life, and we may state it briefly and in its broad outline as follows. Life can only be interpreted by positing a substance which is not material and a cause which is not mechanical. The alternatives, therefore, are 1. That there are two substances and two causal principles, mutually exclusive in their essential attributes and in their modes, equally self-subsistent and yet mutually related. 2. That there is one substance and one causal principle, essentially simple, and that this substance possesses the infinite capability of attaining complexity of form by mechanical disposition, and that the highest mode of the activity of this substance differs from the lowliest only in degree. 3. That life or consciousness is the one substance, that it is a creative activity, that matter is an aspect or view coincident with and dependent on intellect, which is a mode of the activity, and that intellect and matter are correlative and the product of creative evolution. It is the third alternative, which is the theory of creative evolution, and I propose now to examine its metaphysical ground. A material object, whatever be the general form of it, gaseous, liquid, or solid, is determined as to its particular form at any and at every moment of its existence by the distribution of matter in space at that moment. The distribution of matter at any moment, and therefore the configuration of an object at such moments, is determined externally for the object by the movements of the constituents of the universe previously to and continuously up to that moment. Space and time are therefore essential formal conditions of the concept of a material object, but not in the same degree, for while space is intimately part of the concept, and mathematically speaking a constant, time is both independent and variable. Space is necessary to the concept of matter, time to the concept of movement, and both matter and movement are necessary to the concept of a physical object. It was this which led Descartes to the definition of material substance as extension, and it gave meaning to the mechanistic theory he expressed in saying, "Give me matter and movement, and I will create a world." To know how a material object behaves, placed in any particular situation, we have to know the actual spatial distribution at the moment. That and that alone determines it. Whatever movements are in being at any moment, the mechanical object will respond to the external compulsion brought to bear on it, and any doubt we may have as to the behavior of such an object is purely due to ignorance of these external conditions. In other words, the forces which determine it are then present and existent, and no forces then non-existent are acting upon it. The characteristic mark of the behavior of a living object is the direct opposite. At every moment it is determined by forces acting from within and not from without. If we knew exhaustively the distribution of matter at a given moment, we could not deduce from that the living response. So long as an object is living, it maintains its form by a force inwardly exerted and inwardly adapted to the external situation. But the essential thing is that the force of which it disposes and the behavior which expresses that force are not existent in the universe either within or without the spatial boundaries of the living object. This is as true of the lowliest living object, plant or protozoan, as it is of the most highly organized and specialized creature. The springs of its activity, which determine the form of its response to external influences, lie in the non-existent past, and, so far as they are present and actual, must be referred to an immaterial non-spatial reality, a spiritual substance which cannot be discovered by analysis of experience, external or internal, and cannot be included in any inventory we make of the entities which constitute the spatial universe. Spiritual substance, if we adopt the expression to indicate whatever the reality may be which underlies the nature of living beings, is the antithesis of material substance in this, that while a material object is wholly determined by its spatial and temporal conditions, the living being is neither spatially nor temporally conditioned. The activity of life is displayed in space. The evolution of life is displayed in time. But the concept of life is not dependent on the space and time which condition the display of its activity. The spatial and temporal conditions which apply to every particular living creature, plant, insect, man, apply to it solely insofar as it is material object, and have no reference to the plant nature, insect nature, human nature, of which it is the individual expression. In the same way, if we consider the metaphysical concept of cause, we find that, as in the case of substance, the principle which we apply to the energetical system of physics will not comprehend nor interpret the processes of life. Spiritual activity requires the formulation of an energetical principle completely antithetical in its mode to that of physics. The most general characteristic of the spiritual principle is integration. Life is a whole acting as a whole, and not the mechanical whole of a composite or aggregate of self-subsisting parts. Life means that there is more in the present and acting than is comprehended in the physical constituents spatially disposed at that present. Consider, for example, such a simple illustration as that afforded by the hardy annuals, those seeds we sow in our gardens in the spring. The whole energy of any one of these plants is concentrated in and adjusted to and exhausted in the production during the short, warm summer season of seeds, which will resist the winter cold and await the time of germination in the following spring. The most curious and complex and, speaking metaphorically, ingenious contrivances are brought to subserve this purpose, and at every stage of the life process we may stop and admire the adaptation of means to ends in the disposition of the material affected by purely physical forces. But what mechanical principle of efficient causation will include the non-existent past and the non-existent future which enter as present factors into this living activity? Physical forces account for the disposition at any moment of the physical constituents, but what accounts for the non-existent physical conditions, the anticipated winter temperature and succeeding spring warmth and light, which determine that present disposition? Life then transcends matter in the meaning that it brings into play principles which cannot be comprehended within any exhaustive aggregation of physical constituents. Nevertheless, however predominant the spiritual principle in living activity, and however antithetical in its nature to the material principle, yet we have to admit that life is bound to matter, that it is never experienced and cannot be conceived in separation from material existence, while on the other hand, matter is easily and indeed familiarly conceived and appears to be actually experienced in separation from life. Regarded from the standpoint of philosophy, there can be no reasonable doubt that existentially life and matter are one. The materialist affirms it, and the idealist cannot consistently deny it. Idealism is generally associated with the denial of existence to matter and the reduction of matter to a mere mode of mind. With this form of subjectivism, I am not here concerned. From the standpoint of physics and biology and psychology, we are bound to admit that life is existentially one with matter, and we are not bound to admit the converse. It is no doubt for this reason that we find ourselves by nature disposed to accept the hypotheses of materialism that there is a hierarchy in the forms of existence, starting with simple stuff, simpler, we think, than any form of object known to us, rising continually by an inherent force, developing, as it grows, the immense variety and diversity of the living forms. So natural does this seem that the progression from the simple to the complex is proclaimed as the obvious fact of existence, and therefore the model to which scientific method should conform. The theory of the evolution of life, as it has been presented by science in the hypothesis of natural selection and other scientific hypotheses, has always been based on the more or less unconscious assumption that it is possible to pass from the simple to the complex, from homogeneity to heterogeneity by direct, real progression, that this accords with an innate logical principle, and that therefore there is no inconceivability or irrationality in the thought, as there is no improbability in the fact, that the living has arisen from the non-living. Herbert Spencer accepted the principle uncritically in philosophy. It is admitted that we have not discovered, it may even be thought unlikely we shall ever discover, the actual links of that progression, but no consciousness of essential irrationality disturbs the conviction that it is at least possible, indeed overwhelmingly probable, that it is fact. The theory of creative evolution strikes right athwart this easily accepted presupposition. It defends itself by purely scientific arguments based on the facts of biology and psychology. But it starts by challenging the rationality of the ordinary scientific assumption. Life is the primary and original fact. Matter is the dead product it casts off. The concept of matter is reached by way of diminution. It is less than life. The derivation of life from matter implies the origin of something from nothing, an irrational concept. Just as in the case of the Hegelian dialectic, the principle is seen with the greatest clearness in the barest category, so here the principle is most manifest when we compare the notions of inertia and activity. Given the concept of the inert, By what process of thought is it possible to deduce the concept of activity? How can an essentially static reality of itself produce in itself movement and change? Clearly, it cannot. Movement and change must be imposed from without. And by the hypothesis, there is no without. But the converse is not true. From activity, from change, from movement, we can deduce the concept of the inert, the changeless, the static. We obtain them not by adding something to the reality, but by diminution, by arrest, by framing, by inhibiting, by shutting out of consciousness, by selecting. The product we thus obtain is not simpler and more elementary, still less is it the original constituent. It is arbitrary and relative. Such, in the theory of creative evolution, is matter. The metaphysical doctrine on which the theory of creative evolution is based is, then, that the concept of matter is reached by diminution. To speak in allegory, matter is the dead shell which life casts off. Matter is less than life, and it cannot be conceived as potentially holding life, for that is to conceive it as more than life. If the metaphysics implied in a scientific theory is bad, the science itself is insecure. The bad metaphysics of naturalism is the assumption that the intellect is absolute. The intellect is accepted uncritically as being what it directly purports to be, the characteristic activity of a mind which contemplates, and which in pure contemplation finds revealed to it the nature of an independently existing reality unaffected by any relation in which it stands to the mind aware of it. In opposition to this metaphysics, the theory of creative evolution affirms that the human intellect is as completely a product of the evolution of life as any mode of conscious or unconscious activity realized in living beings from the lowest to the most exalted in the scale. And, moreover, it discovers that the intellect has not for its purpose the revelation to us of theoretical truth. Its purpose is, consistently with what we may observe throughout the whole range, severely practical. It serves our activity by restricting our outlook. It defines our actions as they are forming themselves. It gives efficiency to our actions by confining the human mode of existence to a particular circumscribed range of activity. Intellect and matter are correlative, generated by one and the same force, creative evolution. Intellect imposes on life the static form of matter, and life assumes to intellect the aspect of fixity. Before I try to show the support this philosophical theory derives from science and the light it throws on scientific problems, let me try and put in clear and unmistakable terms the metaphysical issue. The theory of naturalism is that objective reality rests on a concept of things in themselves. It postulates beneath the phenomenal form which the object may assume to any conscious apprehension of it a real object indifferent to the relation in which it stands to the mind knowing it. It is a postulate which seems called for and justified as the only alternative to a self-stultifying subjectivism. This thing in itself is taken as the basis of objectivity, and as the underlying unity of which all the various and diverse modes of apprehension may exist. For example, a man, an ox, a hawk, a beetle, may be together in a particular environment. Each will apprehend in a different manner and with a different interest, but it is from one absolute indifferent objective universe that each will select. The direct converse of this is the theory of monads. It rejects the postulate that there is or can be an absolute system of reference, an objective universe as thing in itself. It rejects the postulate not merely because it is otiose, but because it is irrational. What, then, is the converse metaphysical concept of the absolute? It starts from the indissoluble unity of subject and object, of knower and known. Its absolute, therefore, is the individual subject of experience. How, then, does it avoid the impasse of solipsism? Individuals are mutually exclusive. If objects are inseparably united to subjects, there can be no transcending the individual. The individual will comprehend all existence. The answer is that no individual living being is circumscribed in its nature by the limits of its existence, nor confined within the time and space boundaries of the actual exercise of its activity. Each individual, when we compare his life with his nature, is but the bud of a tree, part and manifestation and representative of a larger whole. Each species is likewise part and expression of an activity of life. In the finite individual, we do not see the whole individuality. It transcends itself in activity as a whole. It becomes the concept of life or mind. What advantage, then, do we claim for this metaphysical concept over that of naturalism? In the first place, we do not postulate reality, we indicate it. The reality we indicate transcends the limitations of our finite individuality, but it does not and cannot transcend the nature of which an individual is the expression. There is no gulf between the attributes we know and the substance we infer, no breach between the effect and its cause, which the mind is called on to overleap by an act of faith. No material is appealed to in order to account for the naturally inexplicable correspondence of truth and reality. The concept gives us the reality directly in the living experience, and does not pose it as a problem of what may lie beneath and beyond. In the second place, it gives us a principle which is really interpretive. The science of naturalism has no interpretive principle. It is reduced to descriptions and to hypotheses based on observed sequences, tentatively put forward as laws of nature, and, guided by utility, erected into more or less arbitrary systems. Science prides itself on its pure empirical method. To criticize this method is not to depreciate it, but only to point out how limited and narrow its success is, and how useless and indifferent to its progress is the metaphysical principle to which it appeals. The metaphysical principle of creative evolution, on the other hand, anticipates with its interpretation the problems which for common sense and physical science are insoluble. If we accept it, there is then no mystery in intersubjective intercourse, in the knowledge of other minds, in the continuity of consciousness, simply insoluble on the empirical principle. There are problems, no doubt, but their direction is reversed. Consciousness is no longer a problem, because life is the concept of a reality which is conscious in its own right. But unconsciousness is now the problem. How and to what end has unconsciousness been brought about? How does unconsciousness serve the progress of evolution? The task of science is still weighted with problems, but at least it is not rendered a priori impossible from the outset. Let me now try and illustrate the principle itself. Let us suppose that we are walking along the cliffs of some rocky coast and reflecting on the various forms of life which have adapted themselves to the environment. Any other scene may give rise to similar reflections, but along the fringe which divides or unites land and ocean, we meet with a more striking diversity in the range of living action than anywhere else. Here, at our feet, or below us within a very narrow range, are forms of plant life adapted to most precarious and capricious conditions of windswept, water-sprayed rocks. Below, in the tidal area, are zones of vegetation, each conditioned by the exact proportion and variation of the bi-diurnal ebb and flow of the salt water. Here also are zones of animal life, determined by the conditions of the plant life, or by the degree of the salinity of the water, or the range of constant pressure or density. And outside or above these land and water conditions are the ranges of bird activity, the life conditions of the gulls, cormorants, terns, with sandpipers, jackdaws, and it may be, if the place is wild, ravens and falcons on the shore or cliffs. The whole is a harmony, in the broad sense of the word, which would include the preying and also the parasitism of one species on another, and there is maintained a more or less stable equilibrium. Watch then the behavior of any of these creatures. Here, for example, are the cormorants, sitting motionless on the outer rocks, or flying low in a straight line over the sea beyond the rocks exposed at low tide. Why have they no curiosity? Why are they undisturbed and unconcerned when the gulls surrounding them are excited or circling around in noisy flocks? Senseless questions, you say. True, but not from our human standpoint, not if they share with us some degree of conscious awareness of a reality independent of and external to us. They are creatures of high organization, with a perfectly adapted capacity of integrative, purposive action. We can only understand their nature at all by supposing some identity between their mentality and our own. Why then are they so entirely lacking in the curiosity which we feel would be potent in us were we placed in their circumstances? They evince no sort of interest in the motives which actuate creatures outwardly resembling them in their activity and inwardly resembling them in the type of their organization. As we watch those cormorants motionless on their rocks amidst a changing world of infinitely varied interest, which by their organization they are capable of entering, but which their nature has inhibited them from entering, holding them fixed to the narrow range of the actions in which alone their interest is vital, it seems to us that they must be circumscribed by their nature itself to the fulfillment of the bare material needs of their existence. The fundamental difference between our mentality and theirs seems to be in the power we have of detaching our minds from utilitarian needs. It seems as though, even in the most exalted of creatures in the scale of life below the human, the mind is fixed in attention to the immediate needs of life, and that in man, intellect has set the animal free from attention to purely animal needs and transported it into a world of purely speculative interests. Because of this, we reason that there must be a world of absolute value and infinite resource over which conscious beings have a certain power of apprehension and accommodating action, and that man possesses this power, or has acquired it, in a superlative degree. The theory of creative evolution recognizes an essential difference in kind between instinct and intelligence, and a difference in degree in the perfection of each mode of mental activity, but it declares intelligence to be in every respect as much a product of evolution as instinct. It declares that man, with all the difference of degree in the range of his activity, is yet as narrowly circumscribed and as fixed in his attitude of attention to life as the lowliest living species, animal or plant. Despite the range of our activity, in all that is essential to it, and so far as the evolution of life is concerned, there is absolutely no difference between the case of the cormorant on the rock, indifferent to what does not concern its life, and man. The same evolution, the same direction and purpose of evolution, which has produced the mind of the cormorant, has produced the mind of man. We cannot understand intellect if we assume it to be a power of direct discernment and also assume the object of the discernment to exist independently of the mode. We can only understand our human nature when we realize that the aspect of the world to the mind and the mode of the activity of the mind in the world are not two independent things, but one active living process which in its realization creates two factors, necessarily opposed and strictly correlative. Can we doubt this in the case of the cormorant? The aspect of the world to the cormorant is clearly as essential a part of its evolution as the mode of its responsive activity. If not, then how can evolution be appealed to for any interpretation? Evolution can only mean that in some inexplicable way, some small degree of conscious awareness arises at certain stages of complex organization and increases with the mechanical, equally inexplicable, growth of the complexity. If awareness be contemplative discernment, there is nothing in its concept which restricts it, yet we are to suppose that only in the human intellect is it unrestricted. How far will such a theory take us? How far is it even a credible hypothesis when we face the problem of evolution? Is there not, then, it will be asked, an objective world, or at least some objective basis in reality, common to cormorant and man, and is not the difference in their mentality solely concerned with their relation to this world? If this means what it implies, that something abstracted from the experience of the cormorant and man may be identical in the experience of each, then the answer of creative evolution is a distinct and unqualified negative. The nature of the reality of any living individual creature precludes the possibility of dividing its experience into independent, self-subsistent factors. What is identical in cormorant and man is not anything abstracted from their experience, but the life of which each is the expression. The theory of creative evolution is that there is no difference in the life which is finding complete expression in every individual. The difference is in the form and mode in which it is realized in action. Evolution has created in man the range and sphere of his activity, the mode of the exercise of his activity, and the form which actions take concordantly with range and mode. It has created the cormorant concomitantly, the range of activity, the mode of activity, and the concordant form of action. In each case, the objective aspect of reality and the subjective control of reality are the creation of the evolution of life. Compared with one another, man may be on an altogether higher plane than the cormorant and may express a more perfect achievement. He may belong to a higher type, possessed of greater efficiency, and this higher type and greater efficiency may be directly due to man's intellect. But intellect and the world it apprehends are not independent factors which may be separated from human nature. They are the factors which constitute it, and they exist only in and for it. Man is no more free than the cormorant, if being free mean being unrestricted to the mode and range of activity which the evolution of human nature has created. Were it possible for man to view this human mode from a non-human standpoint, it would doubtless be its narrowness, not its breadth, its bondage, not its liberty, which would characterize it, just as these are the characters which impress us in the cormorant when from our standpoint we survey its activity. What then is this world of objective reality which I regard, and by my nature am formed to regard, as existing in itself and independently of my life and particular mode of living activity? It is clear that I apprehend it in two quite distinct ways. First, immediately in my percepts. Second, reflectively in my concepts. Let us ignore the philosophical problem of knowledge, and consider only the nature of this reality apprehended by sense and understanding. It is essentially a spatial and a static reality, yet the only reality which we actually know intimately, know in the very act of knowing, know in the mental activity we exercise, is essentially a time reality, a flowing or continuous change, the ceaseless moving on in time of something which is not of a spatial nature at all, has no extension, but is a tendency or striving or direction. The external world which we suppose is revealed to our mind in knowing is, therefore, in its nature, in striking contrast and direct opposition to the reality we most certainly know. Yet there is, in regard to our knowledge of this external world, one very significant fact. Notwithstanding that its static and spatial character presents itself to us as fundamental, yet the more deeply we study nature, the more its static and spatial character dissolves and disappears. In physics, for example, it is now accepted that mass is a function of velocity, and generally that the solidity of objects is never absolute, but always relative to the power of the subject to discern and discriminate. It simply marks the pro tempore limit of discernment and discrimination. It becomes evident, therefore, even to common sense and scientific investigation, that the aspect of our world is purely relative to our power of influencing it. We view the world as spatial and static because in that way alone are our actions shaped. The world we apprehend, however, whether or no its spatial and static characters be its external aspect and not its inherent nature, is yet apprehended by us, not as continuous, but as discrete. It consists of objects mutually excluding one another. It is difficult to suppose that this division of the world into juxtaposed separate things belongs only to its aspect and is not due to a real articulation inherent in nature. Here again, let us ignore the philosophical problem of the association of sense qualities and consider the question purely from its common sense and scientific aspect. At once we are struck by a significant fact. When we study the behavior of other forms of conscious activity, of the various species of mammals, birds, reptiles, fish, insects, worms, and protozoans, it is quite inconceivable that their objective world can be articulated along the same lines or following the same principle as ours. By what right, then, do we affirm that ours is absolute and every other relative? Clearly, we have no right. What then determines for them the shapes of objects, the outlines and definitions of separate things, the lines of natural articulation? Surely it is no other than the actions themselves which the living creatures are severally fitted to perform. Can our case be different? Directly we apply this principle, a new meaning and a new interpretation of the activities of perception and memory come into view. Perception is preparatory to action, and memory in conditioning perception serves action. What then are the objects we perceive? Plainly, they cannot be things in themselves. Such things would have no relation to our actions nor to our activity. The outlines of the objects we perceive are the lines along which we are fitted by our mental constitution to exercise our peculiar influence. Our world is articulated to conform to our mode of activity, and our mode of activity is designed to take form in actions. There are no things, there are only actions. And actions, actual or virtual, take the form of things by reason of the spatializing, fixing activity of the intellect. If there be nothing absolute in our objective universe, it follows that the absolute is within us. It is not within, however, in any abstract meaning of the term, any meaning which would isolate the subject of experience from its object. The absolute is the life of which every individual of every species, including and not excluding his world, is the product of creative evolution. There is then a real articulation. There are lines of division which are not aspects. This real articulation is the plurality of the monads. Also, there is a pre-established harmony of the monads, if we impart to this old term the new meaning. Creative evolution has no need to posit a creator God, because creation is seen to be the essential character of life. By pre-established harmony, we do not mean that, to an infinite mind, all the possibilities of non-existent universes were present in idea, and that the infinite mind, having perfect knowledge and infinite power, brought into existence the best of all possible worlds. To suppose this is simply to create God in the image of his own intellectual creature. We cannot, if we would, and no metaphysical need requires that we should, transcend the reality in which we live and move and have our being, the reality of life which is a creative evolution. The harmony is not imposed upon us by the fiat of an intelligent creator. It is the a priori synthesis which is the condition of the possibility of experience. Let me now recapitulate briefly the theory I have tried to expound in this chapter. Creative evolution is the theory that the subjective modes of living activity, vegetative, instinctive, intelligent, and the objective aspects of the sphere of living activity have been created concomitantly by the evolution of life. In particular, as applied to human nature, the theory is that the human intellect and the material aspect of man's universe are correlative and have been generated pari passu. There are two metaphysical assumptions generally accepted by common sense, and in physical science regarded as self-evident. The first is that matter is absolute. Without implying any theory as to its nature and genesis, its existence is held to be independent of life, which is conditioned by it, and of mind, which contemplates it. The second is that the intellect is absolute, whatever activity the intellect may exercise. It is conceived as prima facie, a passive contemplation of reality. The world is revealed to it and ideally represented by it in perception. The first assumption is irrational. Even if matter be conceived as uncreated, yet the idea of a progression from simple to complex, from homogeneity to heterogeneity, from the inert to the living, involves the notion of the creation of something from nothing, and this contradicts the principle of sufficient reason to which it appeals. On the other hand, if we posit God as the first cause, the argument is simply circular, for we find nothing in the concept of God except what we have put there in order to account for the existence of matter. If, on the other hand, we argue from the idea of God to his existence, then we destroy the whole force of the reasoning if we separate God from the world or suppose a creator existing independently of creation. The alternative is to conceive the absolute reality as active life. This is to conceive a God who cannot not exist, a reality in whom we live and move and have our being, affirmed in the thinking which thinks it. This reality is life, conceived not as adjective, but as active substance. From life, we can deduce matter, because matter is a diminution of life. Also, matter can take the aspect of a reality independent of life, because we can take abstract and partial views of our activity from the standpoint of the acting center of activity. Every living individual creature has, as counterpart of its subjective mode of behavior, a corresponding objective universe represented in its perceptions. By the relation of these factors, actions are determined. Both the mode of subjective activity and the aspect of the objectivity of the universe are created by the evolution of life. In man, this subjective mode is the intellect, the objective aspect of the universe, matter. The objects of intelligent activity are spatial and static. Both mode and aspect are generated, pari passu, by creative evolution. The absolute lives, for life is the absolute. The basis of existence is process. Reality, to every observer, assumes a twofold aspect, activity and action. Spatial objects, or separate things, are the articulation of reality, which is relative to its intellectual apprehension. The real plurality is that of the monads, each the active center of the one universal principle. End of Chapter 13. Recorded by Owlivia.
Chapter 14 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by bletheringape. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 14. The Experimental Method. If God gave to things accidental powers detached from their natures, there would be a back door for recalling the occult qualities which no power can understand. Leibniz. It follows from the metaphysical principle expounded in the last chapter that a certain practical character attaches to all knowledge and a certain theoretical character to all action. There is no absolute truth in the sense of propositions which would retain their meaning were every human interest absent from them. There is no independent criterion to which an appeal can be made. Life is reality, to live is to exist, and there is no reality transcending this existence. Monadology is based on this a priori impossibility of dissociating mind and universe. In order to see the full import of any theory, it is necessary to keep the antithesis clearly in mind, because all affirmation is negation. The strength of the antithetical theory, which dissociates mind and universe, and posits in the object of knowledge independent existence somehow revealed to a contemplating mind, is that it purports to afford an absolute basis for the truth, and also a principle for the progressive advance of the sciences. This apparent defect of monadology and the antipathy which it has to encounter is not only that it seems to fail to provide, but that it seems positively to deny, for the sciences, an independent foundation in reality. It declares them to be anthropomorphic in their very nature. The logical problem of monadology is to determine, and if possible, justify, the status it assigns to the mathematical, physical, and natural sciences. Philosophy is scientia scientiarum, and the philosophical ideal in all ages has been an organon embracing the whole range of human knowledge and exhibiting all departments of special sciences as links in a chain. We are accustomed to date the modern period of philosophy with the rise and development of inductive science under the experimental method. We owe to this method the peculiar aspect of our modern world. It has brought to mankind a vast expansion of knowledge and has given to knowledge a direction which has tended and increasingly tends to change completely the conditions of human life and to widen and strengthen in growing proportion as it progresses man's control over the forces of nature. The experimental method has always some expression in scientific inquiry, for it is of the essence of the scientific spirit, but the predominant place of experiment in science and the obviousness of it is entirely a modern thing. It would never have occurred to a Greek philosopher. It is doubtful if it would even have seemed relevant to make the experiments which Galileo carried out on the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It is true that Archimedes invented machines and made discoveries which were for a time successfully applied in the defense of Syracuse against the besieging Roman armies, but his inventions were deductions from general principles, and it is doubtful, to say the least, if it ever did or ever could have occurred to him to establish rational principles by simple induction from particular experiments, still less to devise laboratory experiments in the modern manner. Aristotle was one of the greatest naturalists who have ever lived, a careful observer and minute describer of the various forms and functions of vegetable and animal organisms, but it would probably have seemed a priori absurd and contradictory to him to suppose that rational principles were to be inferred from observed uniformities, and not vice versa, viz., that the uniformities were to be interpreted by rationally discovered principles. If we can claim, therefore, in modern philosophy to have advanced beyond the Greeks, it is not merely in the extent and the range of modern science, but in the method and principle which have made modern science possible. The experimental method represents an attainment of the human mind, which has raised it to a higher intellectual level, with all that this implies in width of outlook and worldview than that which has ever been reached before. Any philosophical theory which fails to take account of and interpret the significance of this latest, truly amazing victory of the human intellect stands self-condemned. It is no doubt the consciousness of this emergence of a new scientific principle and the victory it is assuring to man in his struggle against natural forces, which must be taken to account for the rise and attractiveness of the scientific philosophies, or philosophy of the sciences, of the 19th century, in particular the positive philosophy of Auguste Comte and the synthetic philosophy of Herbert Spencer. The idea underlying both is that in these latter days there has arisen a new method and a new spirit of inquiry, and that humanity is now called upon to cast away the shell of outworn metaphysical systems which had cramped and confined the spirit, and entered with a new life into possession of a new inheritance. The experimental method never presented itself as a device or invention. Its exponents always claimed for it that it is the natural and obvious way in which knowledge is acquired, retained, and accumulated. The simple teaching of nature had been, it was said, overlaid and obscured by superstitions and conventions, which with their growth had acquired vested interests and established a lordship over the human spirit. The one thing needful was to fling off the old man of the sea. The experimental method purported to be nothing but the interrogation of facts without presuppositions, the acceptance of facts at their face value, and the interpretation of them in relation to human interests. This was simply to observe nature. It was not an acquirement or an attainment of the intellect, but the ordinary, untrammeled mode of the mind's activity. Now at last, declared the positivists, the bonds are broken and the human spirit is set free. The positivist theory of three stages in the historical evolution of human mental activity in relation to objective knowledge, the theological, the metaphysical, and the positive, pre-Darwinian, and without reference or relevance to biological evolution, has had a quite extraordinary influence in determining the present intellectual attitude towards science and philosophy. Although its claim to delineate definite historical periods and to pass judgment generally on the history of philosophy was soon modified, it nevertheless gained wide acceptance as a classification and natural history of the mind, and of its progress in the acquirement of knowledge. It fixed on metaphysics an absurd and irrational meaning from the reproach of which it has been slow to recover. According to the theory of positivism, the first impulse and direction of thought, confronted with the phenomena of nature, is to create in imagination supernatural agents, fashioned in the image of man, but endowed with the powers necessary to account for the forces of nature. In time, these imagined agents and powers fail to satisfy the conditions of experience and become impossible to harmonize with experience, and then the mind passes naturally to the second stage. This second stage is when the mind duplicates the phenomena of nature with shadowy, unsubstantial abstractions, posited ad hoc, as causal explanations, superior to the old theological ideas only in the fact that they are deprived of volition and caprice, the fruitful source of enslaving superstition. As soon as reflection discovers and exposes the insipidity of this device, the human mind attains the positive stage. Recognizing the reality which is presented to it in experience, the mind now accepts it as self-sufficient in its revelation and proceeds to classify and organize it instead of seeking to delve beneath it. But to decide to stop short of metaphysical inquiry, whether for utilitarian or any other reason, is not one and identical with disproving metaphysics, discrediting its results, and demonstrating its impossibility as a science. Yet this is what positivism claims to do. To assume arbitrarily that in the mathematical and natural sciences we possess knowledge in its objective and absolute meaning, and to denounce all investigations into the basis or ground of the assumption as prejudiced and vicious, is to adopt an attitude of irrational dogmatism as the only alternative to complete skepticism. It is so because the moment we attempt to justify the assumption as rational, we are involved in metaphysics. Is it not then verging on foolishness to pretend we have any power to refrain? What gives to the positivist the appearance of self-sufficiency in the science he appeals to is its amenability to classification and organization. Pure mathematics, which is not an empirical science, seems to supply a body of intuitive, unquestionable truth, and on this absolute basis is raised the whole hierarchy of the empirical sciences, growing in complexity, but interrelated and organically subordinated. Above all, the positivist points to the triumphant progress of knowledge, which has followed the employment of the experimental method and its practical outcome in the extension of the range of human activity. Against this experimental research, continually increasing the sum total of knowledge, the positivist pictures the speculative philosopher, blindly wandering in the obscurity of metaphysics, ever darkening counsel and mistaking shadows for substance. Yet positivism, with all its protesting, has a metaphysics, and a metaphysics which is not simply equated with unknowability. It has a metaphysics of the knowable, of the positive character of the reality which science affirms. How can it be otherwise? Consider the aspect of the world which science presents to us. A spatial universe, infinite in extension, a series of events with an infinite past and future, laws of mass and movement identical at all times and in all places. This is the knowable universe. Its limitations are not the unknowable, but the unknown. It is not prima facie extravagantly improbable that such a knowable universe, assuming it to be objectively independent of our mind and absolute in its existence, should reveal at once its nature and existence to any infinitely insignificant mind, willing to contemplate it without prejudice. Yet this amazing assumption is to satisfy the inquiring mind without any support from metaphysical theory. It does not satisfy, and it is impossible that it should, because it strikes athwart the natural disposition of man's intellect, which is framed and fashioned to seek reasons for what it believes. The study of the history of human intellectual development discloses a very different course of evolution from the imaginary stages of the positive theory, and shows that so far from the experimental method being the original and natural mode of investigation, only obscured by convention and superstition, it is a high and very late attainment. It rests on a new concept of reality, a concept unknown to the Greeks and unknown to the patristic and scholastic philosophy, or at least a concept which never reached expression in their thought. More than this, it is a concept which could not have found expression in modern philosophy had we not the Greek and Christian philosophy as our inheritance. The concept of nature which underlies the experimental method is the direct opposite of the concept of animism. The animistic concept is that the movements or changes which appear to us in external nature are the actions, or the results of actions, of beings actuated by desire and volition. The phenomena of nature are conceived on the exact analogy of our own actions, which are the outward expression of inner understanding and will. The rational attitude of a creature in a world animistically conceived is propitiatory, not cognitive, or cognitive only with a view to propitiation. It is clear that with such a concept, experiment as a means of discovering truth is irrational, though it may indeed be a means of obtaining favors. Imagine an animal for whom all nature is its human environment, as it practically is for the domesticated dog, or the sheep, or the canary, whose life and activity depend on human routine actions and dispositions. Suppose such an animal to develop a high degree of intelligence of a form analogous to the human. For such a creature, human beings and their dispositions of inert matter are the external world. Any concept of external nature such a creature might acquire must of necessity be animistic. If it were not, and to the extent that it was not, it would be untrue. It is difficult to imagine in what way for such a creature any concept not animistic would work, or any meaning in which such concept could be true. But the same animal in the wild state would be in a totally different case. It would be, in fact, in an analogous condition to man himself, and if it acquired the human mode of intellect, it might adopt an animistic concept of its external world, but would not be under a necessity to do so, and if it did, it might advance beyond it. The animistic concept is neither irrational nor non-rational. It is the characteristic, original, and universal concept of primitive peoples. Even more striking is its persistence in the highest stages of culture. Consider how anthropomorphic we are in our ordinary experience, despite any degree of scientific discipline, and anthropomorphism is the essence of animism. How impossible it is for us to see the dog looking up into our face and realize its essentially different mentality. How difficult to throw off the notion that the fly which is worrying us with its persistent attentions and warily avoiding our attempts to capture it is inspired in its behavior by suspicion, fear, cunning, and such like incentives. It is most important, however, to recognize that even in its most extended application, the animistic concept is not irrational. Were we not subjects of experience, conscious of our active psychical powers, we should have no knowledge. What surer principle, then, can we appeal to than that inner experience itself? Moreover, we start our experience, not as minds confronted with an unresponsive world of inert matter, but as helpless members of a responsive community. The really extraordinary step to explain is how we come to recognize a non-living world, how we reach the concept of inert matter, how we have attained to the fundamental concepts on which we have been able to erect the mathematical and physical sciences. What then is the fundamental concept on which the experimental method depends? It is the concept of an external world, the laws of which are definitely and absolutely determined by the nature of its constituents, and whose constituents are completely independent of any conscious process or order of knowing. More precisely, it is the concept of a material substance and of an efficient causation which are independent of life and consciousness. Without this concept, there might be psychical science, there might even be mathematical science, but there could not be physical science. The experimental method is serviceable in physical science just because that science excludes from the concept of physical reality the possibility of caprice. Mathematics is not experimental in its method in the sense in which physical science is essentially so. A clear illustration of this is afforded in the case of the non-Euclidean geometries. The truth of these is their logical consistency, and their content wholly depends on the choice made of postulates. Their claim on our acceptance depends purely on their convenience in working. But in regard to any one of them, or to the Euclidean geometry itself, we may raise the question, is it physically true? The question can only be decided by an application of the experimental method, and such an application may or may not be possible. To set about it, the first condition is to determine some natural phenomenon, which, on the hypothesis of the truth of the mathematical theory, would undergo in stated circumstances some definite alteration or some distortion in its normal appearance, then to contrive the means of artificially producing these conditions. The concept of reality underlying such a method excludes and rejects absolutely the notion of any choice whatever, so far as the physical basis of the science is concerned. In this respect, therefore, mathematical and physical science are in marked contrast, and mathematics cannot be, as positivism claims, the basis of physical science. A remarkable instance of the relation of mathematics to physics is afforded by the story of the eclipse expedition of May 29, 1919. The expedition was organized with a view to testing the general principle of relativity. So far as pure mathematical science was concerned, there was no need of any test of that principle. That principle was methodological and proposed no more than the non-Euclidean geometries proposed, namely to choose other postulates than those in ordinary use. Those physicists and mathematicians who rejected it did so not on any ground of truth or falsity, but purely on the ground of convenience and expediency, the same ground on which the non-Euclidean geometries are rejected in practice. In one sense, there is no meaning in asking whether the principle of relativity is physically true or false, because being a mathematical and not a physical principle, all that is necessary is to establish that it is not contradictory. But there is an overpowering bias in the human mind which prevents it resting satisfied with non-contradictory principles and requires it to determine the relation of every principle to actual existence. This is the basis of the experimental method. It brings theory or hypothesis to the test of physical fact. We want to know of everything, not merely whether or not it may be so, but whether as matter of fact it is so. Einstein, in formulating the general principle of relativity, and particularly its application to the laws of gravitation, had suggested an experimental test. He worked out a particular effect and foretold a hitherto unobserved phenomenon. The eclipse of the sun on the one day of the year, May 29th, when there are bright stars very near the disk, afforded the opportunity, and the English expedition carried out the observation. The test was this: the light which reaches us from the fixed stars is assumed to follow a straight line. The stars are fixed in the sense that their relative positions are unaltered throughout the diurnal and annual revolution of the firmament, but we only see the stars at night, and then their light is far removed from any gravitational disturbance such as takes place in the neighborhood of the sun. Einstein predicted that during the eclipse, when the stars near the sun would be visible, it would be found that they had suffered a definite shift, the amount of which he calculated. What was the meaning of this? It is simply impossible to imagine a curving of the light rays as due to light itself following a devious path. The trajectory of a light signal must be the shortest distance between the point of origin and the point of observation. Were it not, it would be conceivably possible to see a point of light before the light reached us, and such an idea is a self-contradiction. If then the light from a star is curved in the gravitational field, it cannot be because the light is not following the shortest path, but because the space is warped or curved. Einstein's test was therefore a true experimental test of the nature of space, whether it is Euclidean or not. The warp in space would reveal itself in the displacement of the star. The prediction was verified, and the result of this single observation was, allowing for doubts as to possible explanations, to establish as physical fact that space cannot be regarded as Euclidean, or that the Euclidean postulates are not universally valid. A more complete illustration of a reversal of theory, amounting practically to a revolution, following on a single application of the experimental method, could hardly be found. What then is the nature, and what is the ground of that complete confidence which we place in it? Why is one experiment sufficient to establish the fact that when analogous conditions are present, an analogous result is to be expected and will surely take effect? Let us notice then, in the first place, that the certainty we feel in the application of the experimental method and in the predictions of physical science based upon it is totally different in its nature from the intuitive certainty of mathematics. Experiment deals with concrete fact, with existence. Mathematics deals with abstract relations and is indifferent to the existence of the terms. The predictions of science are not like the predictions of mathematics based on perceptions of identity, but on perceptions of analogy. In experience, nothing is repeated. What happens in experience is an event, and no event can be identical with another event, or in any literal sense a repetition, and yet on the basis of experiment, physical science can predict with absolute certainty the character of an event, given the condition of it. The certainty of physical science is not only not based on mathematics as the positivist theory supposed, it is distinguished by its complete contrast to mathematical certainty. Physics is concerned only with existence. Euclid's propositions are true of any possible universe to which Euclid's postulates apply, whether or not such a universe exists. The same is true of Lobachevsky's or of Riemann's geometry. Physical science, on the other hand, depends on sense-given, intelligibly apprehended existence, and this means that physics, whatever its relations to mathematics, is not the consequence of which mathematics is the ground. There is no direct advance from mathematical truth to physical reality. What then is the ground of scientific certainty? A certainty which, unlike that of mathematics, is never absolute, never rises above a degree of probability, but which also, unlike mathematics, gives a real satisfaction to the inquiring mind. There are two historical answers. One is the answer of the English empirical school, according to which the understanding possesses nothing but what reaches it through the senses. Belief, assurance, confident prediction are the product of a habit induced by objective association. The other is that of the intellectualist A Priori school, that the categories are frames which the understanding possesses independently of experience, and which therefore determine the form of knowledge in advance of experience. The laws of nature or the uniformities of the objective world are not a revelation to experience, but an organization of experience. The problem of modern philosophy has been to decide the issue between these two interpretations. It has taken the form of the relative claims of truths of reason and of matters of fact to precedence on the ground of primacy. Experience is not experiment, and the empirical principle in philosophy is not identical with the experimental method in science. Neither learning by experience nor the ability to profit by experience implies or depends in any way on experimenting. Moreover, the experimental method is not and could not have been an empirical discovery. It could not itself have been discovered by experimenting, for it rests on a concept of reality which could not have been learned from experience. It depends on the concept that objects or things are endowed with a determinate and inalienable nature of their own. The experimental method is both theoretically meaningless and practically worthless unless what a thing does reveals what a thing is, and not merely what happens to it. And what a thing does can only reveal what it is if the action flow from its nature. This is the concept of the monad, and the monad is the only concept which completely realizes the experimental method. Leibniz has expressed it in the passage from the Nouveau Essai, Book 4, Chapter 3, which I have quoted at the head of this chapter. He states it in the terms of the concept of the relation of the creator to the creation, but the concept itself is clear. If there are no monads, the experimental method is irrational. The classical argument in this case is Hume's skeptical criticism of the concept of cause, or, as he called it, the idea of necessary connection. This philosophical argument is in reality fatal to physical science. It cuts away its whole ground. But inasmuch as science has always seemed in some way to be peculiarly dependent on the empirical principle, and its methods to be practically identical with the empirical method, there have been many and repeated attempts to show that the idea of cause, like the idea of substance, is one to which science can be and is entirely indifferent. But what in that case becomes of the experimental method? Experiment is quite different from observation of sequences and the formation of expectations based on probabilities. In a scientific experiment, repetition is entirely unnecessary for the establishment of fact or truth. If it be repeated, it is to test the accuracy of the experiment, not to add cumulative effect to the fact established. It is the essence of the experimental method that one instance is decisive. It may be objected, perhaps, that although the monadic concept may be implied when the matter of investigation is the behavior of conscious or even of living beings, or of the actions which are attributed to them, it is quite irrelevant when scientific inquiry is directed to the purely mechanical actions and reactions of the spatio-temporal material world. To introduce the monadic principle here, it may be said, would be a simple return from naturalism or positivism to animism. This would be true were the intention to personify or to consider as individual monads all the perceptions of physical things, or all sensible qualities of things, or pure sensibilia, apprehended by the mind in its perceptions. But these, as we have seen, are not monads, for they are not things in themselves. The monadic theory is that anything which is a thing in itself is a monad. Only in the meaning that it is a subject of activity with its own point of view can a thing be real, and only when so conceived is it a monad. So that whatever is real in the universe is referred to the monads, for they are the only reals. In order, then, to see how the experimental method depends for its rationality on such a concept, let us consider it in its relation to the alternative theory, which we will call atomism. Take the latest theory of the atom, and let us agree to regard the atomic theory as in no sense hypothetical, but as demonstrably actual. The atoms, then, are the forms which reality assumes in its basal and most elementary constitution. The atom itself, as we deal with it, is not simple, but we suppose it resolvable ultimately into what is the limit of simplicity, the unit charge of electricity. Let us accept this without raising the obvious difficulty that a unit of charge of electricity, if it be positive, can only exist so long as a negative charge is opposed to it, and that therefore in positing a unit charge of positive electricity, we are positing also a negative. Now, the whole rationale of experimenting lies in its test character. We use experiment as the crucial criterion which is infallible. We do not use experiment for the purpose of calculating probabilities. If all that an experiment could prove were that what repeatedly or unfailingly has been found to occur under certain circumstances will probably occur again under like circumstances, it would be absolutely otiose. On the contrary, the ground of the experimental method is the certainty that what has happened once, if rightly interpreted, reveals the absolute character of the real. If it enables me henceforward to foretell what will happen, it is not because it has established a probability, but because it has given me knowledge of a real nature. Apply this then to our case in point. We are to assume that the ultimate reality of nature is the unit electric charge. How, in such case, are we to rationalize the experimental method? Whatever result, in any case, flows from our experiment will not flow from the nature of this unit electric charge, for by the hypothesis it is what it is, it will flow from something adventitious to that nature. By the very concept of reality, we are prevented from appealing to it for any character or nature it exhibits. All its properties and qualities must flow from something which in itself it does not contain. Do we demur? Do we deny this indifference of the reality to quality? Do we affirm that all the properties and character of nature flow from the unit electric charge? Then we find that instead of conceiving, as we supposed, something absolutely simple and really elementary, the limit of inertia, we are conceiving something active, self-centered, and all-comprehensive. We are conceiving not the atom, but its opposite, the monad. There is no rationality in the experimental method unless the reality of the universe be monadic. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 15. The Principle of Relativity. Entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem. Occam's razor. The recognition that the experimental method implies the concept of reality as monadic finds expression in the principle of relativity. The purpose of this concluding chapter is to make this clear. The principle of relativity is the direct result of a discovery due to experiment. The actual discovery was simple enough, although it was negative and to the conductors of the experiment disconcerting. It was that, whereas, in the case of all ordinary velocities, we are able to compound them, and the results of this composition accord completely with the mathematical calculations and physical deductions, in the case of the velocity of the propagation of light we are unable to introduce it into any composition. It remains constant under all circumstances and for all observers. Our failure to discover any variation due to our own velocity of relative translation is complete. For example, I may know precisely the movement of a system, say the Earth, relatively to another system, say the Sun. I may construct an instrument fixed in regard to the Earth, moving in regard to the Sun, accurately designed to register that velocity. I then compare the velocity of a light beam emitted from my moving system and reflected to a mirror also fixed to my moving system, and in whatever direction I turn the mirror I find no difference. The interferometer registers one and the same constant velocity, showing that there is no composition of the two velocities. What is significant in this is not the fact but the interpretation. According to the principle of relativity, it is absolutely simple, but the principle of relativity itself is revolutionary so far as the methodology of science is concerned. First, then, let us ask, what is the simple explanation? In my ordinary experience, I am able to compound velocities, and I am continually doing so. What is the condition which enables me to do so? I do it without invoking any aid from my individual experience of muscular effort in moving. Thus, when I run down a moving staircase, I expend no more muscular energy than when I run down a fixed staircase. But I find no difficulty in conceiving and appreciating the increased velocity in the first case when compared with the second. And this velocity is just the sum of the two velocities, mine and that of the staircase, in relation to the system, in regard to which one staircase is fixed, the other moving. Now in this case and in all such cases, railway trains, passenger boats, aeroplanes, even guns and engines which use high explosives, the composition of velocities depends for its condition upon reference to a system at rest. And for the purpose of any composition, some system must be absolutely at rest so far as the velocities compounded are concerned. Not only must there exist such a system, but we must be able to utilize it, to refer our velocities to it, otherwise we are helpless. Suppose when on the moving staircase I had no fixed system to refer to, I could not compound the velocity of my own muscular exerted movement with the movement of the staircase. The condition would be absent and no experience could supply it. I may arbitrarily consider any moving system at rest, but so long as I do so I cannot compound my velocity with any velocity it may have relatively to some other system. If I would do so for anything like a moving staircase or train, I must have the earth at rest for my reference. If I wish to consider the earth's movement and compound that, I can do so by speaking fancifully of a translation of 5,000 miles a minute through space, but then I take the sun to be at rest. If I am still unsatisfied and wish to compound the movement of the solar system itself, I must take the stars, or at least the stellar system, as at rest. There seems no limit, and in nature so far as we can see there is none, but there is a practical limit. It is only theoretically, for example, that I can compound the velocity of my own muscularly induced movements with the velocity of the Earth's translation, and when I do so in theory I have no possible means of using the result I obtain. It is different with regard to all the velocities which refer to the Earth as at rest, for I am so constituted that this Earth is my terra firma for all purposes of practical life. I am able by making use of it to compound all the velocities in which I take part. To compound velocities, therefore, it is not sufficient to assume some system at rest. It is absolutely necessary as a condition of the compounding that there should be a system at rest, and the Earth is this system for human observation. Now precisely the reason why we cannot compound the velocity of light with velocities of translation is that for light there is no system at rest, nothing absolute to which we can refer it, no background against which we can observe it. And it is not the slightest use to assume one, because we cannot make practical use of any assumption. Newton thought he could compound velocities by assuming absolute space and time. It was an illusion. Even in his own case the assumption was useless, and his absolute space and time did not and could not enter as factors into his own equations of relative movement. It is quite simple, therefore, to see what is the fact in the case of the constancy of the velocity of light. We seem to think we have in space and time, or in a hypothetical ether if we hold that theory, an absolute system at rest. But it is a useless assumption for the purpose, because at most it is no more than an ideal background for thought. It stands for nothing in nature which we can make practical use of as we do of the Earth. Consequently, what happens is just what would happen in the case of terrestrial velocities if we had not the Earth at rest for our system of reference. The velocity remains constant, and the space and time units, whose ratio is the velocity, automatically accommodate themselves. Let me give as an illustration the terrestrial velocity, which must be automatically accommodated in this way. The people who inhabit Tibet or the plateau of Chile clearly have a longer day than those of us who live at or near the sea level. The day is not longer at the expense of the night, or the night at the expense of the day. The whole 24 hours of the day is a longer period than the 24 hours of the sea level day. For a day is the revolution of the Earth on its axis, and the circle of revolution in Chile or Tibet is outside the circle, and therefore a larger circle than that at sea level. If those circles are divided into spatial and temporal units, those units must be different either in size or in number. If our clocks registered millionths of a second, we should detect the difference at once. For example, take the difference to be equal to 10 miles of the circumference of the circle. Then, if the circles were divided and the divisions measured by the swing of a pendulum through half an inch, there would be a difference of more than 1.25 million swings of the pendulum between the two. It is clear, however, that the inhabitants of Chile and Tibet are unaware of, or indifferent to, their advantage, if it be an advantage, and it would probably be so if it were multiplied 1,000,000 times. But why? Because human lives are so contrived, or evolution has so brought it about, that such differences are automatically compensated. Why must they be automatically compensated? Because we have no absolute and utilizable system of reference. Things, therefore, which for human beings are one and identical, or only numerically different, may be totally different for non-human observers. Before we leave this question, one remark is important in regard to what is known as the hypothesis of the ether. It is only because it was thought that this hypothetical medium or stuff could be utilized as the required system of reference for the compounding of the velocity of light that the principle of relativity has rejected it. Insofar as the ether is the necessary counterpart of the undulatory theory of light, it is unaffected by the discovery that the velocity of light is constant. We have no absolute framework of reference, and ether, therefore, if we assume it to exist, performs no function, and affords no independent support to physical theory, outside that function for which it is postulated. The work of Einstein has been to turn the principle of relativity to general scientific account. This meant the abandonment of any independent objective absolute as the basis of physical science. It was at once seen to involve much more than this. It implied the change to a monadic concept of reality, a concept which had been treated hitherto not only by the scientific world but also by philosophers as the antithesis of a scientific concept. Einstein is a philosopher in spite of himself, and like Molière's Médecin malgré lui, the consternation he has spread in the realms of philosophy may be fitly compared to the havoc the woodcutter caused in the orthodox medical circles. Let us see then what is the effect of the adoption of the new principle, and of its extension as a principle of interpretation beyond the special case for which it had to be invoked, in order to include all the laws of nature. The principle is: every law of nature, insofar as it is a quantitative measurement and expressed in mathematical equations, is measurable by coordinates chosen for a system or frame of reference to which the observer is attached, and which consequently for him is a system at rest. The laws of nature are the same for all observers in all systems moving relatively to one another, because all observers use the coordinates of their own system. There is no system of reference which is at rest absolutely in relation to systems of reference which are moving absolutely. A system of reference is not a thing in itself. It is a system of reference only for the observer who coordinates the universe from it. The continuity of the laws of nature does not depend on the systems of reference, and their unchangeableness relatively to one another, but on the automatic adaptations of the axes of coordination of the observers, which compensate the changes in or of systems of reference. The universality of the laws of nature does not depend on the objective existence of the system of reference, but on the common source and uniform aims of the activity of self-centered subjects of experience. Mathematical formulae and quantitative equations refer to ratios, and not to invariable units of dimensions. They are meaningless when posited of a system of reference assumed to be independent of an observer's coordination. Physical science implies an active subject coordinating an external world, and the norm or standard of dimensions of that world is relative to the system of reference which for that subject is at rest. Knowledge is selection, but there is no unselected matrix and no unselecting subject, save as limiting concepts. Neither mind in itself nor nature in itself is a system of reference. Mind and nature are essentially distinct, but existentially one. Activity simple and indivisible in its being, and multiple in its expression, is the fundamental concept of reality. Its simplicity and unity as mind, its variety and diversity as nature, are seen from within, not surveyed from without. There is no without. The adoption of the principle of relativity means, therefore, that the subjective factor, inseparable from knowledge in the very concept of it, must enter positively into physical science. There is no mathematical equation, and no scientific concept which can claim to be even abstractly true when the subjective factor is suppressed. I will now illustrate the consequences which follow from this in physics, in mathematics, and in philosophy. Let us start with physics and consider from this standpoint the nature of the fact which has proved so disconcerting from the old standpoint, the impossibility of compounding the velocity of light with experienced velocities. For the system of reference which human nature has selected, light has zero velocity. We are accustomed to say that the velocity of light is comparatively to terrestrial velocities so enormous that for human beings in their ordinary experience it is inappreciable. We put it in that way simply because we happen to have learnt by astronomical observations and calculations, and reasoning thereon, that there is a velocity of light which can be definitely and accurately expressed in terms of miles and seconds, and with such precision that we can know it to be 186,330 miles to the second in vacuo, with a margin of error not exceeding 30 miles a second. But this is a calculated velocity, not a perceived velocity. The fact is that for a normal human experience there can be no velocity of light, or if we say that there is a velocity, then though theoretically it exists, yet for human perceptual experience it is zero. It is easy to recognize this if we consider that were there a race of abnormal human beings who were sightless, yet responsive to other influences than light, then for them some other propagated influence, say sound, would necessarily have zero velocity. The discovery that light has a velocity, originally an interpretation of the discrepancies in the calculations of the eclipses of Jupiter's moons, has brought a vast extension of knowledge and given us a new unit for calculating the stellar distances. But while theoretically the knowledge of this velocity is of prime importance, practically it leaves us where we were. It is not a new fact of experience which can be made to take its place within the coordination of our human world, simply because we have not, and in the nature of the case cannot have, any means of introducing into our system of reference a background against which that velocity can be manifested, and which would act as a standard for comparing it or compounding it with other velocities. Take an actual instance of the application of this knowledge and of its inappreciability in experience. Betelgeuse, the bright star in the constellation Orion, is discovered by astronomical observations and calculations to be 160 light-years distant from us, and to have a mass some 800 diameters greater than that of our Sun. Every 24 hours that star completes a revolution of the firmament. If we then calculate the mileage of that orbit, it is simply a sum in arithmetic, we find that relatively to us, that spot of light we name the star must be moving in the firmament at a velocity some hundreds of thousands of times greater than the velocity of light. And this is not a very distant star, there are some for which the velocity relatively to us must be a million times greater. It may perhaps be objected that this velocity is not a real velocity, because it is the Earth and not the star which is moving. True, but that is the significant thing. The star ought to have this apparent velocity, and yet it has not. Why not? Because it is merely a calculated orbit, and our system has no means of communicating with the source of light independently of the light, nothing which could inform us, before the light signal appears, that the signal has set out and may be expected, in the way that the lightning informs us that the thunder peal is on its way. There is nothing in the velocity of light which makes it in itself different from any other velocity. Its constancy and our inability to compound it with other velocities is due to the purely negative fact that our system of reference, the selected and organized range of our human world, has no background against which the velocity of light can stand out and challenge comparison. The result is that its known velocity is a theoretical reality which appears as though it ought to, and yet possesses no means by which it can, be brought into accord with our experience. The principle of relativity enables us at once to put it right, but at the sacrifice of apparent simplicity. Let us now take an illustration of the application of the principle in mathematics. When we ask ourselves what is a straight line, we construct in imagination the interval or distance between 2 points. It seems to us perfectly obvious that in the case of any two selected points, the distance or shortest line between them, whatever difficulties it may offer to anyone who would construct it by drawing it, and independently of whether anyone has ever succeeded in doing so even in imagination, exists theoretically. This existence appears to us so self-evident that we take its definition, the shortest line, as an axiom or postulate, and found thereon the science of geometry. But what does this imply? It implies that for us there exists a system in which between any 2 points there is one and only one straight line, and that this is the shortest line that can be drawn in that system between those points. But is there an absolute system, a real extension or space, in which a particular straight line is absolutely the shortest distance for any and every system? We have always supposed so, practically from the beginning of mathematical science. We have conceived this absolute system by the apparently easy device of supposing emptiness, real and immobile, as the necessary background of all movement, and we have conceived geometry to be the science of this emptiness. Then, possessing this concept, although the straight lines we actually construct are constructed in and for a system moving in space, and not for the space in which the system moves, it seems that it must be with this absolute space that the geometry is concerned. Our straight lines are not distorted for our system, but when their properties are to be demonstrated they are referred to the absolute system, and this seems perfectly easy to do. But modern mathematics has awakened to the theoretical inconceivability of absolute space, and to its practical unworkability, and the principle of relativity has come to the rescue. It substitutes for a logical definition based on a metaphysical concept, a purely empirical fact. Instead of starting with a straight line as the shortest between 2 points, in a hypothetical immobile medium, it starts with the law of inertia, the universal principle that whatever moves, moves in a straight line. It takes its definition from the movement of a particle, and not from the logical deduction of a concept. A body free to move and moving freely takes the shortest path, and this is the straight line. But the straight line for one system of reference moving relatively to another system is not the shortest line for an observer in that other system. Thus, from 2 facts of experience, 1, that every freely moving particle takes the shortest path, and 2, that all observation of movement is from systems moving relatively to one another, we get a new basis for the science of geometry. From our terrestrial system, for example, the Moon moves through space in a complicated spiral, but the Moon is moving in the shortest path, and there is a system, let us call it the lunar system, for which the Moon's path would appear as well to be as direct as is to us the path of a beam of light. Let us now turn from the scientific to the philosophic aspect of the problem. In choosing as an illustration a purely philosophical controversy, the question of freedom and determinism, we are dealing with what is still the crucial issue, the supreme and culminating interest in philosophy today. How are we to conceive freedom? How are we to reconcile the essential contingency of mind with the essential determinism of nature? How are we to conceive existence which in its nature and origin is activity, and therefore freedom, and in its development is necessity? When we pass in review the work of the leaders in the modern philosophical movement, we can easily recognize beneath their special problems and particular interests this fundamental problem. Let us see how under the influence of the scientific development, this problem of freedom has been transformed. Everyone has heard of, even if unfamiliar with, the great controversy concerning the freedom of the will, which for more than 2 centuries following the Lutheran Reformation divided theologists and philosophers into hostile camps of determinists and libertarians. The determinists, Calvinists, Jansenists, Port Royalists, certainly seemed from the first to have the best of the logical argument, for they pinned their opponents the libertarians, Arminians, Molinists, to a position which they named the liberty of indifference, and which it was easy to show involved them in logical self-contradiction and absurdity. Their argument was that if the will is free, it must mean that it does not obey any motive, that it must in fact preserve a perfect indifference in regard to the motives which would seem to determine its choice of alternatives, and that in the last resource it must be purely arbitrary. For, so the argument ran, we are able in every volitional act to distinguish the will which has chosen that action, and the motive, end, or purpose of the action it has chosen to accomplish. Moreover, a volition always implies that a choice has been exercised between alternatives at least apparently possible. Either, therefore, the choice is imposed on the will by the motive, and then it is the strongest motive which determines the will, or it is imposed on the motive by the will, which, indifferent to motives, makes its motive by arbitrarily choosing it. Hence the 2 sides found themselves contending not about freedom at all, but about moral responsibility. For if the will is free, there can be no moral principle. If it is determined, no moral responsibility. In philosophy today, this controversy is completely superseded. We are able to see what it was impossible then to conceive, that the problem was insoluble because it was propounded in abstract terms. In so positing it, philosophers were simply following the natural bent of the intellect, which only understands by analysing, abstracting, and fixing its terms. There seemed no escape. The abstract concepts were forced on thought by logical analysis. Because all willed actions are motived, and as the will is one and identical while the motives are many and diverse, so it seemed impossible not to regard the will as a thing, existing apart from and independently of the motives, and motives being what they are, and self-identical whether or not they are willed. Either, then, it seemed natural to argue, the will acts in accordance with what proves to be, and is shown by the action itself to have been the strongest motive, and in that case to speak of freedom is absurd. Freedom can be no more than an appearance due to our ignorance before the event of what will prove to be the determining motive. Or else, the will is entirely indifferent to the motives, and able to act without regard to what may appear to be their strength of weakness, and then its freedom is a despotic, anarchic, irresponsible lawlessness. Equally absurd in its abstractness was the determinist view, for the motive fixed as an abstraction was no longer a motive. It became indistinguishable from the laws of nature which govern the movements of material things. The old problem of the freedom of the will had lost its meaning. Modern philosophy has its problems of freedom, but a problem completely transformed. Freedom is still for us the characteristic of mind in its opposition to nature, but we are delivered from a hopeless antinomy because we are no longer compelled to conceive mind in its abstractness as independent of nature, or nature in its abstractness as independent of mind. Our problem is to conceive the concrete. Mind and nature for us exist only in their indissoluble unity. The new scientific revolution has made it possible to reconcile the concept of the freedom of mind with the necessity of nature. For the principle of relativity is, in effect, the insistence that reality shall not be taken as an abstract mind or an abstract nature, but as the concrete integration in which they are correlative terms. Hitherto, the scientific problem has been to find a place for mind in the objective system of nature, and the philosophic problem to validate the obstinate objectivity of nature, seeing that nature can only affect the mind in the shadowy dreamlike form of the idea. Now when reality is taken in the concrete, as the general principle of relativity requires us to take it, we do not separate the observer from what he observes, the mind from its object, the agent from his activity, the subject from the object, and then dispute as to the primacy of the one over the other. There are for the new principle no clocks which purport to measure time in itself. We must always know whose time we are measuring. There are no standard foot rules by which to measure length, breadth, and thickness of empty space. We must always know whose space we are measuring. This can only mean one thing. We must think the reality in which we are active centres of experience, and in which we are able to represent infinite actual and possible centres of experience, under the category of freedom. To suppose an ultimate necessity controlling our activity, behind us or above us not as empirical individuals, but as universal concrete mind, as Homer represented fate as the power behind Zeus, is to destroy the concept in the very act of conceiving it. The freedom of the original activity is not confronted with the iron necessity of nature, humbly entreating that some place be assigned to it, if only as the epiphenomenon which the old scientific materialism reluctantly conceded. It is freedom in the pure scientific meaning of a character, inherent in the nature of reality. The new science cannot conceive reality except as activity. Original activity is dependent on the concept of freedom. This freedom itself creates necessity in every mode by which activity expresses itself. Freedom characterizes the act, necessity the fact. It is the act which produces the fact, and not vice versa. The freedom, therefore, which hitherto has seemed the special privilege of self-conscious minds, imagine as somehow rising in rebellion against the necessity of an inexorable nature which has produced them, and from which they seem to emerge as an apparition, is in very truth the fundamental character of the reality which has produced nature. We have attained the concept of it in its concreteness, not as the empirical mind which may be yours or mine, but as the universal activity. And now it may be said, what use is this as a working scientific principle? It may be sound as philosophy, it may be consoling as religion, but will it advance science? The scientific revolution is the reply. Its dethronement of materialism, its affirmation of mind and mind's selective activity, its principles of coordination, and its systems of reference prove that science, no more than philosophy, can progress until its working concepts are concrete. The material atom has failed by reason of the abstractness of its concept. Science is turning, unconsciously it may be, but surely, to the concept of the monad. End of chapter 15. Recording by Julian Pratley. End of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr.